You're listening to Wolf Cursed, a novel in Curse of the CROSSBREED series, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. Rule number 1 in supernatural security: never ever take a supernatural client. Rule number 2: when 5 blazing stars light up the sky and your tarot cards scream danger, you run the other way. Too bad I'm about to break both. I'm Ivy, Melbourne's top private security specialist, expert at keeping humans alive in a world where dark magic kills, and owner of a set of tarot cards that never lie. My reputation is perfect, my skills are unmatched, and my rules absolutely unbreakable, until a cursed alpha wolf walks through my door, shattering every protective spell I own, with an offer that could save my company or destroy everything I've built. And my damn cards won't stop warning me this is just the beginning. Before we dive into this dangerous dance of magic and secrets in the heart of Melbourne, hit that like button and subscribe for more supernatural adventures. Because trust me, when a cursed wolf and a stubborn mage collide, you're going to want a front row seat for the explosion. Chapter 1: 5 blazing stars danced in the sky, foretelling a future that Ivy desperately didn't want to face. She could feel the weight of the tarot cards in her hands, a constant reminder of her cursed gift. With a wince, she laid out the 5 of Pentacles card and let her palm hover over it, dreading what message it would reveal. The blank card suddenly filled with images of material losses, sending a chill up her spine. But as always, there was room for interpretation. Maybe it just meant the end of something unpleasant? Or maybe it was something much more devastating, like the loss of a loved one's life. She couldn't shake off the feeling of dread as she looked down at her puppy, who seemed to sense her distress. Despite her doubts, she had to trust in the tarot card's accuracy, even if it meant facing a harsh reality she wasn't ready for. "Come on, Pixie, hurry up or you'll have to eat at the dog school." The 5-month-old Alaskan Husky glanced at a leftover pizza slice in the carryout box and then looked back at Ivy with sad puppy eyes. She squatted down and rubbed the puppy's ears. "I'm sorry, Pixie. They're doing a unit inspection today. They don't allow pets in this apartment, and I can't afford to have your stuff lying around. Now, if you behave, I'll take you to see Nina tomorrow. How does that sound?" Pixie loved Ivy's sister, Nina. Without a second invitation, the puppy dove in, consuming the last supreme seafood slice of pizza with extra anchovies as if pizza would soon vanish from the planet. Ivy quickly checked the apartment to ensure everything was perfect. Polished Italian tile floor, cleaned. Thick plush carpet in the bedrooms, vacuumed. Marble top on the kitchen island, polished. Floor-to-ceiling windows looking out to the vibrant city. High rises of Melbourne. Spotless. This wasn't her apartment, so she couldn't mess it up. The private security company that placed her here, Light Source, wouldn't like that very much, considering the secure location was meant to place their top clients, and Ivy was just house-sitting in between projects. She didn't complain because she got to live in luxurious apartments for free. But at times, she missed having a place she could call home. She tried not to think about it too hard as she tucked her blank tarot cards into her back pocket. There were worse things to worry about than not having a home, if today's reading was to be trusted. 15 minutes and a short car ride later, Pixie gave Ivy a paw shake and then made her way to the entrance of the puppy school. She couldn't imagine this was the same puppy she had found soaking wet in the rain, shaking and whimpering from cold, hunger, and the loss of its mother in a car accident. At least, a car accident was what humans would have seen. What Ivy saw was the result of a dark magic attack. Had her ex-client extended the contract a day longer, he would have been under her protection, and the accident never would have happened. But without that contract, she wasn't where she needed to be to prevent anything. Ivy sighed. Taking care of Pixie was the least she could do. Well, maybe that and check on the man to see how he was faring post-accident. 5 minutes later, she walked around the corner from the car park into Little Bean, a boutique coffee shop located on the basement level of a shopping mall. The aroma of the rich, freshly roasted coffee beans welcomed her, and the air inside the shop was as warm as Leslie's smile from behind the counter. Ivy, you shouldn't have come. I know you're busy. I come here for the best coffee in town, Leslie. Hamish walked out from the back of the shop and approached them. He was in his 60s, but since the attack, he looked 80. This was the best he had looked in his 5 months of recovery. Leslie, there are no eggs in the fridge, said Hamish. We need to prepare for the lunch rush. Leslie turned around, held her husband's hands, and spoke slowly. Love, we don't offer meals anymore, just coffee and cakes. We talked about it last night, remember? He frowned. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Then he turned toward Ivy and smiled. Hello there. Would you like a coffee? A lump formed in Ivy's throat, but she promised she would not let a tear fall. Hamish didn't remember her at all, which was expected. Supernatural attacks cause devastating damage to the human mind. That would be lovely, thank you. A long black is perfect. He nodded and turned toward the coffee machine. Leslie smiled. The doctor said he's improving. I'm confident he'll get better. How's business? With all that scaling down, can you still afford the shop rent in the city? The lease is paid through the end of the year. We'll see how things go from there. How's Pixie? She doesn't complain about living in my dog-unfriendly apartment. You can keep her if you like, Ivy. I don't think I can take her back. Won't hear me complain about it, Ivy promised. Hamish handed Ivy her coffee and then looked toward a table at the entrance of the shop. He approached the young man seated there, who had stood to leave. You need to pay for your coffee. That's not mine. You hadn't cleared the table when I came in. Leslie hurried over. I'm sorry. Let me clean it up for you. The young man turned to leave. Hamish grabbed his elbow and the man jerked away and pushed Hamish to the door frame with his other hand. Don't put your hands on me, old man. He stepped closer to Hamish. His demeanor made Hamish stagger back a few steps. The man reached his hands out to grab at Hamish's shirt. Hey, Ivy called out. The man stopped advancing toward Hamish. He didn't even turn to look at Ivy. He shoved everyone out of his way and charged outside the shop. Bastard! Ivy gave chase. It didn't take long for her to catch him. She tackled him, and he fell forward onto the rough pavement. Then he pushed Ivy off, scrambled to his feet, and kept running. Ivy hopped atop the cement railing, and in 2 steps she was on the next level of the car park. She ran across it and then dropped herself down to ground level next to the entrance. As she landed, the man came running across the car park entrance. Ivy planted a kick to his abdomen, which sent him crashing to the ground on his backside. He pushed up to his feet again and turned to run from Ivy. At the same time, in front of him, an expensive-looking car entered the car park. Crap! He was going to run straight into that car. She swiveled forward with her signature Aikido move, grabbed the man's shirt from behind, pulled him backward, and pinned him to the ground. With her knee on his back, the man was trapped and could do nothing but wriggle and curse. "Let me go," he hollered. "Only if you go back to Little Bean and apologize. I didn't do anything wrong." "You intimidated and pushed an old man with a disability, you moron." She eased up her knee, lifted him, then slammed his body back to the pavement before crushing her knee down on his back again. "The next one is going to break your ribs. If you continue to be stubborn, I'll introduce you to my fists, and that won't be pretty. All right. Let me go. I'll apologize." Good. Before she'd even released him, a car door dinged open, and Ivy did a quick mental playback. She had grabbed the guy just in time, and he hadn't slammed into that expensive car. The owner of said car, however, apparently hadn't just kept going about his day. Instead, they stepped forward to stand next to her. At least that's what she assumed, because the expensive-looking shoes she was staring at right now looked like the kind someone who owned an expensive-looking car would wear. Why had he stopped, though? His car hadn't been damaged. She eased off the man she'd captured and stood, keeping his arms locked behind him so he couldn't run away without dislocating his shoulders. Ivy, standing nearly 6 feet tall, found herself captivated by an elegant European-style suit that rested at chest level. Fashion was never her passion, yet she couldn't deny the allure of this man's impeccable style. Raising her gaze, Ivy's heart leaped in her chest as her eyes locked with those of a dark angel peering down at her. His piercing blue eyes, his jet black hair falling effortlessly, his strong jawline exuding masculinity, and lips seemingly crafted for love and longing, all sent shivers of excitement coursing through her being. "I didn't scratch your car." "No, you didn't. I just wanted to tell you that your Aikido move was impressive. Do you need assistance with this man?" In that instant, the protective spell her mom had cast on her as a child to protect her from negative energy snapped, and her survival instincts kicked in. "He's a handful, but I can manage, thanks." She hauled the young man up, then shoved him ahead of her, walking him toward the coffee shop as quickly as possible. She thought the man in the suit said something else, but she wasn't listening. No, she was just trying to get away from him as quickly as possible. At worst, his ability to break the protection spell, whether intentional or not, proved dangerous to Ivy. At best, the man with an ocean of electrifying energy emanating from his body might drown her in distraction, and that was not good either, especially since he was clearly supernatural. Ivy learned a long time ago to stay away from the type, and yet her mind wandered back to him, and the mystery his presence presented. Because Mr. Tall, dark, and blue-eyed didn't have a supernatural signature she was familiar with. What was he? Or was she just too rusty to tell anymore? A minute later, Ivy pushed the offender back inside the coffee shop. There were a couple of new customers present, and she didn't want to make a scene, so she let go and hoped he would do the right thing. Leslie approached. "I sent Hamish home for the day." "I'm sorry," said the man. "I shouldn't have raised my voice. I can pay for the coffee." "No worries, you didn't do anything wrong," Leslie said. "You can go." Ivy gestured toward the door. Ivy pulled out a stack of cash she'd withdrawn from the bank the day before and pressed it into Leslie's hands. "I can't take this, Ivy. What happened wasn't your fault." "It doesn't matter whose fault it was. We're friends. I can't do anything for Hamish, and I can't return your husband to you the way he was. The money is all I can do for now. Please let me help." Leslie nodded. "Excuse me." As the deep, velvety voice wrapped around Ivy like a comforting cloak, its faint British lilt stirred something within her soul. A sense of foreboding crept over her, prompting her to hastily weave a protective barrier around herself before turning to face the impeccably dressed man. "Yes?" "You dropped this deck of blank cards." He handed her the box. "The cards spilled out of the box onto the sidewalk, but I'm sure I got all of them back in the box." "Thank you." Her eyes met his, and with a polite smile gracing her lips, she acknowledged his presence. The weight of his words hung in the air, laden with unspoken mysteries that tugged at her curiosity. She slid the box into her jacket pocket. This had never happened before. The broken spell had done more damage than she realized. Her phone buzzed, and Nathan's ID appeared on the screen. He was her business partner at LightSource. "Yes, Nathan," she answered. "I'm on track to meet with the new client this afternoon." "Don't worry about that, Ivy. They dropped us." Ivy ducked away from the crowd and plugged her ear to better hear her call. "What do you mean?" "Sources confirmed that dark magic has officially returned to the city." "Won't they need our services even more because of that?" she asked, just loud enough to be heard over the receiver, but quiet enough that hopefully no one nearby would pick up on their strange conversation. "Yes, they need more security services, but they've lost confidence in us. And now we have a huge problem." She whirled around. An employee bringing out a coffee jumped out of her way and spilled the coffee right onto the suit that she had seen more than enough today. "That's 5 of Pentacles," she shouted. And as the words left her mouth and people stared at her, she cringed. Why had she said that out loud? "What?" Nathan asked. She turned away from everyone so they wouldn't see the look of horror that was certainly on her face. "Not you, Nathan, it's me. Hang on a sec." She pulled out her business card, grabbed a pen from the counter, and wrote on the back of the card, "Sorry, I will pay for the dry cleaning."
She slid the card into the pocket of the beautiful suit. At least it was just a ruined suit and not an ended life. "There's no need..." the man in the suit started. She gestured that she was on the phone and walked away. She knew it was a cowardly way to get out of a conversation with the man, but she had a lot on her plate already, without worrying about a guy she had just met. "What's the problem, Nathan? Clara Thompson is dead. I thought we finished our contract with the Thompsons." "No, we finished a project, but they were paying an ongoing retainer fee. So effectively, they're our current client, and she died while she was under our protection." "Are you saying something supernatural killed her? That's what I hope you can help clear up. We can't have her death caused by the supernatural." "That's Sam's direct client. Why didn't you call him?" "Lightsource's finances aren't doing well. We needed to cut costs and tighten the budget, so I let Sam go. I thought there wasn't much work involved in the Thompsons' account, so I didn't assign a new person to look after it after I let Sam go. Now, you'll have to take care of the Thompsons." "Thank you for the notice, business partner. I'm sorry, Ivy. I know how you dislike the business side of things, so I tried to manage as much as possible by myself. Plus, nobody can do what you do, so I need you to go to the house and see if you can clear us of a supernatural cause of death." "You want me to go to the crime scene?" "It's not a crime scene yet. Our cleaner found the body and called me. Clara is human, so it will soon become a human crime scene, but I'd like you to make it your crime scene." "You're not serious." "I am. I know you have connections. Tip your human police friend. Ask to join the investigation and see if you can clear the murder of supernatural causes. That's all we need for now to keep this account. I trust Lightsource can count on you at this critical time, business partner." Ivy raised an eyebrow. "And if they can't?" Nathan dropped his voice to a hollow whisper. "Then we're done for, Ivy, like for good. And you know what that means for you?" Yeah, she sure did. She was brought up to be a part of Lightsource, to maintain her family's reputation and status in the mage societies. This wasn't just a job or a business.
Chapter 2. At the bottom of a hellfire pit. That was what would happen to a liar who abused the trust of a friendship. That could be me. Ivy shuddered as she strode down an uneven stone footpath in the Mount Macedon range, one of the most expensive real estate areas in Victoria, heading toward the Thompsons' holiday home. She wasn't afraid of death by hellfire. She was annoyed at herself, disliking the person she had let herself become when she deceived her friend Liam in the interest of Lightsource. Beautiful orange canopies flanked the street that curved around the stretch of the mountain the rich and privileged called home. This was her favorite kind of weather. Not too hot, not too cold. The cool, misty air brushed across her face, soothing her sensitive skin. She had forgotten to moisturize for 2 days. If she kept up this hectic lifestyle, her skin wouldn't be so forgiving for much longer. "Hey, stop right there!" someone shouted. A man in his 20s burst through the doorway of a general store, jumped over a low fence, and ran toward Ivy. She stepped aside to move out of his path, but when he dashed past her, she pivoted, grabbed his thick jumper jacket from the back, and pulled him toward her. Aikido 101. The faster the movement and the heavier the person, the harder she could make him fall. As the man fell backward onto the hard ground, she put her hand on the back of his head so it wouldn't slam onto the stone. "Ouch!" she yelped when her hand became the cushion between the man's head and the stone. As the man lay on his back, she crushed her knee into his chest. "You should thank me because I have some class. If I had stuck my leg out to trip you, you would have fallen face down and lost all of your front teeth," she said, and then asked, "What could you possibly want to steal from a general store in the middle of a mountain?" His eyes were still dazed from the fall. "Don't hurt me." He pulled out a bunch of paper money from his pocket. "You can take this back to them." "God damn it, was this worth it, you idiot?" The stack of cash in his hand didn't even add up to $100. As she let go of him, he scrambled up to his feet. "I'm on my last drop of gas, and I need to get to the next town for a job. I need that job." Wouldn't it have been simpler to fill up at the gas station and just take off without paying? "They have security cameras at the stations. I'm in a hurry, and I can't afford to have a rap sheet. Look, I know you don't believe me, but I'll repay the store after I get some cash from the job." She knew he was lying, and there was more to what he was saying. But she recognized his desperation and his need for a chance without being able to explain why. She had been there a few times. and during those times she had help. But there was no excuse for thievery. Period. Footsteps sounded behind them. The people chasing him from the store were getting close. "Push me." She braced herself. "What?" The man's voice was low and hollow. "Push me against the fence." "Thanks," he said, and pushed her to the fence, then charged away. Several people rushed over. Someone reached out to help her up. "Ivy." She looked up at the person giving her a hand. It was her friend, Detective Liam Jones. She grabbed his hand and pulled herself up. "Thanks, Liam. Here's the money he took from the store." "You let him go?" "No, he gave me the money and then shoved me." Liam narrowed his eyes. "You're the best security agent in the region and a martial arts champion. You're telling me that little thief pushed you into the fence and got away?" Liam glanced at the bruise on her hand. "Jesus, he really hurt you. Let me see. I'm okay. Next time I see him, he'll be the one with the bruises. What are you doing here, Liam? I thought you were at the crime scene." Liam gestured toward a man in his 50s who was rushing toward them. "Owner of the store." Ivy smiled as the man approached and gave him the cash. "I got your money back, but he got away." "Thank you, Detective. Thank you so much." "I'm not the detective." "He is." She pointed at Liam. "Sorry, I thought you two were the detective team. They always work in pairs." Ivy chuckled. "You watch too much TV." "But we are indeed a team today, Mr. Marsh." Liam gestured at her. "Ms. Javernick is the expert police consultant." Mr. March grinned. "You'll need a lot of experts for this case. You know, you never hear a peep from the Marigold cottage, and the next thing you know, there's a supernatural murder inside." Ivy arched an eyebrow. "Excuse me?" "Oh, sorry, I assumed you—" Liam reached out to shake hands with Mr. Marsh. "Thank you for your help today. I haven't yet informed Ms. Javernick about the case." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and guided her away. In a few seconds, they were clear of the general store crowd. "You can take your arm off my shoulders now, Liam. And if you don't have a good explanation for what's going on, I'm going to hurt you. You didn't say anything about a supernatural murder when you called me." "I didn't want you to say no, Ivy. I know you don't take supernatural clients, but you know the supernaturals. And it would be a great help to me if you could take a look. I want this case, but I might have bitten off more than I can chew. When my boss asked if I needed a partner on this case, I said no. I'm coming up for a promotion opportunity, and it's not good for me to share a caseload." Ivy knew exactly what was going on, but more importantly, she knew she didn't have a poker face, so she had to continue to play dumb. Nathan, her business partner, needed her to clear Clara Thompson's death of supernatural causes and from light source. She had asked the cleaner who discovered the body to leave Liam an anonymous tip about the death, with enough clues to suggest that there might be some unexplained phenomena involved. She was the only expert advisor Liam had when it came to supernatural matters, so she knew he would call her and ask for her help, and she would graciously accept. She jabbed a finger into his chest. "You owe me one." "Yes, ma'am." Calling the Marigold a cottage was a misnomer. The gigantic 6-bedroom house was built into the slope of a secluded hillside. It took a good 5 minutes to reach the door from the fence via a white gravel path that cascaded down the hill alongside a manicured garden. Without the police presence, this would have been a tranquil heaven on earth. As they walked past the yellow police tape around the scene, Liam touched her shoulder lightly. "I scanned the scene of the crime before going to the general store to survey for information. Officers aren't allowed inside the tape right now, but the crime lab will be here soon. What's inside is quite disturbing. Are you okay with going in?" "I've seen dead bodies before, Liam." "I swear to you, not like this." She looked into his soft green eyes. She knew he genuinely cared about her. He had no idea how many horrific deaths she had witnessed in the supernatural world. He didn't know she had been trained in martial arts and dark magic rituals even before she could walk and talk. She'd grown up alongside the mages. She didn't have a choice. But Liam had a choice to be involved in the supernatural world or not. and she was determined to keep her very few human friends clear of the supernatural. She smiled at him. "I'm sure I can handle it." "You won't be traumatized?" "Only one way to find out. But if you're worried about it, why did you ask me to come in the first place?" "I don't have a choice, have no other contacts, need this case solved, and have full confidence in Ivy." "Is that what you were going to say?" "Yes, ma'am." He shook his head and gestured toward the bedroom wing. Death by supernatural force was always violent. But Liam was right. No human would have seen anything like this before. Clara Thompson floated a foot above a luxurious king-size bed. Her dead eyes were open, filled with the horror of the last thing she'd seen before death. It hadn't been a peaceful death, but there was no sign of a struggle. The handle of a dagger protruded from her heart. Blood had spilled onto her red silk dress and dripped to the bed below. Her hand rested on the hilt of the dagger. Her neck was savaged with bite marks, the jugular on her left side torn open. Ivy stood at the edge of the bed and leaned in slightly to see the bite marks more clearly. She tried to catch the scent of the bites because they were the only physical traces left on the body. The body dropped to the bed as if the force holding it up had suddenly let go. Ivy jerked back. "I didn't touch it." "I know, Ivy." Liam leaned forward to get a better look at the part of the dagger not obscured by Clara's hand still clinging to it. "At least this scene will be easier for you to explain to the crime lab when they get here. I can't imagine what they'd say if they saw a floating dead body." "So, what do you think?" Ivy considered how to respond to that. Nathan wanted her here to steer the investigation away from supernatural causes. However, she had manipulated her way into this crime scene, expecting that this was not a crime committed by a sick and twisted human criminal, but rather the work of the darkest kind of magic of a supernatural killer. Addressing her lack of response, Liam rolled up on the balls of his feet. "My naked human eyes tell me that she didn't kill herself, even though her hand is on the hilt of the dagger. She frequently used this room when she stayed here. Her journal on the desk suggests that she's left-handed, but the angle of the knife doesn't fit with a left-handed person." He's good, Ivy thought to herself, given he couldn't see what she saw. The scent from the bite wounds was strong, as if something were trying to turn Clara into a supernatural with the bites. But why would something bite her to turn her and then kill her with a dagger? "Ivy?" She cleared her throat. "I've seen the carving on the dagger before. I'll dig around for information on that if you like." "Of course, please. Can I snap a picture?" "Go for it." She used her cell phone to take a picture of the hilt of the dagger, although she didn't really need to do so. Not because she had a photographic memory, but because the dagger wasn't the main clue. The bite marks were. And she hadn't decided how to break the news to Liam, or if she would. "So, this is obviously a supernatural gig, right?" She hated to do this to Liam, but she needed to bide time. "It's inconclusive. Someone with extensive knowledge about the supernatural world could have staged this. And if we fall for it, then we might be running in the wrong direction." "Fair enough. What do you need to draw a final conclusion about supernatural involvement?" "I'll start with the dagger." "What about the bite marks? Can you tell what kind they are?" "Your crime lab will process that. You can see with your human eyes that they're fang marks. When we determine what kind of fangs, human or animal, we can build on that." She hadn't lied. Because of the severity of the bites, she couldn't tell if they were vampire bites, wolf bites, or something else. But the type of supernatural bites wasn't what was important. The intention behind the bites was the key. And no human crime lab was going to be able to figure that out. She approached the desk where Clara's journal was opened. "Was the journal open like this when you came in here?" Liam chuckled. "Oh, no. It would be an obvious setup if that were the case. Please don't judge me when I tell you this. I was just doing my job." I went through Clara's night bag and found the journal. Ivy smiled. "No judgment. We're just doing our jobs." She touched the lock on the leather cover. "I couldn't find the key, so I had to pick the lock because I wanted to see what was inside before the crime lab got here. Ivy chuckled. I'm not judging you at all, Liam. She flipped through a few pages. She wasn't reading the words, but trying to catch the scent of anything other than the perfume coming from the expensive paper. A photo was glued to one of the pages, surrounded by a floral frame and hand-drawn hearts. She'd seen the man in the photo before. It was Mr. Tall Blue Eyes, the man she had met outside Little Bean this morning. The picture didn't do him justice. The eyes in the picture weren't as striking as his eyes in real life, and the photo didn't reflect how tall he was or the dark, angelic face he had. It definitely couldn't reflect that a body that God created when he was in a very good mood lay hidden underneath his expensive European suit. Liam peeked at the picture from behind her. That's Killian LeBlanc. Who? Ivy, do you even live on Earth, let alone Australia? The LeBlancs are one of the richest and most elite families in our current society. Let's see if he claims my dry cleaning offer, she muttered absently. Huh? Oh, I was just thinking that dry cleaning the suit he's wearing would cost a week of my salary. Liam chuckled. Well, we aren't so unfortunate to have to pay for that. Nah, she snorted. What kind of business are he and his family in? Technology and pharmaceuticals. But that's just a facade. I'm sure you know that. Only insiders see the real deal. She pointed to the page. Given how many hearts she gave him, I'd say she was head over heels for this guy. As soon as she brushed her fingers on the text on the page, a force struck her, making her stagger back several steps. It was like being hit by lightning. Ivy! Ivy! At first, Liam's voice echoed from the darkness, but then things became clear again. She found herself on her knees next to the bed. I told you this scene would be too much for you. She shook her head, stood, and regained her footing. I'm just hungry. I'm fine now. Liam narrowed his eyes, but before he said anything further, the crime lab arrived at the door and donned their lab gear. I guess you have to be here with them, Liam. I'll go get something to eat. Then I'll do some digging. Can I call you tonight? Are you sure? I'm sure, she said as she walked out. There's nothing good food won't fix. She rushed out to the sidewalk and pulled out her cell phone to call Nathan. He picked up on the first ring. It's not good news, I'm afraid. This death was caused by the supernatural. There's no way to lie about it to the client. The rumbling about dark magic returning to the city? I can confirm that it's no longer a rumor. Chapter 3. The last bar of battery life on Ivy's cell phone blinked and then died in front of her. She looked at the shop's assistant at the checkout who was holding the grocery bag, waiting for Ivy to scan the payment on her cell phone. Ivy grinned. Sorry, my phone just died on me, but I've got cash. People don't use cash much these days. But I'm old school. She reached for her wallet in the back pocket of her jeans. Son of a bitch! The thief she had done a favor for and let go this afternoon must have taken off with her wallet. She didn't know what embarrassed her more, the fact that she let him steal from her, or that she didn't have the means to feed Pixie now after picking her up at the dog school. I'm sorry. I must have dropped my wallet somewhere. She left the store, grabbed the leash, and led Pixie away on the sidewalk. I'll get you some food, Pixie. Don't give me those puppy eyes. That was lame. Pixie wasn't giving her puppy eyes for lack of food. Ivy was just annoyed at herself. She needed to go to Light Source to talk to Nathan, and it was too late to go to a bank for some cash. She didn't have any ID on her to show the bank anyway. She made a mental note to give the thief more than bruises the next time she met him, if she ever saw him again. Light Source was only a block away from the grocery store. It didn't take her long to get there, with Pixie happily trotting along by her side. The high-rise was lit up. She loved the sight of the building at night. She liked to look down at the city from the Light Source windows on level 27. Hi, Pete, she said, and waved at the building's night shift receptionist. Hi, Ivy, working late again? I don't have much of a choice. She used the leash to signal Pixie to approach Pete. Pixie went over and gave Pete a paw shake in front of a sign that read, No pets allowed in the building. Pete rubbed Pixie behind her ears. Good dog. Then he motioned Ivy and Pixie toward the elevator bank. This wasn't the first time she had brought Pixie to this building. She knew the nighttime shift workers, and she knew who loved pets. It didn't matter what the rules said. Be careful, Ivy. Pete leaned forward, watching her as she waited for the elevator. Careful of what? She had let the thief take her last dollar. Her phone was so out of date that the battery never lasted longer than her breakfast. And she was bringing her business partner news he didn't want to hear. Her night couldn't get any worse. Lots of things have been happening around here lately. He locked eyes with her. This will financially end LightSource. This is a centuries-old company, and you're saying one failed job could undo us? He sank deeper into his chair. I can't blame you. You're young, and you were thrown into the deep end of your family business. We are the only mage-owned security company in the region. That part I know. We're the only and the best. But it's a risky business, so surely we have insurance. Nathan chuckled. Lucky you didn't get the MBA, or we'd be arguing all night. Yes, we do everything by the books. But it's an ancient rule, more like a tradition in this line of work, that we can't insure against our strongest value. We protect clients against supernatural death. That's why we can't insure against it. She nodded. Like if you're selling burgers, you can't insure against your ability to make the burgers. But you can protect your business against any other sources of risks. Nathan shrugged. There has to be a precedent. You can't say we haven't had a single incident where we failed to protect the client in hundreds of years in operation. I didn't say that, Ivy. She paced the floor. I don't understand. If it has happened before, why can't we do what has been done before in a similar situation? Let's just say there are two options, but only one that is palatable for me, and that's to compensate the client. Trust me, if I can't tolerate the other option, you won't be able to. But we don't have the money to compensate the client without going into bankruptcy. You said that. He pulled out a stack of books from the filing cabinet and put it on his shiny desk. It scales by the size of the client's account. The Thompsons are not only our biggest client, but they also pay for our whole package of services, ranging from security to delivery. So yes, compensating the Thompsons will finish our company financially. We can always declare bankruptcy, wait until the penalty period is over, and then restart the company. She stared out of the 27th floor window down to the vibrant city of Melbourne. People went about their business. Her family had lived here for centuries, serving and protecting clients in this region. It could all end with her. As a matter of principle, a break from the business was not an option. But what choice did she have? If you want to help out, there's a solution. She turned and stared at Nathan. Go on, hit me. He pushed a folder toward her on the desktop. This new client specifically requested your service. She narrowed her eyes. I take all clients except supernaturals and immoral humans. Which one of those is this client? The former. The job is a simple, short-term contract, but the money will solve the financial problems we have this year. What's the catch? There is no catch. The client needs your tracking ability. It's a search and locate job. You don't even have to deliver. What's the object I'm searching for? A potion in the Northern National Park. Mage territory. Sounds too good to be true. I mean, tracking is what I do. There has to be a catch. Nathan braced his elbows on the arms of his chair. It is that good of a job. The problem I have, and the reason I'm reluctant to give it to you, is the client himself. He's a shifter. A werewolf, to be precise. Ah, and I thought it was just my family who's against the wolves. Nathan chuckled. I wish I didn't have to hear the do not work with werewolves discussion at every family gathering. She traced her fingertips along the polished wood panels of the desk. I'm sure I can make an exception to work with the shapeshifter. It's a bit of a pain for me, but minimal effort to solve such a large problem for us. Nathan flipped open the folder. There it was, inside the folder. Déjà vu. Killian LeBlanc. She didn't realize she had said it out loud. I didn't know you followed business news. Trust me, I don't. But I've seen this face 3 times today. Once at a cafe in the morning. Now that I think about it, he might have been stalking me at the cafe, and that's not cool. The second time I saw him, or rather, his picture, was in Clara's journal. It seemed like she thought of him as more than a college crush. Not that I know they went to college together, or even went to college at all. Unlike us commoners, the rich and privileged would have had their own private school. So I might have to pass on this one. And why am I speaking nonsense? You're nervous? Why would I be? She shuddered, remembering the shock she felt when she touched the page in Clara's journal. She had no way to tell if the shock had come from the picture, the words, the ink, or the journal itself. So, you're not going to take the job? I better not. He closed the folder and pushed it closer to her. Look, he said, why don't you take this with you and think about it? She jerked back when he pushed the folder too close to her hand. She wasn't afraid of a little energy jolt, but that didn't mean she liked it. She didn't have to tell Nathan about how her protective spell had snapped when he approached her that morning, or how the paper with his picture on it almost zapped her brains out. Nathan didn't need to know those incidents because that would lead to her family's secrets. Chapter 4. Blue fire shot out from his fingertips. The scorching heat dispersed through his palms. Killian pushed up to his feet, stepped back several steps, and watched the armchair he had been sitting on burst into flames like a wood log in a well-built fire. The chair soon crumbled to the polished floor, and in a few seconds it turned into a pile of gray ash. It wasn't a real fire. There were no flames because of the risk of burning his house down. But if the house had to be burned to the ground for his problem to be solved, it would be well worth it. He had to contain his urge to shift, and that control had converted the energy into heat. Holy fucking cow, Luca said from behind him. Killian turned and looked at his friend standing in the arched doorway leading into the room, staring at the ash on the floor with admiration. Luca was a demon and had likely seen a lot of hellfire. For him to admire the unintentional pretend wolf fire, it must have been impressive. Those 3 words don't belong in the same sentence, Luca. How about that's hot, literally? Are you practicing new skills to replace your shifting ability? Killian narrowed his eyes. I'm a shifter. I have no intention of replacing that ability. Noted. Luca sauntered into the room, tested a leather chair for its temperature with his fingertips, and then sat down. I'm not going to set that chair on fire when you're sitting on it if that's what you're worried about. Luca chuckled. Can never be too careful. I only have one ass. Can't let you burn it. Killian switched off the computer monitor. I'll have to ask the lab to come up with a solution for me. The database I have access to didn't yield any good results. Right, so I'm guessing your encounter with Ivy Javernick this morning didn't go well? I wasted my time and effort then. Killian grabbed a decanter and 2 crystal glasses. He placed the glasses on the dark wooden table and started pouring. Never early enough in the day for good whiskey. Luca picked up the glass, swirled the amber liquid once, and took a taste. Killian sipped his. He wasn't a fan of the drink, but Luca liked it, so he always kept some in the house when he came around. Killian looked out at the manicured garden, beautifully lit at dusk. His villa in Toorak, one of the most exclusive postcodes in Melbourne, was surrounded by a high fence. He liked his privacy and didn't like anyone peeking into his properties. Thus, the only view he had from his villa was the well-maintained garden. The riverside, the botanical gardens, and the harbor where the best views were reserved for public access. It didn't matter how much money he had. He couldn't buy what belonged to the common humans. But Killian respected their rights since he lived among them and on their land. I don't understand whiskey, just like the way I couldn't read Ivy Javernick this morning. The whiskey didn't help soothe his annoyance at himself. He hadn't heard Luca coming in, either because he was concentrating too hard on the task at hand, or his wolf sense had deteriorated because he hadn't shifted and run for more than a full moon. He didn't like either explanation. He was the current alpha of his pack. He couldn't make sloppy mistakes or show any sign of weakness. Otherwise, he couldn't continue his term, let alone compete for a permanent position in the upcoming contest. Luca chuckled. You don't have to understand whiskey to enjoy it, and you don't have to understand Ivy to use her service. I can see she's skilled, but I don't think she's suited for the job. She did have the tarot cards with her, and like you said, they were blank. meaning you have to accept whatever she says because you can't see anything on the cards. What if it's all a hoax? You're overanalyzing, Killian. You know you need the potion. You can't afford to go another full moon without shifting. Your pack will figure that out, and you'll be in very deep shit. What can stop Ivy or Light Source from selling the information if I tell them why I need the potion? Then don't tell them. You're the client. You set the terms of service. You can choose to reveal as much or as little information as you please. Killian poured a second glass of the whiskey he didn't like. That might work for any other security company, but not for Light Source. It's not just a potion I'm after, and you know that. Yes, it's cursed by mage magic, so what? Light Source is predominantly owned and operated by mages. Oh, I didn't know that. Now you do. They don't advertise the mage ownership, just like I don't promote how my pack runs the human-facing aspect of my business. But it's not a good start to our business relationship to withhold information from them, and doing so also minimizes the chance of them finding the right potion. Fair enough. I'm no expert, but I assume the potion containing mage magic is very different from those made by other sources of witchcraft or sorcery. So trust is the main issue you have with Light Source. Luca stood to get more liquor. Yes, there's that. Sorry, what? That Ivy, I couldn't put a finger on her. Metaphorically, of course. I'm usually good at reading people. She's just rough around the edges. When I saw her, she was beating a guy up. Then when I came into the cafe to give her the tarot cards, she stumbled around, knocking the waiter over and poured coffee all over me. There, he said, and pointed at the suit jacket lying on the reading chair. See my jacket? Luca laughed. Sounds like love at first sight. Killian rolled his eyes. Yes, just how I like the love of my life. Thank God she isn't my mate. And then she offered to pay for my dry cleaning. Are you serious? She obviously didn't know how much your suit cost. It's not about the money. It was just so odd what she was doing. She punched the guy black and blue because of some kind of dispute in the cafe she wanted him to apologize for. Then she wrote on her business card that she would pay for my dry cleaning. I mean, she operates one of the largest security agencies in the region. Wouldn't she have more important things to do than doing that? Luca picked up Killian's jacket and pulled the business card out of the pocket. Killian, to be honest, I think you're a bit out of touch with reality. I mean, she's a mage and all, but the truth is, the majority of humans and supernaturals live ordinary lives and do ordinary things, like working for paychecks, cooking, eating, cleaning. What you do is weird for a lot of people. I do business, I pay taxes. What's weird about that? Okay, let's work on this. If I call this number and ask Ivy to pay for your dry cleaning, even if it costs her a week of her wages, she'll pay it. That's just not something an ordinary person would do. It's a sign of a good person doing good business and keeping her promises. That's all you need from her to do this job, to be discreet with your information, to keep her promises, and deliver the goods. Nothing fancy. Do you want to bet that she does those things? I don't bet on such things. Okay, Mr. I don't do ordinary things. I'll call her, and I'll make the arrangements. You don't even have to deal with her, okay? No, don't, Luca. Why are you doing this? Why help me with this? I didn't ask you to. Luca stopped pulling out his cell phone and stared at him. You're questioning my motives, Killian? Killian went for his third whiskey. Luca put the card down on the desk and backed away. I'm doing it because although I'm a disgraced demon, I have my codes. When my group cast me out and you saved my life, I swore my loyalty to you. I thought we had a friendship, but turns out you treat it as a fair trade. That's okay. You'll always have my loyalty. Call me when you need me. Luca started to walk out. I'll call. Killian looked at his demon friend over the rim of his whiskey glass. Luca stopped and turned around. If you're uncomfortable with Ivy, we'll find someone else. There's no one else who can help with this particular task in such a tight time frame, and you know that. And yes, I'll need your demon experience to help with business matters, and I need your help as a friend. A ghost of a smile appeared on Luca's mouth. All right, I'll see what I can do. So you're going to call her, or should I? I'll call. Killian set his glass on the desk. Luca walked with a broom over to the pile of ash on the floor and started cleaning it up. Remember, Killian, you don't have to tell her you need the potion to undo a curse from a mage. I know, just that it's a potion cursed by a mage. Yep, and don't promote the fact that you can't shift either. They don't need that info to find the potion, right? Luca! Killian pointed to his phone to let his friend know he was calling, and Ivy could pick up at any second. Luca nodded and kept quiet. Killian's eyes shifted toward the window, looking out to the garden. A twig snapped. He ended the call. Someone is here. But he didn't know what had just stepped on the branch. Something was masking his senses, preventing him from catching the scent. Luca dropped the broom and darted toward the window. He flew through the window, shattering the glass. Figuring it would take too much time to join in the chase via the door, Killian jumped through the window to follow his friend. At the far end of the fence, a shadow hopped up and down over small shrubs. Killian knew it wasn't the shrubs it was avoiding, but the traps he had set in those shrubs. The thing knew his garden. Whatever it was, it had heard the conversation with Luca. He couldn't let that information get outside this garden. Luca was close to the shadow. They ran parallel on either side of a bank of flowering shrubs. Killian cursed his inability to shift. The movement of the human body was too ridiculously slow for his liking. The dim light reflected on a pair of shiny horns. Luca had shifted. In a flash, he jumped over to the other side of the shrub and had a creature with a human shape crushed under his demon knee. Who sent you? Luca's voice rumbled low and hollow in his demon form. Killian rushed over. He was still a few feet away, but he saw a shiny reflection on the body of the creature. It was a blade the length of his forearm. In his human form, Killian was one of the best with weapons. Admittedly, weapons gave him a lot of advantages over his werewolf teeth. His pack always found his fondness for weapons repulsive, and a denial of the werewolf tradition of a fair fight. But the truth was, the most important goal he always kept in mind in a fight was survival. Win first, talk later, and thus, in all cases, he opted for weapons. Killian pulled a folded knife from his ankle boot and threw it at the shadowy creature. If it had a head, that was where the knife was heading. The sound of the knife penetrating a skull satisfied his primal need to kill, given he hadn't shifted for a while. Luca stood and shifted back to his human form. I could have gotten information out of him. Then he saw the blade drop from its arm. Oh, thanks for the catch. You're welcome. Killian squatted down to examine the body. On the ground was a half-shifted werewolf, as if the body was confused and didn't know whether it should die in human form or wolf form. Do you know which pack it comes from? Luca kicked at the wolf's left leg, then the human's right leg to make sure the half-shifted thing was really dead. I don't think it's a genuine werewolf. You mean it's a fake one? More like a wannabe. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to run around with a blade. It does have masking magic that works on the supernatural, though. I don't think you missed the sign. I think it focused its masking efforts on you, and it forgot me. Fair enough. Poor judgment on his part, wannabe wolf. A faint snap came from the other end of the garden. Killian turned to look as the shadow of another creature jumped over the fence from the ordinary human world on the other side. More than anyone, Killian would know that professional supernatural mercenaries in large, organized groups would never go on a job without a partner. It hurt us, Killian. There's nothing we can do right now. We'll deal with it when it comes back to us. Chapter 5. Blank. It was the first time ever that the magical tarot cards stared at her blankly. You can't be serious. Ivy spread the cards again on the dashboard of her Mini Cooper and pulled a card. It was blank, again, not a whit of information. On the passenger seat, Pixie gave her the doe eyes again, punctuated by a little moan. They parked in the small alley 15 feet away from Nina's place. All Pixie needed was Ivy's permission to go. People might not believe it, but Pixie could open the car door herself and make her way to the house. She would use the cat's entry to go into the house, open the cabinet door, and help herself to the cat's favorite snacks. Ivy knew Pixie preferred dog food, but Pixie enjoyed pissing the cat off more. Despite all her abilities, one thing Pixie had learned well when living with Ivy was to never, ever move without Ivy's permission. Ivy sighed. Off you go. That was it. Her dog fled like a traitor. She'd deal with the suddenly gone blank tarot card matter later. For now, she needed Nina, and she had to talk to her before Nina went to class today at the university. She tucked the cards in her pocket, carefully grabbed the folder Nathan had given her last night, and approached the house from the front. As she pushed open the door of the small townhouse in South Melbourne, the smell of freshly made bread greeted her. Nina sat on the couch in the small living room, her feet, which were covered in comfortable pink, around the house socks, resting on the coffee table. A smile crossed her exquisite foxy face. "Welcome to my humble little hut. Would you like a slice of homemade banana bread?" Ivy grinned and sat down on the one-seater across the coffee table. "I have a better offer for you." She pulled out a container, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it toward Nina. Belgian waffle. Triple stack, topped with chocolate sauce, fairy sugar dust, trifle, honey, and cinnamon. Bought from Flinders Lane's notoriously famous waffle lords. Nina's eyes narrowed. "What's the demon deed you need me to sign?" "No need to sign anything. I just need love, support, and expertise from my little sister." Nina grabbed the box. "You've got all my love and support, that and more. As for expertise, it depends. I'm pretty good at what I do, but that's about it. If you ask me to do anything beyond my areas of expertise, you might as well ask Simba to do it for you." Ivy glanced at the British short-hair cat sitting on her cot, observing Ivy since she'd stepped inside the house. "Make sure he doesn't hurt my Pixie. He's looking pretty grumpy right now." "Nah, he can have my banana bread. If he can't protect his food from a puppy, there's nothing I can do to help him." "What do you need, Ivy?" "I need this before you go to uni today. Do you have time?" "I don't have class until the afternoon, but then I'll have to stay late. So for now, yes, I have time. I'll do anything for waffles." "A couple of things. I'm helping Liam with a case." I snapped a picture of a dagger. "You know a lot about symbolism. If you can look this up for me, it would be a great help. That's a priority. The other thing I need your help with is a case Nathan wants me to take for LightSource. I need to look up the client's profile. That's a priority for LightSource." Nina swallowed the last bit of the waffle. "I like Liam, but LightSource is our family business. That comes first. Here." Ivy put the folder on the table and pushed it toward Nina. Nina flipped the folder open the way Nathan had last night. "Killian LeBlanc is your client? You follow business news? Not just business news. Any news. I mean, the LeBlanc business is everywhere in Melbourne. How did you get your Mini Cooper?" "I got the car I can hardly fit inside at a showroom sale you told me about. That car was the last one on offer. Yeah, that showroom was taken over by the LeBlanc industry because they're going to build a new lab for us there. By us, I mean the students who won the sponsorship of the company. Anyway, LeBlanc Industries is funding a lab at the university, and I'm in one of the student groups. We won the sponsorship last year. And Killian is managing your student project?" Nina rolled her eyes. "I wish. He's the head of LeBlanc Industries, so he's our money guy." Nina went to her tiny desk in a corner of the room. Ivy didn't know how Nina did it, but with just a couple of taps on her computer keyboard, several browsers opened on the screen at the same time. "I've never met Killian in person, but every girl in the group has a crush on him. But not you, right, Nina?" A picture of Killian appeared on the computer screen. "I think I've just joined Killian's fan club," Nina purred. On the screen next to Killian's picture, his profile appeared. Killian LeBlanc, black hair, blue eyes, 6 feet 4 inches. Australian-British dual citizenship, CEO of LeBlanc Industries. His image stared back at Ivy from the screen. He was ridiculously handsome, masculine face, the slash of cheekbones, sculpted mouth. Her encounter with him yesterday was brief, and she had been preoccupied with too many things, so she hadn't noticed his eyes. Well, She'd noticed, but not to the extent they deserved. Saying he had blue eyes was misleading because the word was much too simple for the intense color and power in them. Pity. He's a shapeshifter. Nina's eyebrow quirked up. Yeah, duh, we all know the LeBlancs are the strongest pack in the region. If he's the head of that group, there's a huge chance he's a werewolf. Like when you work for Light Source, there is a significant possibility that you're a mage. Ivy tried to smile, but she had a feeling her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Even her sister wasn't allowed to know Ivy wasn't a mage because she was adopted. I guess so. What exactly do you want me to search for? You've got Killian's profile. It's a human-facing profile, of course. To get the supernatural profile, I'll need to go through another layer. What do you mean by that? It's equivalent to hacking. No, don't do that, Nina. Is there a way to find out the kind of supernatural business he's involved in? Nina pointed at the computer. Yeah, hacking. No, I mean, that's illegal and dangerous, isn't it? Legal is a human term, not applicable in this case. As for dangerous, that's the middle name in our family. I don't want you to get involved in this. Okay, if I just use my ordinary human judgment, I think he's a good man. LeBlanc Industries invests a lot in health and medical science. They funded a lot of successful cancer cure kinds of projects. Even if it was just for a human facade, they didn't have to fund medical research. What kind of activities are you worried he's involved in, and what kind of job does he need Light Source's service for? It doesn't sound complicated. He just wants to search for and locate a potion. It's all in there. She pointed at the folder. You haven't read the file, have you? Ivy shook her head. When I ran into him... Wait, you met Killian in person? Yes, and now that I think about it, it was more like he was stalking me. He wanted Light Source to take him as a client, so he scoped me out. When I saw him in the morning, it was as if a protective spell I didn't know I had snapped. And when I touched his picture in the afternoon, something zapped my brains out. That's why you were holding the folder like the cat peed on it. Maybe. That doesn't make sense. If his wolf energy has anything against your mage energy, it wouldn't snap your protective spell. Protective spells are very specific. You know that, right? Yes, that's what I'm worried about. If the spell was meant to protect me against werewolves, it means I can't take him on as a client. But if it's just a search and locate job, can you do it without direct contact with him? I assume so. Out of the blue, Simba jumped off of her cot, hissing and slapping at the doorway from the kitchen. Hey, Nina said as she rushed over. Ivy followed. Pixie stood, looking smug, and let out a low growl at Simba. Simba had continued slapping the air up to this point, but then he jumped up and scratched Pixie on the nose. Nina grabbed Simba. Pixie charged at the cat. Ivy tried to catch Pixie in midair, but the force and the momentum of her body flying forward made Ivy stagger backward. She hadn't thought the husky puppy was so strong. She tripped on the carpet, stumbled, and fell onto the coffee table. Her palm pressed against the paper inside the opened folder. The air in the room came to a standstill as she looked down at her palm. The contact didn't jolt her. She looked at her hand and then rubbed her hand on the paper again, even on Killian's picture. Nothing happened. Nina grinned. See, he's a good guy, I told you. So why did my protective spell snap yesterday morning? Ivy turned and looked at Nina. What if it wasn't Killian but someone nearby who made the spell snap? Killian didn't drive the car. There was a chauffeur. Maybe it was him. It's not the information about him or the picture in Clara's journal that jolted me. It could be anything, even the journal. The journal is the most logical conclusion, because I didn't have any reaction until I touched it. Nina gestured widely. See, your problems are always solved to your satisfaction when you seek my assistance. I think I can help him. I think I can take this case after all. She pulled out her newly charged cell phone to call Nathan. He would be pleased with this good news. A wave of relief washed over her. Ivy smiled to herself. Could it be because this was the first supernatural case she had taken? or because she was happy to be working with Killian. She gave herself a mental slap for coming close to joining Killian's fan club. She was a professional. She had to keep in mind at all times the advice from her mentor: do not trust the werewolves. Her mentor. She stopped in her tracks. Her mentor was her adopted father, Patrick Javernick. She hadn't consulted with him in a while. Maybe she should talk with him before taking on this case, because it was against everything he had taught her. She dropped the call to Nathan before he picked up. Father wasn't someone she could call with her cell phone. He lived in a secluded area of the mountains guarded by mage magic. She could ask him for a summoning. If he agreed, then his magic would let her in. He wasn't here, but that didn't mean he wasn't watching what she was doing. Messing with one of the highest ranked in the mage societies wasn't an activity that would end well, not even for her, his adopted daughter. She absently touched the necklace she had worn since she was a child, a long silver chain with a small charm affixed to it, a silver heart. Sometimes the simplicity of the necklace pained her. It was the only item her biological mother had left her, a simple silver heart. She felt a strange sensation in her chest. It was like a wave of electric shock that moved from her chest to her brain. She was drowning in an ocean of conflicting thoughts and images. Dark places, castles, stone walls, pools of black liquid on cobblestones. But it wasn't just any liquid. It was blood, then a polished floor, marble, shiny gold, silver. A rumbling sound in the air came from somewhere in the distance. She took her hand off the silver heart. She whirled around as her vision dimmed by the second. Somewhere in her mind, she heard a female voice telling her something she couldn't understand. Either she didn't understand the language, or her brain refused to work and make sense of dialogue. Somewhere in the distance, Nina called for her. She didn't understand Nina's words either. Then her world went totally black. Chapter 6. Ivy opened her eyes and found herself staring at Pixie's wet nose. "You're not exactly light, Pixie. Get off me, please." Ivy regained her bearings quickly. She was lying on the couch in Nina's living room, looking up at a white ceiling. Why did I black out? Even when she copped a hard punch in the head in the championship final, it didn't knock her out, and her return punch sent her opponent to the ground in one fell swoop. As she sat up, Nina stepped out of the kitchen with a large mug in her hand. "There you are. How are you feeling?" 200%. How long have I been out?" "I'd say 10, 15 at the most. I called Mom." Ivy sighed. "Sure you did. She'll be here soon, I guess." Nina put the mug on the table. "Your favorite hot chocolate. It's not your daytime routine, but I figured you wouldn't want tea. Maybe not for the next 99 years. Want to tell me what happened?" Ivy reached for the steamy mug of her favorite rich, dark hot chocolate and nodded a thank you to Nina. The smooth, delicious, bittersweet aftertaste of her first sip of hot chocolate settled in her stomach, and she put the mug down. "I was hungry." "That's a lame explanation." "I know, but it's the only one I have now. You didn't panic. You didn't call an ambulance. You called Mom, so what was your theory?" Nina leaned back in her chair and rested her pink-socked feet on the coffee table. "If I had any magic, I would have scanned you, but I could tell something was controlling you. Someone or something put you in some kind of a trance. Do you remember anything?" "Yeah, a female voice, but I couldn't make any sense out of what she said." Ivy pulled out her deck of tarot cards, shuffled them, and pulled one out. "You'd better not be blank." Nina chuckled. "They're always blank to me and the rest of the world. They're never silent to you, though." "I know, but they just played a trick on me." The card in front of her was blank, but then it flickered. Gradually, the 9 of Wands image appeared. Magic, wonderment, comfort, guidance. That was the story she was reading now from the card. As she leaned over to pick up the cup of hot chocolate from the coffee table, the heart charm on her necklace shifted slightly, and the cool silver gently touched her skin. She looked down at her chest and pulled out the necklace from under her shirt. She remembered the effect it had when she touched it before, even over the fabric of her shirt. Now the charm winked up at her like an innocent piece of jewelry. What's with Mom's birthday present? Ivy traced the edge of the heart shape with her fingers. I think I touched it, and then I passed out. So the female voice you heard was Mom's? Like when she was chanting or doing her magic stuff and used some kind of magic code you don't know? No, I don't think so. It wasn't her voice, and it wasn't spell chanting I heard. I'll have to talk to Father. Do you really have to? Last time you were sick for a week after seeing him. Ivy stood. That was my fault. I should have respected the rituals. Anyway, you know he can make me sick even if I don't go to see him, right? Nina's eyes gleamed with tears. I know you're taking the weight for me. Thank you. Ivy put her jacket back on. Don't mention it. You're my little sister. If I can't take care of you, what the heck can I do? I'll keep you out of magic and the family business for as long as I can. It will come to you at some point, but let's push that point as far into the future as possible. What will I tell Mom when she comes? Tell her I'll be back in a few hours, and don't say anything about the charm. Nina didn't know Ivy was adopted, so she didn't need to know their mother had secretly given Ivy the necklace as something to remember her biological mother by. The stretch of woodland and red soil in the Northern National Park was sacred land for the mage societies. What Ivy found distasteful about the mage societies in this region was that their pecking order was backward, power-driven, and individualist in nature. They'd kill to get to the top, and once there, they didn't protect their supporters. The only reason one would join the society was the confidence they could rise to the top, and that was the case with Patrick Javernick, her adoptive father. It took 20 minutes to get up the hillside where Patrick's grotto, built into the solid red rocks, looked down to the gorge below. The path was tricky and dangerous because it snaked outside the curve of the hill above the gorge, but had no safety rail or track marks. One misstep and her body would meet the hard rocks below. The path wasn't built for tourists, and Patrick had no intention of accepting random visitors. Father. Ivy didn't need to announce her entry, but she did anyway. It was more to remind herself she was here, in the grotto of one of the most powerful and dangerous mages in the region. She had not accepted being turned into a mage by him. She was his adopted daughter, his protege, his whatever. But she would not let him turn her into a mage. Did that mean she'd have to work harder to represent him and their family in the society and maintain their facade? Yes, 100 times harder. But once converted, there was no way back. That was the one principle Ivy had learned from growing up among the mages. Hell, she didn't even know from where she got that piece of wisdom, but she clung to it ruthlessly. She waited at the entrance of the grotto. Soon Patrick appeared in a far corner. She swore he looked younger than when she had seen him a few months ago. She didn't know his real age, but he used to look like he was in his 60s. Now he looked 50. Maybe the next time she saw him, he'd look like her brother. Ivy shuddered, thinking about the sort of dark magic he was conjuring in the grotto. Ivy, he said, approaching her but then stopping and remaining a few feet away from her. You look troubled. I am troubled, Father. There's a rumor that dark magic has returned to the city. I don't know what kind, but it kills both humans and supernaturals, and it killed one of Lightsource's clients. Patrick frowned. Ivy knew he'd take that as a challenge. Patrick loved challenges, and he loved winning them. You didn't recognize it. That means it's not mage magic. That's right, Father. The kills didn't come from mage magic. I understand that another kind killing our client could be seen as a war declaration on the Mage Society, but it is a war declaration. There's no other way to interpret it, and if you were a real mage, you would have known what attacked us. I'm not a mage, Father. That hasn't changed and will not change. But I don't need to be a mage to fulfill my duties. The family shares in Lightsource are maintained. Our status in the mage societies is well preserved. We're well respected as a family. That's what you asked of me, and I'll continue to deliver. But this time, it's a little different. We didn't deliver on our contract with the client, and the compensation will financially break Lightsource. And not necessarily. Patrick's voice was hollow. A misstep. Holy shit. Ivy didn't make a lot of mistakes when dealing with her family's mage business, but she knew it when she did. Their reputation in business had been impeccable for a long time because whenever a client was killed by the supernatural, they chose an option other than compensation. The money was an issue, but not as big of an issue as the loss of reputation, and those who kept secrets the best were the dead. Therefore, Light Source would kill both the client's family who knew about the incident and the client's killer. However, this was an option that Nathan, regardless of how much experience he had with the mage societies, couldn't swallow. Ivy needed to change tactics because Patrick was heading in that direction, and if she said no to him, it would be direct disobedience to his orders. Nathan and I found a neat solution for this, better than all other options previously available to us. I'm listening. Think fast, Ivy. She cleared her throat. We take a short-term contract for a new client, who clearly knows we don't take supernatural clients. Because this client needs us, we can bargain for a really large sum of money that would settle us for the entire business year. That includes the compensation for the dead client's family. Nathan always handled the business's wheeling and dealing for a very good reason. Even Ivy wouldn't buy her own argument right now. I know we don't like dealing with the werewolves, Father, and I know about the killing all involved solution. You know nothing about business, Ivy. And you do? If you can run a profitable business, you wouldn't live in a cave and leave Nina to struggle with college fees. The last time she checked, Patrick couldn't read minds, but she stopped her sarcastic internal dialogue as a precaution. I don't, but Nathan does. You trust him and his family, right? Patrick sat down on a stone chair. I trust no one, Ivy, but I know Nathan is very capable. If he thinks the werewolves are fine for a short-term contract, then yes, you have my permission to do this. But this is the only exception. Well, that was a lot easier than she thought. Maybe Patrick had come to his senses and figured out that he couldn't take magic to the bank, and killing wasn't a long-term solution. Yes, Father, just this one time. Thank you for your understanding. He smiled at her. Wait, he smiled at her. That had never happened before. Not only that, it was almost a fatherly smile. What's happening? Maybe the constellation is going out of its orbit? She recalled the 9 of Wands card. Wisdom, nurture. Maybe her adoptive father was capable of fatherly love after all. Or maybe she was being too quick to jump to that conclusion. But she appreciated the smile and was willing to take whatever sign of love he was capable of offering. How's Nina? And your mom? Okay, the constellation and the entire astrology system are definitely going out of orbit now. They're both fine. He nodded. Good. What about you? I know you will never want to be a mage, but will you marry one? Or even a supernatural? Are you saying I'm getting old, Father? A smile ghosted his lips. I might be disengaged with the normal world, but I know commenting on a woman's age isn't a wise thing to do. I still remember that. Nothing magic could save me from their wrath. He smiled again, and a shade of sadness crossed his eyes. You miss Mom and Nina? Of course I do, but I'm worried about you. You will have to find a life partner sooner or later. At some point, you'll have to decide whether you want to be a supernatural. It doesn't matter whether or not you become a mage. I know, and I'll think about it. He nodded, then stood and pulled out a small dagger which he handed to her. It's beautiful. It is, isn't it? It's coated with a new magic I've just developed. I heard about the return of dark magic to the city, so I prepared this knife for you. There will be hard days ahead for you. You're dealing with the supernaturals as a human in the guise of a mage. It doesn't matter how much training I have given you, you're at a disadvantage. She traced her fingers over the blade. Apart from being very sharp, I imagine it can cut through many hard objects. What advantage does this dagger give me? It kills supernaturals. You can kill supernaturals with ordinary weapons, like killing a vampire with a silver knife. But with this dagger, all you need is a cut through the flesh, and that supernatural will be dead. Poison. He nodded. The darkest kind of magic. Death will be eternal for the supernaturals. That is, their bodies and souls will be completely wiped out of existence. However, use this dagger sparingly. Not only is it dangerous, but whenever it kills for you, it'll cost you something in the future. And we don't know what that something might be. There's no such thing as a free lunch, she said and slid the dagger into its leather sheath. Patrick chuckled. Of course there isn't. You do know a thing or two about wheeling and dealing, after all. Then she realized that the carving on the hilt of the dagger he had just given her was similar to the one on the weapon that killed Clara Thompson. Was it exactly the same, or just similar? She pulled up the picture on her phone. There was only one way to find out. What's the matter, Ivy? Oh, nothing, Father. If we're done here, I'll go back to Melbourne and tell Nathan we can take on the new client now, and I'll keep you posted. She waved goodbye and backpedaled out of the grotto. Chapter 7. A gust of wind blasted a ball of dry leaves, dust, and beach sand at Ivy's face. She got sand in her hair, eyes, and teeth when she was on the phone with Nathan just a few seconds ago. She hadn't used video call, but she could imagine his grinning face when she told him that she had her father's permission and could take Killian's job. She brushed most of the sand from her hair and her face, but some remained in her left eye. With her one good eye, she looked down the Beacon Esplanade and the road that curved along Brighton Beach, with multi-million-dollar villas on one side and the beach on the other. Two middle-aged females walked their dogs toward her on the footpath, both of them in designer sportswear. One walked a white poodle, and the other held a leash attached to the collar of a black dachshund. Neither dog looked keen about exercising on the beach. Ivy covered her sore left eye with her palm so it didn't look like she was winking at the women. Excuse me, I'm looking for number 155, but the numbers seem to jump from 153 to 163. She pointed at the villa she was standing in front of. The woman walking the poodle glanced at the house number, then back at Ivy. Oh yeah, I never noticed that before. The woman walking the dachshund cast exactly the same glance as the other woman, as if a confirmation of the obvious information was necessary. Yes, we never noticed it. Sorry, we can't help. The two continued walking. Several seconds later, they walked the dogs across the road, or, more precisely, dragged them toward the cold beach. Ivy shook her head. Are all rich people weird? To be fair, they might think she was the weird one, with one eye covered, a leather jacket and stretchy jeans with more pockets than one would normally need, chunky industrial-grade boots covered in red mountain dirt, looking for an address that didn't exist. Even if it did, they probably wouldn't want to point it out to her because she looked like she might be there to rob the place. Ivy chuckled to herself. They hadn't even seen the knife her father had given her. Otherwise, they would have picked up their dogs and run for their lives. Ivy! Liam waved at her from 50 yards away. He looked quite confident, so she guessed he had found the Thompsons' mysterious address. Liam was a knot she now had to untie. If taking Killian's job solved Light Source's immediate financial problems, she wouldn't have to get involved with Clara's case as a human murder case. But Liam was her friend. Not only had she promised him she would help, but he had also put through the paperwork to officially engage her as an expert police consultant for the case. This case was important to Liam's career, and the Thompsons were a high-profile family in the human world. Clara's death had captured the attention of the authorities. Even the police had to tread carefully with this. What happened to your eye? I got sand in it. Let me see. Liam approached to try to help her with her eye. For a moment, she felt uncomfortable. She had always liked him as a friend. They had trained together before, martial arts and shooting. Hell, they had even done a triathlon together. But the distance he was closing in on right now wasn't in her comfort zone. It's all right, she said, and took a step back. We should go in. I guess you found the mysterious address, and we're late. All right, just make sure you aren't winking at me all night. I'm not winking, she said with one eye closed. Liam shook his head. Look at you. If we don't fix this, I don't think we can go in. Let me help. Let me just rub it. That should take care of it. Excuse me, Killian's voice came from behind her. She turned around. He smiled, but his eyes were icy. I'm here in a police capacity. The words came out of her mouth before any thoughts were processed in her head. His eyebrow rose. It's good to know how police do their official work, he said, when he saw how close Liam was standing to her. His voice was calm with a lilt to it, but the tone was as sharp as a hot knife cutting through butter. Obviously, Nathan had jumped on the phone a minute ago and told him she had accepted the job. That would have given his ego a boost because he surely knew she never took supernatural clients. He was bringing a lot of money to LightSource. He was an important client, but he didn't have to be so smug. I'm the expert consultant in Clara Thompson's case. It's official, and Liam can confirm that. We're here to speak to the family about their case and see if we can do anything to assist. We're also looking for more information about her relationship with you because she talked about you a lot in her journal. I mean, a lot, like every second page. You're obviously much more than a college crush. And just so you know, I have sand in my eye right now, and I'm not winking at you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you any attitude about your official reason for being here. I merely wanted to ask for a way to enter the house. What? She squinted, her one eye looking in the direction Killian pointed. Liam nudged her elbow. Come over here, Ivy. Please proceed, Mr. LeBlanc. Sorry. Excuse me. Killian walked past them, leaving behind a masculine scent that made her stomach quiver. Holy cow, I just had uncontrollable verbal diarrhea, Liam. I'm sorry. He chuckled. Don't worry. You were just a bit jumpy. But it's a very natural reaction from women around him. You got that from the business news. Liam snorted. No, it's common knowledge. Just stay still for 1 second, will you? He traced his thumb over the lower lid of her left eye and got the grains of sand out. There, you might need some eye drops tonight. That's all right, thanks. She felt instant relief once the sand was out. She blinked a few times and let the tears wash out anything that might be left on her eyeball. Let's go inside. Liam led the way down a narrow path winding through a manicured garden. This house was behind the front villa. It appeared that the Thompsons had bought the 10 blocks behind the other villas. That was why the street numbers were missing. Why is Killian LeBlanc here? We'll soon find out, Ivy. Are we here to explain why the police can't release Clara's body for a funeral? That can be done over the phone, but I want to get a feel for this family and a sense of what Clara's relationship with them was like. If you could ask for access to her room and her things here and get a feel for them, that would be great. Understood. It was heaven inside the house. They were no longer on Earth, let alone in Australia. As soon as the glass door closed, the ambiance was shooting and isolated from the ordinary world outside. If people could generate their own air, then that was what they must have done in this house. A hallway led to the center of the house, and it looked like a contemporary art center in Paris. The glass ceiling was clear, unobtrusive, and connected with the outside environment. Elizabeth and Grant Thompson, Clara's parents, greeted them in the grand living room. As expected, the sadness of the sudden loss still overwhelmed them. But Ivy was here for more than just a police procedure. She was here to establish a psychic connection so she could track whatever it was she needed to track. Ivy's meet-and-greet dialogue went on autopilot. Her focus was on the psychic and emotional energy in the room. It was strong. So strong she could feel her tarot cards move in her jacket pocket. Clara's parents sat down on the long sofa, opposite the 2 single chairs where Liam and Ivy sat. Killian didn't sit. He stood by the window looking out to the gardens. Clara's mother's eyes were red and tired. An endless pool of grief darkened her eyes. She clutched her husband's hand. Liam took care of the usual police conversation, explaining why they couldn't release the body just yet. Ivy took a mental step back, blocked everything out of her mind, and absorbed the environment. This was what she did best. She tracked things people were connected with. She needed to establish a psychic connection with the person or thing she wanted to track, and that started with a physical connection. But if she couldn't form that psychic connection, it wouldn't matter how much of a physical connection she had, she wouldn't be able to track. Whether or not a connection could be established depended on several factors. It could be the person or the object that needed tracking. It could be the environment. It could be the other people engaged with the environment, with or without an intention to interfere with the psychic energy. Or it could simply be Ivy herself. On a good day, all systems were go. On a bad day, when the tarot cards went blank in the morning, or her father's personality and behavior took a 180-degree turn, or she got slapped in the face, or she ended up with an irritated eye, things might not go too well in the psychic connectivity department. So we've established that our daughter's death has to do with supernatural causes rather than an ordinary human's act of violence? Grant asked. Liam shook his head. It's not a matter of whether it was a supernatural or a human that committed the crime. Your daughter's life was cut short, and it's my job to find out who or what did this. You can tell I'm a supernatural sympathizer. That's why I invited Ivy here. The mother dabbed at the tears on her face. But we're ordinary humans. We can't even see the supernaturals. Why would they want to kill Clara? Killian came over from the window to join them. He sat down on the sofa. You can see the supernaturals if they let you. You can see me, Elizabeth. I keep no secrets about what I am. As for why they would want to do what they did to Clara, we'll find out. Whoever or whatever did this will pay for it. Liam locked eyes with Killian. I know you have an extensive network, Mr. LeBlanc. You can investigate whatever you like in your private capacity. But only the legal justice system has the power to govern and discipline Australians. A smile crossed Killian's lips. Understood, Detective Jones. I won't step on your toes as long as you don't step on mine. Ivy's phone buzzed, and a message from Nina appeared. The symbol on the dagger hilt belongs to a rare antique weapons collection. Killian is known for collecting these items. There was more to this, but she couldn't discuss it with Liam here, so she saved her thoughts for later. May I see Clara's room, please? Ivy asked. It'll help me a lot to understand her life before she passed. Elizabeth stood. Of course, Ivy. Her bedroom is the first one on the left wing. I'll take you. Ivy had never experienced a mother's grief over the loss of a child, but she knew the loss of a mother. She would do anything for someone to offer her a connection with her biological mother. Don't worry, Mrs. Thompson. I'll find something. Ivy stood and walked toward the left wing. In contrast to the rest of the house, Clara's room was plain. There was nothing extravagant in this room. This was Clara. There was where she felt like herself the most. Ivy could feel the energy, or what was left of it, and it was fading fast. I can feel you. I think you have something to tell me. If that's the case, give me a signal, and I'll read it. There was nothing. The plain white walls had no decoration, but there was something elegant and gentle about this room. If Clara was this appealing and beautiful, there would be no need for extra decoration. Was this what Clara was like? A small picture frame stood on the dressing table. In the frame was a photo of Clara on the beach just across the road. She was smiling, but her hand covered her left eye. She got sand in her eye, Ivy mumbled. Holy fuck! She pulled out the tarot card deck. Come on, Clara, tell me something. She picked up the picture and peered more closely. Clara looked happy. She had to give it to Clara. Ivy wouldn't be that happy posing for a photo with sand in her eye. The picture had been taken over a man's shoulder. Someone had snapped it when that man was trying to help Clara with her eye. It was sweet, romantic even, like a magazine cover on Valentine's Day. Ivy drew a card. On the blank card, the image of death gradually appeared. That's me. Killian's voice came from behind, making Ivy jump out of her skin. It's my shoulder in the picture. Chapter 8. Going on a date with a predator was never a wise idea, but there were some caveats to this, or so Ivy told herself. First, this wasn't a date, it was a challenge. And second, since her protective spell snapped the first time she'd encountered Killian, something strange had been happening inside her, something she wanted to have total control of. But she wasn't going to put a label on that something before she figured out how to control it. Like her adoptive father, taking on challenges was one of those primal needs that drove her. But unlike Patrick, Ivy loved the competitiveness of the challenges, not the kick the victory provided. Killian gave her just enough motivation to walk up to the entrance of one of those secluded houses in Toorak, with its high fences, big iron gates, and God knows what behind them. At the Thompsons' house, he had pointed out to her that the shoulder in Clara's picture was his. He didn't have to tell her that, and she wouldn't have had a reason to ask him. But he told her. It could be because he had nothing to do with Clara's death, and therefore had nothing to worry about. Or maybe he was so smart and smug that he had eliminated everything connecting him to the murder, and didn't think it was possible for her to find anything. Liam was certain Killian had something to do with Clara's death, given what Nina had learned about the dagger. Her adoptive mother had warned her against dealing with the werewolves. Mother thought that Light Source relying on Killian for its financial rescue was a big mistake. The only person supporting this date, of course, was Nathan. Give him a chance, talk to him. Killian is a decent guy, all things considered. She would clarify what Nathan meant by all things considered later. But the truth was, she had already agreed to speak to Killian at his place tonight before she talked to Nathan. Indeed, Ivy loved challenges. Killian promised to show her his collection of weapons, explain to her the symbol on the hilt of the dagger that killed Clara, and detail the nature of the job he needed her to do for him, things he couldn't specify in the contract. His promises intrigued her. Slapping a dinner on top of the promises, she decided to call it a working date. The work was the cake, and the date was the added whipped cream and cherry on top. She readied her finger to press the doorbell only to discover there wasn't any bell on the gate. Something clicked, and the lock on the gate disengaged. She rolled her eyes. Show off. Killian appeared on the footpath, walking toward her. Her stomach fluttered. He was beautiful. She had spent enough time looking at his face in the picture. But this was the first time she had seen the full length of him. She enjoyed watching his elegant but agile, long gait as he strode along the path through the garden. He wore dark pants and a midnight blue long-sleeve shirt with very subtle patterns. No suit jacket. There was just one top button undone, but the soft material draped over his frame, flattering the well-defined muscles on his chest. "I'm sorry for the wait. Please come in." He opened the gate and stepped aside for her to walk in. She lifted the wine bottle in her hand. "I couldn't come empty-handed." He smiled. "Thank you." He took the bottle, bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. She didn't need to overthink this. If she had put out her hand for a handshake, it would have indicated a working meal. Instead, she had shown him the bottle. It would be safe for him to assume a kiss on the cheek was appropriate. "Thanks for the vino, Nina." Like a gentleman, he wrapped his arm around her waist and guided her toward the main entrance of the mansion. There was no way one could see it from outside the fence. "I managed to arrange a meal, but I don't have live-in staff, so you'll have to bear with my clumsy services." The dining room was long, grand, and elegant. This was a multi-million-dollar mansion, but what she noticed was how homey it felt. It was warm and inviting, so much so that it was sad to think of him staying here by himself. This man had excellent taste. He knew how to live and how to please people. He could be loved, should be loved, yet he was lonely. He was single by choice. Obviously, but loneliness should never be a choice for anyone. That was a conclusion Ivy had come to too many times to count. "I hope the wine is appropriate. I have to confess that my little sister bought it. If she had left it up to me, you'd end up with a 6-pack of beer." He looked at the wine and read the label. "It's perfect." He sounded genuine. "Nathan mentioned you don't have any special dietary requirements or restrictions, so I took the liberty of deciding on the menu. I hope you're hungry." "I'm starving." "Let's eat first and talk business later." Agreed. They settled at a smaller table in the large dining hall that also had a long table, suitable for banquets or big parties. Ivy liked the decision. This 5-seater table was cozy, but by no means was the meal small. He poured her wine, although she noted he had a bottle prepared at the far end of the counter, and she was sure that wine was perfection. She hadn't lied. She was starving, but more for information than food. As they started with an appetizer, whatever exquisite cuisine it was, she sipped some wine and looked at him over the rim of the glass. She could enjoy this view for eternity, but unfortunately, her working mode switched on. "You knew Clara for a long time, I assume." Sadness flashed behind his eyes. "I knew her parents. We do business together. I met Clara when she moved to Australia a couple of years ago. Ironically, she studied in England, but when I was working there, we never met. For a shapeshifter, 2 years is nothing. But I suppose for a human, it might be a significant amount of time to know someone." He swirled the wine in his glass and took a sip. Then he locked eyes with Ivy. Clara was a rare gem, a one-of-a-kind representation of pure beauty and innocence. She was incapable of doing harm to anyone. Whoever did this to her, well, I hope the police get to that animal before I do. His striking blue eyes darkened. Sparks of fire lit inside them, as well as a deep, dark rage, the kind that could swallow legions of supernatural creatures. She wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of such wrath. Her mind told her she needed to get more information and do more analysis. But her heart and her gut instinct believed what he said about Clara. She believed he didn't kill her. "The Thompsons trust you. You were the first call for help that they made, and you made all the arrangements to get Clara's body released early for the funeral and all." "I'm not sure if I was their first call, but I believe they trust me." "I take it there was love between you and Clara." A well of sorrow flooded his eyes. It pained Ivy to see it, but then he simply downed the last drop of the wine in his glass and said, "No, there was no love between us." From Clara's perspective, Ivy would disagree that there was no romance between them, but there was no point arguing about it. He didn't look as if he would volunteer any more explanation, so Ivy let it go. He topped up his glass, and when she nodded, he filled hers as well. Then he served the main dish. Steak. "Medium rare is perfect," Ivy said before he asked. "I know you want to ask about the symbol on the hilt of the dagger, but it will make more sense when I show you my weapon collection." "That's fine. We can look at the weapons later," she said. "About the potion you want me to find..." He grinned. "What?" "I'm on a tight deadline regarding that potion. Yet you are the one who couldn't spare a second to enjoy dinner without talking about work." She cut a piece of steak and forked it. "Well, it's your job, your money." "Agreed." He sipped the wine. "It's a potion created by a mage, and it's hidden in a mage territory. That's why I thought it was appropriate to hire a mage to help me find it." "So it's just a search and locate job, or do you want me to retrieve the potion for you too?" He leaned back in his chair and drank more wine. "I would like to retrieve the potion as soon as you locate it, so I'll have to go with you." She smiled. "That would be best. That way you don't have to describe the potion to me because you'll know it when you see it. Also, there's no risk of the potion being contaminated." He raised his glass. "You're a professional." "Goes with the fees." "Of course." "Still, the Northern National Park is very large. If I knew more, the search would be faster." He stood. "Agreed." He pulled out a folder from the drawer in the kitchen bench. "I knew you'd ask." He placed the folder on the table next to her and returned to his chair. "Go ahead and read it." She opened the folder and began to read while chewing a bite of steak. "It's a curse." "Excuse me?" She traced her finger over the lines of ancient text. "This is a spell that locks the ability to use an important supernatural ability. It comes in pairs. Someone creates a locking curse, and it goes with a key to unlock it. So I'm guessing that someone cursed you using a locking spell, and you're after the potion that unlocks the spell. In other words, you want to undo the curse. As far as the ability that the curse locks, it will vary with the individual. If the potion is intended for you as a werewolf, shifting is your most important ability. The locking curse will prevent you from shifting, and you're hoping to unlock it." She put another bit of steak in her mouth. He looked at her over his wine glass. You're very good, Ivy. And before you object, I'd say your capabilities and work ethic deserve more than just the money. I would guess you're highly ranked in the mage societies. She snorted. I don't care about my ranking. He chuckled. Naturally. What do you mean by that? Nathan told me you don't care about rank or power. She polished off her wine. I wonder if Nathan revealed any other information about me. No, that's about it. He was worried you wouldn't take the job if I kept throwing promises of money and power at you. Ah, I see. I keep my promises. So I promise you I'll take the job and I'll follow through with it. He nodded. I'd appreciate it if you were discreet. Of course, that's our top priority. I won't tell a soul. There's more steak. Would you like some more? She looked down. She had devoured the meal and thought she might have eaten the patterns on the plate if they were edible. It was delicious. Thank you, but I've had enough. And no dessert, she said as she remembered the rich, dark, hot chocolate she'd had at Nina's tonight. Killian stood. We can go to the weapons room now. But may I interest you in some dessert wine? She had no idea what dessert wine was, but she had the feeling he wouldn't feel as if the dinner was complete without it. The weapons room was more like a museum than a sparring center. It was more for displaying the collections of ancient weapons than for using them. Floor-to-ceiling shelves and racks exhibited all sorts of weapons, from guns to daggers and swords. The light on the ceiling cast enough light on the items for an onlooker to see and admire them, but not enough for this room to be used as a training room or for the weapons to be operational. Do you use these? Not in here. So he used the weapons elsewhere then. She liked weapons, but the violence emanating from the weapons in this room made her shudder. These weapons had drawn blood and killed before being collected and placed here. She could feel the energy from them. Killian took a short dagger from a shelf. This is the one with the same carving you saw. He handed it to her. Be careful, it's sharp. I know how to handle weapons. Of course, but these have killing spirits in them. Why do you keep such violent items in your home? He shrugged. Just a hobby. It was a lie. She could tell, but again it was irrelevant to the case, so she wouldn't press further. May I borrow the dagger? Of course. As for the symbol, my understanding is that it's a pagan symbol of change and eternity. Very rare. There aren't many of those daggers left in the world. She looked at the intertwined crescent moons. Simple, but powerful. Thank you. She was about to put the dagger into her backpack. No, that's not how you carry it. He held out his hand. She gave the dagger back to him. Killian grabbed a leather sheath and holster and tucked the dagger inside. Then he stood in front of her, wrapping the holster around her back and allowing the dagger to sit neatly to one side of her spine, just as she would holster a gun. As he adjusted the strap, his hands brushed her side. She had two goals in coming here tonight. One of them had to do with the challenges Killian promised, and the other with something she needed to make sure she could control. It was official now, that something was lust. Unbelievably strong, undeniable, and uncontrollable lust. The very instant her protective spell snapped when she saw him, this strange, lustful energy had surged in her. She had never experienced anything like it before. It was lust, and it was directed toward Killian, a total stranger at that point. She'd had sexual partners before. She would describe her sex life as normal and healthy. But this surge was something unworldly. It was like a beast, and she felt that if she didn't satisfy it, it would suffocate her. She came here to put herself to the test and maybe show herself that it was just one of those moments when her emotional energy and her stars moved in the wrong directions. Maybe it was just a one-off, and if it happened again, she could control it. It had been working tonight, until now. You look like a warrior. His voice was low and husky, or maybe it was her imagination. I need to leave right now. He stepped closer. Why the hurry? Her body vibrated with a surge of energy. If she didn't satisfy this beast, she would explode. Killian wasn't helping. He tilted her chin up and looked into her eyes. She could see it in his eyes, too. Desire. A burning fire of desire. He wanted her. "Are you a coward, Ivy?" "No, I'm not a coward. I'm nowhere near being a coward." "Then let it take over. Set your desire free." His face inched closer to hers. His lips hovered over her own. His fingers traced down her sides toward her back, and then he lifted her up. And she gave into it. She ravished his lips. He returned the favor. Her hands slid underneath the soft, silky fabric of his shirt and felt every hard muscle in his body, coiled and tense. His wolf energy eliminated the energy around them. The heat from his body was transferred to hers. He let out a soft growl as she tore his shirt open and wrapped her legs around his waist. He braced his hands on the wall and pressed her back against it. Every part of his body was hard and vibrating with the heat of desire. She felt every inch of his hardness. He breathed heavily. He was ready to take. She was ready to give. "No, this isn't right, Ivy. We have to stop." He clenched his jaw and let go of her. One part of her brain was disappointed because the pleasure had come to an end. The other, bigger part screamed out a thank you for stopping. She unwrapped her legs and regained her footing. "Agreed. This isn't right, Killian. I don't know what's going on." She backed away from him, turned around, and ran out of Chapter 9. Bloodstains splattered the dagger's blade. Ivy shook her head. Her vision cleared, and so did the bloodstain on the blade of the dagger Killian had lent her. This dagger had drawn blood. He said so. Her mind's eye must have seen the energy of the spirit hovering around the blade. "Are you okay, Ivy? Can I come in?" Nina pounded on the bathroom door. Well, she wasn't okay. She had been worshipping the porcelain bowl for 15 minutes, puking her guts out. She'd had only enough time to run out of Killian's place, drive to Nina's like a maniac, picking up a bunch of traffic infringement tickets on the way, and storm into Nina's bathroom before spewing the remains of the lovely dinner left in her stomach. Everything had been perfect up until she couldn't control the lust energy. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't Killian's fault. She knew dark magic was at work. But would Killian know that, or would he think she was a slut trying to seduce him? What had happened was because of the influence of magic. The lust wasn't real. But was the desire real? The passionate kisses, the fire in his eyes, the coil of his muscles, and the hardness she felt were solid proof of a man's desire. No magic could manipulate that. She shook her head. It was over now. He wouldn't come within a mile of her now. The same with her. She wouldn't go near him and risk that happening again. Not until she figured this out. Someone or something wanted their sexual encounter to happen. But for what purpose? To kill? If so, kill whom? Herself? Killian? How? Why? Ivy. Yes, give me a minute. She washed her face, then stood and stared into the mirror. She looked as pale as a ghost. She pushed the door open and saw Nina, Pixie, and Simba waiting for her with concern on their faces. "I called Mom." "Of course you did. I'm sorry, it was a bit rough, but I'm okay now. But I agree, we could use Mom's help." In half an hour, Mother arrived with Ivy's favorite homemade stew. Her mother, Fiona Javernick, was 64. Most people would say she was beautiful for her age, but Ivy didn't think her mother needed the age cushion. She was beautiful. Period. Sandy hair, oval face, deep gray eyes. No man in his right mind wouldn't fall for her elegant gait, slender build, sultry voice, and manner and composure fit for a queen. Ivy had grown up knowing only this mother. She was happy and had no intention of searching for her biological mother. Fiona was the only mother she knew, and that was that. Ivy didn't feel like eating again, but Mother had gone to the trouble of making stew, so she ate it. As she downed the last bit of the stew, her mother smiled. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Much better now. Thanks, Mom. Can I ask you some questions now?" "Yes, honey, but I haven't practiced for a long time. My memories are very rusty when it comes to magic." "What do you know about lust spells?" Nina dropped a piece of potato back into her bowl of stew. Lust what? Fiona frowned. Why do you ask? Nina's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, are you saying that thing is for real? Ivy waited. Patience wasn't her forte, but for now, she had to go with it. I think someone cast one on me, Mom. Yes, I know of lust spells. They're darker and stronger versions of love spells. Nina snorted. Oh, Mom, please don't take the romance out of the love spells. Ivy propped her elbows on her knees and buried her head in her hands. I think I just experienced it. I could see it happening with my own eyes. I felt it, but I couldn't stop it. Fiona nodded. There are different kinds, and they're used for different purposes. The spells need to be cast on only one person when that person is engaged with the target, and then the effect of the spells will transfer, and both will be under the influence. Does the target have to be named in the spell, or can it work on anyone? It depends on the type of spell and its intention. I guess that was what happened with Killian then? I told you werewolves aren't good news. Nina frowned. Killian is a good man, Mom. Fiona smiled at Nina. Dark magic doesn't discriminate. Can this spell kill, Mom? And how can I undo it? Ivy shifted in her chair, bracing herself for the answers. Fiona sighed. It can kill, but not directly. If the intention is to force individuals to have sex, then it will continue to work until the spellcaster's intention is fulfilled. It can't be undone, but it can be countered with other spells. Ivy winced. So the two just fuck each other to death if that's the intention of the spell? Fiona nodded. This is just so unromantic, Nina said. Fiona smiled. There are lighter versions of the spell. For example, if the intention is to force an infidelity, it would just urge the person to engage in sexual activity with the wrong partner. Once the adultery has been committed, the spell dissolves itself. As I said, it depends on the intention of the person who casts the spell. What would someone gain if you had sex with Killian, Ivy? Nina walked toward the kitchen. Well, I will gain some damn explosive pleasure, Ivy thought, and hoped she didn't slip and say it out loud. She cleared her throat and said, I don't know. I'm single. I think he is too. So there's nothing morally wrong if we have consensual sex. Nina came out of the kitchen with some hot chocolate for Ivy and tea for Mother. Fiona took a tentative sip from the oversized mug and then looked at the words on its outside. Thanks for all the orgasms. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. You want another mug? No worries, Nina. I've seen worse. You seem to know a lot about the wolves. What will happen to Killian if he has sex outside his pack? Ivy asked. Packs are different, and they each have their own rules. But in general, he can have sex with anyone he wants, if it's just about sex. Claiming a mate is different. It's like a ritual. In most packs, the alpha male tends to claim only one mate, and once claimed, they mate for life. Nina tapped her fingernails on her mug. So mating is a vow of true love kind of thing. Fiona nodded. You could say so. She raised her tea mug. And having a lot of these is an added benefit. She turned toward Ivy. You think Killian was the one who got the spell and not you? I'm not sure what he has, but I know I have some kind of spell on me. The very moment I met Killian, I felt an instant draw toward him. It wasn't just instant attraction. It was more like a force of suction, a vacuum of sorts. But the force wasn't coming from him, pulling me toward him. It was a terrible urge coming from me. I wanted to claim him. I wanted to take him. It was so strong that it was out of control. But still, how can you be so sure that the spell is on you and not on him? Because the protective spell you cast on me snapped the instant I approached him, and it unleashed the lust spell. Fiona arched an eyebrow. I didn't cast a protective spell on you. If anything, it would have come from Patrick. Speed was what Ivy needed. She ran as if she were training for the Olympics. It was 5 a.m, half an hour earlier than when she normally ran, but she had stayed at Nina's last night, and she had trouble sleeping. The cool morning air helped clear her mind. She liked this part of South Melbourne. Sleepy streets were flanked by autumn maple trees and 100-year-old worker cottages. Those cottages were just like her life at the moment. Aesthetically beautiful on the outside but impractical on the inside. The cottages had historical and cultural value, and the majority of them were listed with the Historical Council. That meant you could pay millions of dollars to buy them, but to fix anything more than a kitchen sink, you'd have to apply for a council permit. Never in a million years would Ivy add that burden to her bucket list. If she were to buy a house, she wanted to do any damn thing to it she pleased without asking for permission from anyone. Nina was even smarter. She was a forever renter, no ownership, no attachment, and no commitment. In an hour, when Ivy was sure Nathan was up and had had his coffee, she'd call and break the news to him. She couldn't take Killian's job after all, not without the risk of fucking to death? Experiencing explosive pleasure caused by the most gorgeous shapeshifter in the region? She stopped running and stood still, bracing her hands on her knees to breathe. How could she explain this to Nathan? Maybe it was best to go to Lightsource and talk to him in person rather than call. She decided to run one more block and then go home for a shower. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a woman standing and looking at her from across the street. But when she turned around to get a better look, she found an empty street lined by small cottages. The light at 5 on an autumn morning wasn't great, but she was sure she hadn't imagined this. Not only was there a woman standing across the street, but she was also familiar. Ivy had seen this woman before. She crossed the street and looked around the dark alley next to a cottage. "Hey!" she cried out when she caught a glimpse of a shadow running toward a dark corner on the other side of an old tree. She was not at all sure that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, but she was sure as hell she wasn't going to let this shadow, whatever it was, get away. Her instinct told her it had answers to the millions of questions running through her mind right now. There was a shadow. It had the shape of a woman. The woman stopped at the end of the cul-de-sac, her back to Ivy. She wore a long silver-white dress or cloak. "You can see me now. That is a promising sign, Ivy." Ivy was sure she had heard this voice before. She took a few steps backward. When she'd passed out at Nina's place because she touched the charm on her necklace, she had heard this voice. But that didn't mean she was going to jump to a quick conclusion that this was her biological mother trying to send her a message. More than anyone, Ivy knew the supernatural world was tricky. As a human who put on a pretense every day of being a supernatural, she knew she couldn't make any mistakes. "Who are you?" "I'm the one you're searching for." "I'm not searching for anyone. And if you're about to claim that you are my biological mother, don't even try it. First, I love Fiona. She's the only mother I know. And second, I have no intention of re-engaging with you. You didn't come out of my womb." She shifted her stance. "Well, it would be a lot less weird if you simply told me you're not claiming to be my biological mother. I'm not a human. Biology means nothing to me." "Fair enough. What do you want? And by the way, I find it really hard to speak to someone's back." A faint chuckle floated through the air. The woman slowly turned around. She was indeed wearing a silvery cloak, and the large hood shadowed more than half of her face. Even with only a glimpse of the lower half of the woman's face, Ivy could tell she was beautiful. Her skin was radiant, and she had full, lush lips. Wavy, dark hair cascaded over her elegant shoulders and down her chest. Ivy thought it a pity she couldn't see the woman's eyes. "I want to help you realize your full potential, Ivy." "Who are you?" "I'll let you know when the time comes. At this stage, you have a lot to deal with, so I will teach you only one thing at a time." "I can fool the whole world, but I'm sure you know I'm a human, not a mage." "You are correct. I know you're not a mage. As for what you are made of, there are a few things I have to be certain of before I can tell you. But for now, yes, you're human. So you know I don't have any magic or supernatural power. I learned a few magic tricks from my adoptive father, but it won't achieve anything significant. You're a lot better than you give yourself credit for." She laughed. "I could barely contain a nasty little spell on me last night." "The lust spell? Don't tell me you're the one who put that on me." "I don't put such spells on anyone. Lust is a need inherent to all beings. It's stronger in some than others. Yours is strong. You're saying I'm a slut? The woman chuckled. You give sexual desire a bad name, Ivy. I'll teach you how to channel the energy into something positive so that you feel empowered rather than embarrassed by it. I'm not embarrassed by it. Okay, maybe a little bit, but why do you have to teach me anything? And even if you could teach me how to turn those urges into something useful, what good would it do? I can barely keep the family business afloat with all my years of training and hard work. What could you possibly think I can achieve? As I said, you can do a lot of great things if you believe. I don't believe in the theory of the chosen one. That might work in Lord of the Rings, but not in my reality. What Lord? Never mind. You're aware of dark magic returning to the city, are you not? Yes. It will soon affect everyone in the city, humans and supernaturals alike. I believe you. You can help. Oh no, I just told you what I think about the chosen one theory. I'm nothing special. One thing at a time, Ivy. I won't tell you, but I'll convince you how great you can be. Now, first things first, do you remember how the spell felt? The woman stepped closer to Ivy now, within arm's reach. Warm energy emanated from her and illuminated the air around her, filling it with what looked like vibrating particles of light. She was so close that Ivy could see her complete face now. Those eyes. Radiant red eyes. Wait, didn't red eyes belong to devils? Yet there was nothing about this woman that screamed devil to Ivy. Palms up. Ivy did as she was asked. The lust and sexual energy in you is natural, like it is in everyone else. But yours is strong now, partially because it had been suppressed by a spell that you misconstrued as a protective spell. So when the energy was unleashed, it came out strong. You just need to control it and it will settle. Are you saying Patrick put a lid on my sexual urges? And when his spell was broken, the cumulative effect of the urges made me horny. Let's just say that your desire for the activity is high, and you must stop calling it a sexual urge, because it's a lot more than that. It's the ability to procreate. Like rabbits? Ivy, is your vocabulary limited, or do you just have a talent for making everything as stupidly ordinary as possible? Ivy grinned. How about I call it the hypersensitive ability to co-produce, develop, grow, and nurture? Better? Okay, I still have my palms up and they're burning. The woman hovered her impossibly beautiful, fair-skinned hands over Ivy's palms. A warm glow of energy flowed into Ivy's body, surged upward through her spine, and soothed her brain. There, this is the first thing you can do. You can now channel the excess energy in you, whatever that energy might be, into a healing ability. You're not at the level of healing mortal wounds. Far from it, but you can help soothe and ease pain. That's useful, thank you. My pleasure. That's all for today. Do you have a name I can call you? One thing at a time, Ivy. But that doesn't count as a lesson. The woman vanished in front of her eyes. At the same time, the first drop of sunlight brushed across the canopy of trees, lining the quiet street in South Melbourne. Ivy looked at her hands and smiled. She'd call Nathan. But instead of telling him that she couldn't take Killian's job, she'd find a way to help Killian without thinking about jumping him every 5 minutes. Chapter 10. Do you know what you're doing? I don't need a lecture from you, Luca, and the secretary doesn't need to hear our conversation. Just in case you forget, we're in the downtown office. Killian leaned back in the chair behind his desk and let Luca circle the floor for a good 60 seconds to release some of his demon steam. Meanwhile, Killian used the time to mentally go over what had happened last night with Ivy. After some time, Luca sat down on a chair on the other side of the desk. Sorry, I freaked out for a second. I can't blame you. It was quite spectacular. The magic, that is. Not the encounter with Ivy. Mind you, I'm not complaining. Holy hell, if you couldn't control the urges and went through with the sex, what would happen? Killian shrugged. It didn't happen. Let's leave it at that. He didn't need to explain the technicality of mating rituals to Luca, so he directed the conversation to something more relevant and important. The fact that the magic or spell almost got me is quite a concern. It means either my power has weakened due to my lack of recent pack activity, or we're dealing with a strong player in dark magic. Either reason makes finding the potion more time-critical. I don't think you'll have it until the Alpha contest. However, you need to solve the shifting problem much sooner than that. Don't you have to practice or something? Killian propped his elbows on the arms of his chair. I don't need practice, but I do need to run. And yes, you're right, the clock is ticking, and I need it long before the 1.5 full moons lead time to the contest is over. That's right. So you need to use the time for more important things rather than going to the funeral. I know you liked Clara, but going to her service isn't going to change anything. I have to go. I respected Clara and her family. He needed that time more than anything right now. Time to feel and time to regroup. Time to remind himself how fragile humans could be. Friendship with a human was a risky investment for a supernatural like him, but he didn't think a demon like Luca would understand that. Killian continued, I need you to help with the London trip. Going there isn't just a 72-hour investment of time I don't really have. It's also the energy it will consume. Even with the private jet? Yes, even with that. Haven't you been to London before? Nope, I always circle around this stretch of the woods. Well, your circle is about to expand. The rules of this world restrict me, especially when it comes to physical travel. You, on the other hand, my demon friend, can simply appear in London in a few seconds. You know what I'm talking about, right? The way you travel across realms, places, and worlds. Unlike what you think, I can't just appear in different places as I want. I need a reason, a connection. Whatever you need me to do in London, I need a reason so I can establish that connection. I need the potion, and I needed it a week ago. You know that. And you promised to help me. Isn't that sufficient reason for your travel? If you could get the potion from London, why didn't you do it earlier? Why bother searching for and hiring a mage agency? The only potion that will work is the one we're hiring the agency to search for. But as a precaution, I'm using multiple avenues to get to the desired outcome. I'll use whatever works first. Got you. So you still need Ivy, and this London thing is a backup. Yes, and it's not really a London thing because it has nothing to do with the location. It has to do with the other branch of my family. Oh, I know that story. The non-shifting branch of the LeBlancs. I thought you didn't get along well. That's why you split. True. The grudge ran deep in the family for centuries. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know. But the upcoming head of the family there is friendly. He has alchemy labs, and he said he might have a solution for me. He knows your problem? Killian shifted in his chair. He didn't like laying out all his cards. Not to anyone. He might learn to trust others a little more in the future, but not now. Not the whole picture. He knows I need a formula for a dark magic antidote. Is there such a thing? No, but he knows what I mean. All I need is the base formula, and I can work with it from there. He has to give it to me in person because any electronic transmissions could be intercepted. Sending parcels is even worse. So that is the reason for your trip. As for the timing, tomorrow is the only time he'll be in London for a few hours, and then not again for a month. Even if I grew wings, I couldn't get there that fast. All right, Kieran LeBlanc, not a werewolf. So what is he? What's the non-shifter branch of your family? Killian arched an eyebrow. I assume if we don't shift, we're human. Right, of course. And I assume you'll tell him I'm coming? Yes, I'll let him know. And I'll tell him you have horns and fangs so he won't upset you. Killian pushed an envelope on the desk toward Luca. His business card is inside. It's a special kind that he usually hands out to the non-humans. Show it to him, and he'll know he's talking to the right person. Or, he doesn't have horns, fangs, or any magic, but the weapons he makes kill those that possess said properties. I wouldn't do anything to upset him if I were you, Luca. From the intercom, the secretary's voice said, "Killian, your 10 o'clock is here. Please send him in, Sarah." Luca stood, as he knew he had 3 minutes until the person arrived at Killian's office. He didn't like to interact with humans. This office was where Killian ran his human-facing business, so Luca never hung around here long. Damien Johnson appeared at the door and caught Luca on the way out. "Hi, I'm Damien, the new head of R&D. He reached out to shake hands with Luca. Luca staggered a step back, catching himself before he hissed. Killian locked eyes with his friend, giving him a signal when he looked back to the office, waiting for Killian's instructions. Luca was awkward around humans, and most of the time, human etiquette wasn't a skill at the top of his list of things to learn. "What's R&D?" he asked. "Oh, sorry," Damien said. "It's research and development. And you are." Killian stood and stepped around the desk. Damien redirected his attention to his boss, taking the pressure off Luca. "Luca is my private security guard, mostly for my field trips to the country. He doesn't work in the office." "Oh, of course. Nice to meet you, Luca." Damien gave Luca an awkward wave. Luca grunted a response and strode away. "Come on in." Killian motioned to the chair across from his desk and returned to his own. "Sorry about that. Luca is excellent on field trips, mostly in the woodlands, but I wouldn't put him in the marketing or PR department." Understood. Damien was a new recruit in charge of all of Killian's collaborative R&D projects with academic institutions. He was much younger than Killian expected, barely in his 30s, but his resume was impressive. Damien was well suited to manage projects with the universities. Killian looked at Damien's shoes. "Roller skates." "Oh, sorry." Something clicked, and Damien's shoes dropped flat to the ground as the roller skate wheels retracted. "These are dynamic wheels, not roller skates. They come out as wheels, but when they retract, You're probably not interested." "No, I'm afraid not. But that's irrelevant because I think the younger demographic might be interested in the technology and all the exciting inventions. I guess that makes you relevant to the younger crowds. You can engage with them and have some meaningful dialogue. That's what I'm after in this recruit." "Thank you. I'm glad you approve. And don't worry, I won't be skating around here." "Maybe you can do so when you're with the students." "For sure," Damien said and placed a folder on the desk. "Should I go ahead with the presentation?" "No, not today. I called you in for 2 reasons. One is to meet you, of course. The other reason is to ask you to pay special attention to the project at the Melbourne Uni Hybrid Lab. I want you to engage and put the winning group of last year's sponsorship in charge of this year's new project." Damien took notes diligently, using his thumbs, then moved on to an iPad and pulled up a file. That group's leader is Nina Javernick. Nina's picture appeared on the screen. Dark hair, exquisite foxy face, bright green eyes, and a quirk at the corner of her mouth. That's correct. Killian turned his eyes away from Nina's picture. She bore very little resemblance to her sister, Ivy. Damien tapped on the iPad screen. Nina's expertise is in dynamic chemicals and space liquid. "What is that?" he asked, but then said, "Never mind. But this year's project is in AI and space motion." "I understand the winning team this year has expertise in that area, but Nina's project last year was not near completion." Damien frowned. "It closed before completion." "Correct. The academic counterparts ran out of funds." Damien looked up at Killian. A smile spread across Damien's face. "You could have easily topped up the money, but you didn't want to do that. So you let the project close due to lack of funding. Now you want to revive the project in-house, where you have total control of the project, the funding, and of course the outcomes." Killian leaned back in his chair. He should have hired Damien a lot earlier. "Yes, you said it all, so there's no need for further instruction. But I'd make one slight change." "Yes, Killian?" "You will have absolute authority over that project. You'll be the cushion between the project and me." "You don't want Nina to know the reason for the changes?" "I don't mind if Nina knows." "Oh, the press. You don't want them sniffing around?" You got it. The fund for that particular project is now tenfold. That's something. You're talking about a multi-million-dollar student project. It's no longer a student project. Sure, that's right. It's a LeBlanc Industries project now. And we don't do small potatoes. Can you handle a project at this scale? If it's too much, I can take you off other student projects. I can manage, and you'll receive regular reports. Excellent. Damien stood. I imagine you want to start soon. Do you have a timeline in mind? How about tomorrow? Yes, of course, Killian. Damien nodded a goodbye, backed up a step, then turned and exited the office. Now by himself, Killian looked at his left palm. A glowing triquetra symbol with a wolf's head in the middle appeared, his alpha symbol. For 30 years it had been there, reminding him of the day he'd lost his father and took on the role of an alpha bearer for his pack. It had been his father's last wish. His father hadn't asked for revenge, nor had he asked Killian to find out who took his life and his wife's sanity. Aidan LeBlanc had only asked that his 5-year-old son be the bearer of the alpha role so he could rise to the permanent alpha when the time came. The alpha contest that was more than a month away was that time. He had to fight for it, and he was expected to win the contest. It was a small deal. The biggest problem he had now was the curse his father bore. It had taken away from Aidan's offspring the ability to shift. Without that ability, he wasn't even qualified to participate in the contest. He would be instantly cast out if he attempted the contest, knowing he couldn't shift. One could be a deadliner, a wolf that couldn't shift. Deadliners could still have a place in the pack. They could still be taken care of and protected by the pack, unless they attempted to claim the leadership or mate with an alpha. That was the most serious infraction of the rules and warranted an instant cast-out sentence. That wolf would be dead to the pack. For as long as he could remember, Killian had known about the curse, but he didn't know whether it was true or if it was a scare tactic to stop him from participating in the alpha contest. 3 months ago, the curse had kicked in, and he had stopped shifting and running with his pack. He'd tried everything he could. He had been trying to set up Nina's dynamic chemical project for a year. A breakthrough in that project would take time, and it was time he could no longer afford. Kieran's base potion was another possibility, a quick fix. Yet he hadn't seen the base potion yet, and even if he had it, he would need a lab to run it through, and that would require Nina's assistance. As for Ivy, finding the potion in the mage territory had always been the original solution. If it worked out, that would be best. But he thought what happened last night might have spooked her. He didn't peg her as being easily spooked, but then she was a mage, and from what he had been told, mages were not to be trusted. He might have to do a bit more to secure the option Ivy was working on for him. There was no time to waste. Killian reached into his pocket for his phone. Chapter 11. Fire. Ivy's tarot card deck was on fire. It wasn't a real fire. Rather, it was a tingling sensation of heat coming from the urgency of the information that the cards were trying to relay to her. A throbbing need to know poked at her brain. But as much as she wanted to do it, pulling out a stack of tarot cards at a funeral would be disrespectful. So she refrained from doing that and distracted herself by looking around the private chapel where Clara Thompson's funeral was being held. Ivy gazed at the picture that stood on an easel next to the casket. In it, Clara looked beautiful, full of life. But there was a shade of sadness in her eyes. What is that? Did she have a precognition about her death? How about love? What were her feelings for Killian? With the wealth and status of her family, Clara wouldn't have had any financial struggles. Ivy thought her sadness had to be caused by something sentimental. She sighed, thinking about how she'd fed Pixie Pizza again this morning. That wasn't good. She needed to find a more sustainable home for the puppy. The dog was more than happy to stay with Nina, but then she would have to make peace with the cat, Simba. The thought of Pixie helped ease Ivy's mind out of Clara's space a bit. Liam returned to the seat next to Ivy after his quick surveying trip to the back of the chapel. She and Liam were here as guests and not in an official capacity. But Ivy was here for work because work was all she did. The small, informal function had gathered more than 150 people. From the Thompsons' perspective, it was small, but it was a disaster for security purposes because they couldn't set up any formal system and procedure for safety at this event. It didn't matter whether the safety measures came from the human police or light source. Killian walked in through the entrance of the chapel. Unlike the others who came in groups or pairs, he came by himself. He looked formal and gorgeous in his dark suit. His eyes deepened several shades when the ambiance of the funeral hit him. The brooding atmosphere in the chapel seemed to dial down a notch further when he stepped in. Ivy remembered the rage in his eyes when he mentioned what had been done to Clara. Their relationship might have been deeper than he'd let on. He didn't pay attention to the crowd. His eyes focused on Clara's picture. Ivy could feel the pain wash over him, but he kept it from his expression. Clara's parents approached him in the middle of the aisle rather than waiting for him to walk all the way to the front. He was part of their family. Killian had pulled a lot of strings to get Clara's body returned to the family for the funeral, but the police had not made any progress in their investigation. He kissed Elizabeth's cheek and shook Grant's hand. Then they walked together to the front. The coffin rested on a platform several feet away from the front row. It was an open casket funeral, but Elizabeth had told Ivy that the viewing of the body would be only for those close to Clara, not the whole crowd. Still, it didn't make Ivy feel any better when it came to security. Ivy had nothing against open casket funerals or funerals in general, but she certainly wouldn't want this much attention after she died. She was an organ donor, so whatever was left after she died and helped others out wouldn't be suitable to display. She found a position toward the far left back of the chapel that gave her a good view of the entire crowd and sat down with Liam. She kept quiet and tried to blend in. When Killian was a step away from the front pew, he turned toward the back, and his eyes narrowed as he looked right at her. It was as if he had picked up her scent from the crowd of more than 150 people. He nodded an acknowledgement, then turned and settled on the seat. The tarot card deck let out a light wave of energy and vibrated gently for 5 seconds in her jacket pocket. It was calling her to pull a card. "I'm going to the ladies' room. Be back soon," she said to Liam so he wouldn't leave to look for her. She exited the chapel's side door before the ceremony began. The card deck rarely called her. She read a card or arranged a spread when she had questions to ask. In fact, since she started reading tarot, the deck only called her twice, and each time a major event happened after the reading. Something was about to go horribly wrong now, and she needed to know what it would be. On the side of the chapel was a small courtyard surrounded by a low, red brick fence. She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out her box of tarot cards. A man in his 30s entered the courtyard from the back of the chapel where the car park was located. "I'm looking for Clara's funeral." "You need to go in from the front." She pointed at the side door. "That's a fire exit. I don't think you can get in through that door." "Oh, thank you." The man returned to the car park and headed to the main entrance of the chapel. The cards vibrated on Ivy's palm. She should check them now, but there was something not right about that man. He was dressed too casually for a funeral. He was apparently here for the service, but whether he came with good intentions, Ivy wasn't sure. Liam was inside. If something happened, he could handle it. But only she could read the cards, and if the timing was critical, as the cards seemed to indicate by their violent vibration, then she couldn't afford to ignore the information. Ivy concentrated, asked the question. In her mind, she visualized Clara. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" She drew a card. It was blank. "You're not serious," she said, and walked in circles for a few seconds. In her mind, she asked, "Clara, is your murderer in the chapel right now?" She pulled another card. Again, the card was blank. Calm down, she told herself. Letting fear cloud her judgment was the last thing she needed right now. The cards were not telling her anything because she had asked the wrong questions. It could be because Clara wasn't here, or perhaps she was here, but couldn't communicate. She should slow down and circle back a step. You loved, or at least had feelings for Killian. Yes or no? The card she had just pulled glowed, and the upright hermit card appeared. That was a yes, but it might represent one-way feelings from her toward Killian. She respected him, and she was lonely. You don't know who or what killed you. Yes or no? Ivy pulled an upright hangman card. Clara was sad and confused, and the answer was affirmative. Ivy shook her head. This was what happened with the dead. Unanswered questions and unfinished business made them sad and kept them lingering around, but that didn't make them know any better. She'd asked Clara the wrong questions. Clara hadn't seen it coming. She didn't know who or what killed her, so of course she didn't know whether that person was in the chapel. The dead weren't privy to additional information after they died. Clara could only give information about what she knew in the past. Something was about to happen inside the chapel, and it had to do with what she was asking Clara. Ivy refrained from rushing back inside. She had to stay here until she got what she needed. Gut instinct was all she had right now to get it right. Clara, the man I just spoke to, did he love you? Yes or no? She pulled a card. The Fool. That meant the man's feelings toward Clara might not be reciprocated. His attire had been casual, but nothing about this family was casual. His dress code meant a lot of things. But Ivy had limited time, so she gave herself one more shot. Your parents did not approve of the man. Okay, so maybe, like Clara, he was caught up in a situation that he couldn't do much about. If she were alive, then he would be able to make changes and fix the situation. But now that she was dead, there wasn't anything he could do. Regret? No, Ivy hadn't seen that a moment ago. Resentment? Very plausible. Last question, Clara. I have to go inside now. Just give me one card so I know what to look out for. Ivy pulled the death card. Fuck! She rushed toward the side of the chapel. The heavy oak door didn't budge when she tried to open it. It couldn't be opened from the outside. She should have taken the advice she'd given to the man to stop him from entering the chapel from the side. But then the door sneaked open before she left it, and Liam peeked out. Come in, he whispered. She returned to her seat. The size of the crowd made her re-entry unnoticeable to the people sitting at the front and on the other side of the chapel. There was a man in a black leather jacket and jeans. Yes, he came in late. He's sitting at the back. Liam pointed. What about him? Ivy turned and saw the man sitting in the last row on the right-hand side. Although Liam was a supernatural sympathizer and understood what she could do, telling him now about the card game with Clara wouldn't make any sense to him, so she shook her head and said, We'll see. Grant had finished his eulogy for his daughter and had stepped down from the podium. As the funeral director approached the front row to announce a light morning tea service, the man in the leather jacket stood. I'd like to say a few words. Grant's face reddened when he saw the man. You were not invited. Are you sure kicking me out is what Clara would want? The crowd hummed with discussion and confusion. Elizabeth stood. She didn't cry, but her eyes said it all. She had no more tears. Michael, don't make this more painful than it has already been. The man stepped toward Elizabeth, but Grant sidestepped and blocked his way. Michael waved his arms in the air. You're her mother. You tell me how I can make this less painful. You were supposed to protect her. Ivy stood and weaved through the crowd, and in a few steps, she was close to the man Elizabeth had just referred to as Michael. Grant lowered his voice. You have no right to say anything here. You destroyed my daughter's innocence. If you don't leave right now, I'll have you escorted out and deported. Michael laughed. You've already put me on exile, Mr. Thompson, because I laid an eye on your daughter. Where are you going to deport me to now? I came here to say goodbye. After all we've been through, you owe that to me. We owe you nothing, and I'm sure Clara doesn't want anything to do with you. Michael stepped forward. You can't speak for her. Grant continued to block him. Elizabeth cried out loud. Liam stepped forward, pulling his badge out. You'll need to leave the premises right now. I'll have a chat with you at the station about creating a public nuisance. I need you to step outside. and I'll need to see your ID, sir." Michael laughed. "Did you hear me? He exiled me. This family destroyed my life. I'm not Australian. You can't arrest me." Liam pulled out his handcuffs. Ivy knew his style. He was going to arrest first and talk later. She normally liked it when he played his tough cop card, but this time she didn't think it would work out. As Michael turned toward her, she saw a flash of an unusual green shade in his eyes, and a low growl escaped his throat. This fucker was a low-caliber werewolf, and from the way he was behaving, she guessed he was rogue. She couldn't tell Liam that. Not now. But she knew Killian saw him for what he was as well. She didn't know if Elizabeth and Grant knew. If the Supernaturals didn't make it known, they would have no way to tell. Killian approached and stood next to Elizabeth. "That's enough. If you wanted to ruin the chance people have to say goodbye to Clara properly, you succeeded. Grant, you might want to let people go." Grant nodded and announced the funeral was over. People vacated the building quickly. Leveraging the movement of the people, Ivy walked to the other side of the aisle and stood next to Elizabeth and Killian. Michael frowned at her. She smiled back at him. "I didn't have a chance to properly introduce myself to you. I'm Ivy, and I'm in charge of security, keeping people safe from a rogue wolf like you." He smirked. "Well done, Ivy. It's not easy to peg me for what I am." She shrugged. "That's what I'm paid for. Now, do you want to leave, or do you want me to remove you from this building?" He chuckled. "I'll leave when I finish what I came here to do." He pulled out a gun. The sight of the gun silenced the room for a beat. Ivy stepped forward, suggesting to Michael that she didn't consider his gun or himself as a significant threat. Bearing arms without authority or license is illegal in Australia. You'll need to leave with me right now, or I'll force you. Liam gestured toward the door. Michael shook his head. "I don't hurt human cops. I'm a loner, but I didn't come here alone for this job." Killian chuckled as he looked at his phone. "Understood. You used to have half a dozen planted outside." "You bastard!" Michael said, and charged at Killian. Ivy stepped in front of Killian, gun drawn. "That's my client. I'm licensed, so I can blow your head off in self-defense." Michael stopped, growling. He hadn't come here to pick a fight with Killian. He had another purpose. "Think fast, Ivy." As if he could read her mind, Michael leaped toward the coffin, pulling what looked like a hand grenade out of his pocket. There was a light movement behind her. Killian sidestepped her and lunged at Michael. She followed right behind Killian. Michael threw the grenade into the open coffin. The room filled with dark purple smoke. Killian's body dropped to the floor right next to Ivy. She was so dazed she could barely move. Liam, Elizabeth, and Grant also fell to the floor. People were paralyzed but conscious. It was a smoke bomb with a sedative. Ivy was sure there was some magic involved as well. Whatever it was, Michael had obviously taken the antidote. Clara's body floated up from inside the coffin, hovered in the air, and then exploded into nothingness. Elizabeth cried. Killian got up onto his hands and knees, trying to stand up. Michael walked over and kicked Ivy's gun away. Killian charged at Michael. They grappled with each other. "I wasn't paid to kill you, Killian, but I'll do it for free. For me, for Clara, and for the wolves in my pack." Killian was strong, but he was dizzy with the smoke, and he had no weapon. It was like watching a movie in slow motion where a disaster was happening, but Ivy couldn't do anything to stop it. Killian landed a few punches on Michael and kicked him so he fell backward. While he was scrambling back to his feet, he pulled a knife from his boot and threw it at Killian. He went for Killian's chest. Wolves knew how to kill each other. Ivy used all the strength she had, slid across the floor toward Michael, and slammed her feet into his knees. The knife plunged into Killian's side. Michael turned and jumped at her. Ivy pulled out the knife Patrick had given her and slashed at him. What Patrick had told her about this knife was entirely true. After a shallow cut to his side, Michael staggered back and fell to the floor. In seconds, his dead eyes stared up at the ceiling. Ivy looked over at Killian on the floor. He wasn't moving. She wasn't sure what kind of knife Michael had used. Patrick said the knife he had given to her had been poisoned with a one-of-a-kind dark magic that killed supernaturals. There was nothing to stop him from giving the same poison to others, or perhaps his formula had been stolen by Michael's pack. With her heart in her throat, she crawled over to where Killian lay. Chapter 12. Killian blew the 5 candles out. That should make Mother happy. He smiled at his mother, who was clapping. He loved the cake and the party she had organized for him. Mother kissed him on the cheek and put a small box on the table. "Your father wants you to have this." He traced his fingers over the golden ribbon wrapped around the small box. "Come on, open it." He didn't know how to tell Mom he just wanted his father home on his birthday. He opened the box as she had asked. Inside was a small statue of a wolf. It was nice, but again, he would trade anything in the world to have his father here. Anything. Mother brushed her thumb over his cheek. "I can tell you're not happy, Killian. But today is a very important day at the council. Your father has to be there. I'm sure he'll make it up to you when he comes home." Killian looked out to the front garden as the sun was going down. When will he be home? "Soon, Killian." Killian watched as the red hue in the sky died down over the fence, knowing his father would never come home again. But what did he know? Not only was he a kid, but he also knew nothing about what father did. Later in the night, Uncle Finn rushed into the house. The next thing he knew, his mother grabbed him and carried him to the car. Uncle Finn drove for a while, and Mother said nothing. She just held Killian in her arms. Mother didn't cry. She stayed strong for as long as she could, until she saw Father on the floor at the council. The furniture in the room was trashed. Blood was everywhere. Father sat on the floor, leaning against a wall. "He didn't want to be moved. He wanted you to be here," Uncle Finn said softly and stood aside. Father opened his eyes and reached his hand up. "Happy birthday, Killian. Don't cry." He knew he needed to be strong, but his father wiped a tear off his face, so he must have been crying. "Do you have the present I gave you?" "Here." His mother pressed the gift into Killian's hand so he could give it to his father. The wolf statue was just a little larger than his palm, but it was heavy. "Who did this to you, Father?" "Killian, that's not important. It's done. I don't want revenge. I want you to promise me 2 things. "Yes, Father, I promise." "Hear me out first, son. First, you have to take care of your mother. From here on, you will be the only family she has." "I promise." "Good. And promise me you will bear the alpha role for our pack until the next alpha cycle, and then you will win the contest to be the alpha. Be the strongest, the greatest, the protector of the pack. Do you promise?" "Yes, Father, I promise. I will bear the alpha role now and take it in the future when the time comes." Good boy. And with the last drop of his strength, he burned his energy into the statue, the seal of the pack. When the statue glowed, he stamped it on Killian's left palm, giving him the mark of the alpha, the triquetra symbol with a wolf's head in the center. Ivy tapped her index fingers on the steering wheel. "Come on!" The delivery truck slowly reversed out of the loading dock at the back of a shop and drove away, leaving behind an empty car park. She glanced at the back seat of her Mini Cooper. Killian was still out of it. She put the handbrake on and reached over the back seat to check if he was still breathing. Barely, but breathing. "I know you're still alive. I was just checking. The last thing we want is another dead client under our watch. Do we have only a business relationship now?" She shook her head. She had been silly. She had to stop finding excuses for her feelings toward him and how they had interacted during their business transaction. They were only 2 blocks away from the chapel, but she scanned the outside area to make sure they hadn't been followed. As soon as help had arrived at the chapel, people had come back inside and brought them out. The fresh air outside helped everyone recover quickly from the magic smoke. Everyone except Michael, Clara, and Killian. Killian didn't wake up. Ivy had only a couple of minutes to use the commotion outside the chapel to her advantage. She asked Liam to help put Killian in the back seat of her car. Liam asked her 3 times if she was sure, and 3 times she had said yes. Regardless, it was all a mess in her mind. The only thing she was sure of was that if she allowed Killian to be taken to the hospital, he would end up dead. The knife was still in his side. She could take it out, but she didn't want to do that without making sure it was the right action. She needed advice, not from the doctor, not from a human. She jumped out of the car. This had to work. "You, the goddess that helped me yesterday," she said to the air. "You know I'm calling you. Please appear. I need your help." The woman in the long white cloak appeared. Ivy didn't care if the human saw the woman or thought she was talking to herself. She pointed at the car. "Killian was stabbed by a knife that I'm pretty sure has magic in it. I want to make sure if I pull it out, he'll be fine. And I want to know what else I need to do after I pull it out, apart from trying to stop the bleeding. Please help me. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't know who else I can ask." The woman smiled. "He's lucky to have you." "So?" Ivy pointed to the car again. "Yes, there is dark magic cast on that knife, similar to the magic on the knife Patrick gave you. But this is much weaker. So yes, pulling the knife out will help Killian recover. Once it's out, his wolf will help the healing process. But because his ability to shift is limited right now, the wolf healing process is also limited. You'll have to help him with your newfound healing ability." "I can do that. I'll figure it out." "There is one thing you must know. There's always a catch, isn't there? Because this is the first time you've used your healing ability, and you're using it on him. He is going to feel emotionally attached to you. The emotion will gradually wear off, but when it still has an effect, it might feel to him like you're manipulating him. I don't know what his reaction will be when he finds out, so be careful. Over time, you will learn how to manage this. But for now, emotions or feelings that occur under the influence of magic might not be real. Don't confuse them with true feelings." "Understood. And I still don't know your name or how—" The woman once again disappeared before Ivy could finish her sentence. She rushed toward her car and got into the back seat. Bracing her left palm 2 inches from the knife, she carefully pulled the knife out with her other hand in one swift move. Killian stirred. His breathing grew stronger and steadier. As the no-name goddess had predicted, blood flowed from the open wound. Normally, she could stanch the blood, but this was no ordinary wound. It was caused by magic, so it had to be healed by magic. She concentrated and hovered her palms over his bleeding wound. Before her eyes, the bleeding slowed significantly and then stopped altogether. With his eyes still closed, he grabbed her hands. "I'll be the alpha, the strongest, the greatest, the protector of the pack. I promise, and I'll take care of you, Mother." His voice was husky, deep and determined. His grasp on her hands was firm. He was hanging on to something important, like hope or a beacon of life, so important that without it, he would be lost. She didn't have the heart to pull her hands away, so she let them stay. The emotions coming out of Killian were so strong they were contagious. The no-name goddess was right. You're attached to me emotionally because I healed your wound. So much so that you're calling me Mother. Ivy rolled her eyes, a trick she used to avoid becoming emotional. "Well, if I'm your mother, you might as well pay my pension after I finish this job so I can live like a princess for the rest of my life. I don't even want to be a princess, but I'm just saying. By the way, you're pretty when you're asleep. You know that, right? You'd better wake now because I'm running out of silly things to say. Don't let me circle back to that night in your weapons room." His eyes fluttered. Then he opened those beautiful, striking blue eyes, but they were now very dazed. He looked up at her. She grinned. "Oh, hey there." But then she thought grinning might not be appropriate for someone coming out of a near-death condition, so she reduced her expression to a gentle, caring smile. He blinked, and a short moment later he seemed to register what was going on. He let go of her hands and tried to sit up. He looked at the interior of her car, the car she barely fit in herself. Now, with him in the back seat, there was no room to wriggle. He saw the bloodstains on his wound, which was no longer bleeding, but the cut was still there. "Thank you. You saved me." She chuckled. "My job. You're my client, remember?" He picked up the knife. This goes beyond your job description, Ivy. This knife was coated in magic. For supernaturals like us, it can cause significant damage, could even be fatal. I wouldn't have recovered if it wasn't for your mage healing power. All I did was drive you away from the scene, pull the knife out, and stop the bleeding. Not much, really. She tried to get out of the back of the car and hit her head on the ceiling. Ouch. He held the hand she still braced on the seat to manage her position as she put her feet down on the ground outside. He locked eyes with her. You stood before me in the chapel, Ivy. You could have taken this knife instead of me. Are you sure I would do the same for you? And don't say it's your job, because no one can pay you for what you did. If you only work for money, you'll end up like Michael in the chapel. No one has ever protected me without asking for benefits in return. No one except my parents. He's definitely getting unnecessarily sentimental. She realized she could profit from his sentiment, but then she shook her head and gave herself a mental slap. She had class. She refused to be like Michael, who died for money selling out ex-lovers and friends. Here's the thing, Killian. My mentor told me that because I use my healing magic on you, you'll feel attached to me for a short period, and during that period, your feelings might not be accurate. I'm telling you this so that you're aware of it and don't say things you don't mean or make promises you can't keep. I'm well aware of the effect of magic on supernaturals. My mind is now 100% clear and not under any kind of influence. And I'm telling you, by doing what you did, you are now one of my people, and you'll be under my protection for life. Okay, pal, I'm the one protecting you, not the other way around. I'm serious, Ivy. I know you're serious. So why don't you settle in and let me take you home, and we can talk this out later? How does that sound? He shook his head. I can't go home right now. When I was attacked, my wolf instincts would have sent out all kinds of signals, and my pack will have received them. They'll be looking for me at home. I can't let them see me like this, not until I'm completely healed. Understood. Your process is a bit slow right now because of your condition, but if I take you somewhere other than your home, won't your pack still be able to track you? Yes, but it will take time, especially because you haven't met my pack, and I haven't been to the place you're taking me. Got it. You need to bide your time so you can heal. I'll take you to my apartment. How does that sound? Thanks. Killian leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Hey, seriously. He was gone. Again. She cursed under her breath. She knew what was happening. She had learned about it in lessons from Patrick on how to kill werewolves. When werewolves were in bad shape, they were particularly vulnerable to attack. Some packs put themselves in a hibernating state when they needed to heal wounds quickly. Still, they wouldn't do it unless they were in a perfectly safe place or being guarded by their pack. And yet, Killian was doing it right there in her car. Yes, she was his security guard, but she didn't expect him to trust her this much. And it was the middle of the day, in the middle of the business district of Melbourne, and her car didn't have the luxury of tinted windows. He hadn't buckled his seatbelt, so she crawled into the back seat of the car, pulled the seatbelt over his body, and fastened it. Chapter 13. That was one too many shifters to deal with in a day. Ivy put her foot on the accelerator and waited. As soon as the gate rose high enough for the car, she planned to shoot right through the opening. If the man was after Killian, he would tailgate her car on foot. If he was just a runner out exercising at the entrance of the car park instead of on the running track in the botanical garden across the road, he would keep on running. She doubted the latter would be the case. She had been in this business long enough to know danger when she saw it. Even if this man or this wolf was in Killian's pack, he wasn't here just to say hello. So, if he did indeed follow her, she would have to take him out. Surely I can take down a wolf. She shook her head to diffuse the doubts in her mind, then slammed her palms on the steering wheel. How long does it take to open a damn door? She asked as the automatic door moved in slow motion. She didn't mind a good fight, but she didn't have any degree of freedom to do so with an unconscious alpha in her back seat. She had told LightSource she only took human clients because her unproven theories suggested that humans' adversaries tended to be other humans, low-caliber supernaturals, or the humans themselves. The last part was self-sabotage, which she actually couldn't help. But in any other case, with her training, she could manage human situations just fine. But when it came to real supernaturals, no matter how much training Patrick had given her, she wasn't sure she should collide directly with them. There. She had just enough space. She slammed her foot down on the accelerator and the car flew into the car park. The gap was just enough for the car's body. She didn't have time to feel pity for the car's roof that was lost as she squeezed past. But they were inside, safe, sound, and largely intact. Ivy swung into an empty spot and parked. She turned and checked the closing gate. When it was 2 feet from the ground, the wolf slid in. Seriously? She got out of her roofless car and ran toward the intruder so he wouldn't approach her car and see Killian, who was in no shape to protect himself. Ivy was almost 6 feet tall, but like Killian, this man towered over her when he regained his footing after his sliding and rolling motion. "Are you lost?" She glanced behind him to make sure he was alone. "Where's Killian?" No beating around the bush then. "Ah, so you're a friend of his?" "I need to talk to him." "He's unavailable. I saw him in your car." "Okay, let me introduce myself first. I'm from LightSource and I'm in charge of Killian's private security. Here is my procedure. You leave your details and I'll take the message to Killian. If he wants to talk with you, then I'll take you in." The man snorted. "Since when does Killian LeBlanc need a bodyguard?" "I'm not his bodyguard." The man sidestepped Ivy to head toward where she had parked the car. She grabbed his shoulder from the back. "I suggest you leave your details and message. I'll take them to Killian." He swiveled and swung his right arm at her. She jerked back to avoid the hit. "I'm not the police, but Killian is my client and we paid for this private, secure area. My place, my rules, and you are the intruder." He must have figured out by this time that he had no chance of getting to the car. He turned and charged at her. That was all Ivy needed. She pivoted sideways as he approached, grabbed his shoulder, and used his momentum to push him off balance. He regained his footing quickly and charged again. He knew her Aikido tricks now, so he hunched his shoulders as he ran, making sure she had nothing to grab and she had to go into a head-on collision with him. Ivy clenched her teeth and gave him a 2-leg kick with everything she had. He fell and skidded several feet on his backside. The pain from the impact vibrated through her body. She had merely kicked him, but it felt as if she had been hit by a truck. He scrambled back to his feet quickly and was about to charge at her again. She pulled out her knife. She didn't want to do this, but she wasn't sure her human body could take another direct hit. "I don't want to use this on you, but if you force me, I'll have to do it in self-defense." His eyes darkened when he saw the knife. "Oh, so you recognize the knife? Great. It has already seen wolf blood. Do you want your blood on the blade as well? I'm sure it will kill you so quickly that you'll die before you feel any pain." She thrust the knife forward. He growled and staggered back. He raised his hands, seeking a truce. "Okay, I'm leaving, right now. Don't throw that knife at me." He turned to leave. That was easier than she thought it would be. She made a mental note to use the knife more often, not to kill, but to threaten her way around the supernaturals. Then the man pivoted and threw something at her, something with a strange flight pattern she hadn't seen before. The object flew sideways but then boomeranged back and knocked the knife out of her. As soon as the weapon left her hand, the man lunged at her. She blocked him as he bulldozed her with his broad shoulders, but the sheer supernatural force from him knocked her down. If her core hadn't been so strong, she would have hit her head on the ground as she fell backward. She saw stars. She did a quick mental check on her body to ensure that, although she could hear her bones rattled, they hadn't departed from her body. All good. Her body was still in one piece, but taking another hit from that gigantic stack of muscles was out of the question. He hunched down, preparing for another run at her. There was nothing she could do to stop him. "If she loses a hair, I'll make sure your head becomes the trophy for the next hunt." Killian's voice came from behind her. His pitch was low, calm, and deadly. The wolf man in front of her came to a quick halt. Killian walked past her and approached the man. "Killian, I thought—" "You thought what?" Killian's voice remained low, still sharp and still deadly. The other man didn't seem convinced of the threat Killian was trying to pose. He was testing Killian. The two circled each other. When Killian's face angled toward her, she saw the glowing, deep blue shade in his eyes. He looked as if he were about to shift, which wasn't possible because he couldn't. But then again, he had to appear as if he was about to do it. The other man's eyes glowed green. He, too, looked like he was going to shift, but Ivy knew he wasn't bluffing. "You're old enough to know what will happen to you when you interrupt an alpha who is about to claim his mate. You're no alpha, Killian. Rumor has it you've had a little problem shifting lately." "Is that so? Rumor also has it that you've spent time in the Western Pack territory. In fact, you reek of their scent right now, and that's what we call betrayal. I'm sure you know what happens to a cast-out stray wolf?" The other man took a step back, his confidence seeming to waver. Ivy stood up and approached. "This isn't an alpha claim. She's not a wolf. I didn't attack an alpha's mate. I'm not violating any rules." Killian leaned slightly forward. If the other man charged, he looked ready to take the hit for Ivy. "You're in no position to judge. I'm claiming her as my mate, and you are interfering with my ritual. If you don't leave now, I'm within my rights to rip your stupid head off your shoulders. If you don't agree, you're free to challenge me at the alpha contest. But for now, I'm the alpha bearer, and I will kill you if you move 1 inch in the wrong direction." Killian raised his left hand, palm toward the man. On his palm, the Triquetra symbol with the wolf head in the center glowed in a blue halo. The other man turned pale and took another step back. "No, I'll leave. If you let me go, I'll leave right now." Killian lowered his palm. The symbol faded. A flash of weariness crossed Killian's eyes. It was just for a split second, but Ivy saw it. This was what she did best. She had an acute, primal sense of survival. She could smell danger miles before it came, and hell, maybe even before the assailant's intention to harm occurred in their mind. She didn't need to turn toward the other wolf man. She knew as if she could read his mind. With her naked human eyes, she saw Killian's eyes waver and the exhaustion take over for that brief second. The man standing behind them would have caught it too. Ivy grabbed Patrick's knife from the ground, swiveled, and threw it. The wolfman howled and dropped to the ground, his right hand buried in his jacket pocket. Ivy gestured for silence before Killian could say anything. She rushed toward the man's body and pulled his hand from his jacket. Out came a knife similar to the one Michael had thrown at Killian in the chapel. "It seems like you have an army of people coming after you with these knives, Killian." Killian's knees buckled. He hadn't completed his healing process, and this attempt to get up was taxing him. But he raised his hand to stop her from coming over to help. "I can manage. We need to hide his body." He forced himself to stand and leaned against the wall for purchase. Ivy dragged the dead body to her car. "The elevator is that way. If you can walk, please come with me. But if you're going to fall on your face, then stay here, and I'll come back to get you." Killian followed her, then stood leaning against the wall, watching her push the dead body inside her car and cover what she could with Pixie's cot. She came over, pulled out her cell phone to call Nathan with one hand, and wrapped her free arm around Killian's waist. They walked toward the elevator. "Nathan, there's a cleanup for you to do in the car park basement of our apartment. Also, there will be security footage you'll need to take care of. I'll call you later to explain." The elevator doors closed. Ivy swiped the security chip and pressed 108. As soon as the elevator started to move, a wave of relief washed over her. She had never appreciated the security of the apartments that Light Source used as client safe houses as much as she did now. They were nice to stay in, but painful to keep clean, along with the constant awareness that she was underdressed for the place. But now, she knew why Nathan had paid so much for them. Status was one thing. Security was what made the cost worth it. Light Source had an apartment on level 108. The only way in and out of the apartment was the elevator. Without the access chip, no one could get to the 108th floor. Even if a shifter had wings and could fly up to this level from outside the building, the windows didn't open to the outside, and the glass was bulletproof, fireproof, and graded to sustain violent earthquakes. As far as the security of the apartment was concerned, once they got into the elevator, they were safe. Killian leaned against the elevator wall on the way up. His eyes were closed. He was injured and weary, but still gorgeous. A couple of weeks ago, she thought she knew shapeshifters. Now, she wasn't sure. She had studied shifters, werewolves in particular, and pack behavior. Working among the supernaturals and posing as one of them, a mage, meant that knowing how they behaved was essential. She thought she had the hang of it, but based on what she had encountered in the last few days, she had too much theory and not enough experience. Did Patrick know her shortcomings? Was that the reason he'd given her the knife? She had to give herself some credit. With her limited knowledge and inadequate preparation, she had killed 2 werewolves today. She opened the apartment door with the remote control and brought Killian inside. The light came on automatically. We use this for our top clients. It's set up so that you can find anything you... He made a beeline to the couch in the middle of the lounge room and flopped down onto it. Anything you need, like perhaps a couch instead of a bed. She got it. He needed to completely heal before he could go about his business. She left the room and headed to the bedroom wing. This was a 2-bedroom apartment. She always stayed in the guest room, not the main room, in the apartments she house sat. She didn't feel like she belonged here right now, so she grabbed a small blanket and returned to the lounge room, only to find that Killian had stripped down to his underwear and now lay flat on his back. If another attack happened right now, she didn't think he wouldn't be able to get up and fight. Ivy couldn't help but admire Killian's perfect body. It couldn't be the result of wolf genes, because although the 2 she'd killed today were big and muscular, they weren't a fraction near as perfect. Not even close. Sweat gleamed on his torso. So much heat came from his body that she could see steam hovering in the air. His healing mechanism was hard at work. He didn't need the blanket, but she put it on the stool next to him just in case. She didn't know how long the healing process would take. She wanted to take a shower to clean off the stench of whatever had gotten on her body today, but she didn't want Killian to wake up when she was naked in the shower. When she caught sight of herself in a mirror on the wall, she stared at her reflection. She was tall, athletic, that much she knew, but she had never given her body the attention it deserved. However, beauty was in the eyes of the beholder, so as long as she was easy enough on the eyes of those who were important to her, then that was enough for her. She wasn't ashamed of her body and didn't know where she ranked on the beauty scale, but showing off her nakedness wasn't something she was going to do in front of a lethally handsome werewolf alpha. The possibility of having a quick shower in a fully open plan bathroom was out of the picture. She turned on her laptop and settled at the temporary desk in the study nook in the corner of the room. She twisted her hair up and secured it with a pencil, kicked her shoes off and took off her jacket. When her phone buzzed, it startled her. She glanced at her watch. Time had flown and 2 hours had passed. It had gone dark outside. On the screen of her phone, a call from Nathan popped up. She picked up the call. "Job done. You're now clean." She smiled. "Thanks, Daddy." "Be good, Ivy. Take care of our golden client." "Are you pimping me out?" There was a slight knock on the door and a voice came through. "Pizza delivery." Ivy grabbed some cash from her jacket pocket and went toward the door. Nathan chuckled. "Killing 2 shifters a day. At this rate, I'm worried other companies might approach you." "Nah, I'll stay with Light Source for the benefits. No one will let me stay in the best accommodation in the city for free. And buy me dinner for good measure. Thanks for the pizza." "I didn't order pizza." As soon as Nathan replied, she yanked open the door and charged outside. The corridor was empty. There was a pizza box on the floor. No ordinary human could get in and out of this level of the building so quickly. What sort of supernatural creatures would deliver a pizza? Is this really a pizza? She took a step away from the suspicious-looking box on the floor. How did someone get to this floor? A click sounded behind her as the apartment door shut and locked her out. Damn. Her remote key was inside the apartment. The smart sensor system had concluded that the person left inside the apartment was her, and the person outside was a possible intruder, so it had locked her out. If she forced the door or even banged on it to call Killian, the alarm would go off. There was movement at the end of the corridor, a shadowy, lanky body in a long cloak. Definitely not a pizza delivery guy. Ivy glanced back at the heavy apartment door, which showed no signs of opening. She gauged the size of her opponent. He was supernatural, but she couldn't tell which kind. It didn't matter because now she not only had no weapons, but she was also barefoot. She was better at kicking than punching, but kicking this supernatural while barefoot might not yield a desirable result. Running away wasn't an option either because first she wouldn't leave Killian defenseless inside the apartment, and second, facing her back at an attacker was a stupid idea. Ivy held the phone up as if it were a gun, switched the FaceTime camera on, flipped the camera so that it filmed forward toward the man instead of filming her. Fake it until you make it, Ivy. She had no idea how to do it, but she adjusted her stance and she made sure it looked as if she was about to blast magic at the man. Chapter 14. A creature is coming at me, Nathan. Can you see it? Yes, but what is it? I can't tell, but I'm locked out of the apartment and I have no weapon with me. It's not a shifter. How can you tell? Because shifters can't get past security to get up there. The creature looked like a man, but the hood of its cloak was large, and she couldn't see its face even as it drew nearer. It's coming for me, Nathan. I'm going to have to put you down and fight it. You can't fight if you don't know what it is. You'll be killed. From the other end of the corridor, the man seemed to have heard the conversation. His pace increased. It looks like a vamp. Call the light. Cast the spell of light, Ivy. Burn it. Yes, okay. Say it, Ivy. I'm not in its presence, so I can't do it for you. Okay. Calling for the light was a special spell in her mage group's inner circle. High-ranked mages who had the power could cast the spell, using mage energy to burn vampires. She knew the spell. She knew how it worked, but she couldn't use it. From the vampire's perspective, it had no other option than to get to her before she burned it. Ivy, say the spell. Call the light. For fuck's sake, use your power. I can't. I'm not a mage, goddammit. I can't use that spell. And that was it. The vampire charged. She pivoted and pushed it out of the way so it couldn't get to her neck. She knew it would go right for her jugular, and she wasn't entertaining the prospect of becoming a Fangs girl. She dropped the phone on the carpeted floor during the process. The vampire stopped and hissed. I didn't come for you. Oh no, the last time I checked, I was staying in this apartment, and you knocked on the door pretending to deliver pizza. I wasn't pretending. I intended to deliver that pizza. Oh yeah? So you needed an invitation to get in? Correct. I came here for Killian LeBlanc. If you invite me in, I promise I won't harm you. She could see the vampire's face now. Pale skin, dark eyes, red lips, typical vampire looks. She shrugged. Not her cup of tea. One of a vampire's many talents was to manipulate people's minds. He must have used his mind control, stolen a pizza from a poor delivery guy, and then made security give him access to this floor. Too bad. He's my client, and I tend to protect my clients from crooks like you. I don't want to hurt you. Likewise, so if you leave now, I'll call it a wash. I can't leave without Killian. If you get in my way, I'll have to kill you. She took a martial arts stance and moved her hands in a circular motion, and she used the healing magic the no-name goddess had taught her. Her palms glowed. The vampire's eyes widened. You think I can't use light magic? Light was light. He didn't need to know this was healing magic, and she couldn't burn him with it. If he was smart and left now, she would let him be undead for a little longer. But no, he insisted on cutting his life short. He charged at her again. She pivoted, pulled the pencil from her hair and stabbed it into the vampire's neck. He roared. She pulled the pencil out and buried it in his chest, right where his heart should be. He fell to the ground. Ivy hadn't killed a vampire before. Actually, she hadn't seen one up close before either. Even with her limited knowledge about the vampire world, she knew what happened in front of her wasn't normal by supernatural standards. The vampire's dead body started to melt, and in no time, he became a pool of black liquid on the very expensive carpet. But before she could worry about the financial impact, the liquid evaporated as if it had never been there. What the hell? Then the corridor returned to its normal, quiet, secure environment. Shit, totally shit, she said as she picked up her phone from the carpet. She had just told her business partner that the entire time she had been dealing with him and the professional mage community, she had been a fraud. Not only wasn't she a mage, but she also wasn't magical. She was a Jane. Nathan's voice growled from her speakerphone. "We need to talk in the office. Now, Ivy." "All right, I'll be there as soon as I can." She called building security to ask them to let her into the apartment. Killian was still on the couch. She didn't want to leave him undefended. But once he knew she was just an ordinary human, he wouldn't want her to protect him anyway. He looked peaceful. It must be difficult to lead a pack and be an alpha who couldn't afford to have a weakness, yet bear a gigantic weakness. It was like a boulder dangling over his head, threatening to drop at any moment. She left a note saying she was on a business trip and was unsure when she would be back. When he was well enough, he could either make his way home or stay in the apartment's safe house that Light Source provided. She picked up a few items from her room, grabbed her backpack, and headed out. At least Killian had a pack. She had no one, and her life was on the move once again. Light Source's main office was only 4 blocks away. She didn't need a car to get there. The walk would give her time to clear her head, if that were at all possible. Nathan would be angry at her. She couldn't blame him. What she had done was a betrayal to his trust, to Light Source, and to the community. Pete smiled at her from the reception desk. He was on the night shift again, manning the reception desk and taking care of the general security of the office building. He tilted his head and looked behind Ivy. "Pixie isn't with me this time." "I see." His gaze landed on her face and then returned to his computer monitor. When she didn't want to engage in a conversation, it showed. She strode toward the elevators. "Ivy." She stopped and turned. "Yes?" She had seen the puzzlement on Pete's face when she'd first entered, but she wasn't in the mood to talk, so she didn't ask about it. "I hope there's nothing that comes of this, but I have to tell you so you can let Nathan know." She returned to the reception desk, which faced the large foyer. From behind the desk, Pete could see almost anyone who came in and out of the building's main entrance. Pete was in his late 50s. He manned this reception desk, waiting for the time he could retire, move to a country town, and live a quiet life. He wasn't the sort of man who wanted to cause trouble or get tangled in unnecessary corporate messes. If it wasn't important, he wouldn't interfere with Light Source business. Half an hour ago, there was a man who came in here and looked at that board for a good 5 minutes, he told her with a low voice, pointing at the board on the wall behind him that listed the companies that leased offices in this building. Why is that strange? Isn't the board there for people to read? "You would know better than I do, Ivy. You're in the security business. Without a swipe card or chip, you can't get to your floor. So if you're here to see someone, that person would have issued you a temporary pass to swipe or buzzed you in as you arrived. So you'd only stand here and look at the board for that long if you didn't know who you were looking for or you didn't have an invitation to their floor. But how can you be so sure he has anything to do with Light Source?" "Because when a couple of visitors to Light Source came out of the elevator, he followed them out. It could be a coincidence. Maybe he couldn't find what he was looking for and left at the same time as they did. But you never know. Too many strange things have happened in the last week around here, and that makes me nervous. Thanks, Pete. I'll talk to Nathan." The elevator pinged. She gave him a thank you and goodbye gesture with her hand and strode to the door. In minutes, she was walking across the luxurious carpet in Light Source's long corridor. through the office's contemporary but elegant decoration, very modern for a 100-year-old company. Every time she came here, she saw something new, a new painting, new furniture, fresh flowers, new lighting. There were endless possibilities to make this old company appear as if it were in its prime. Perhaps it had always been in its prime under Nathan's management. She had walked down this corridor countless times, and she didn't want this to be the last time. But as with everything else, especially in ordinary human life, things had to come to an end. And her journey with Light Source had come to an end. The office light was as dim as her mood. The staff had left the main office for the night. Ivy walked straight into Nathan's private wing. As usual, he leaned back in his leather chair, elbows resting on the chair arms, and looked up at her. "Does 7 years mean anything to you, Ivy?" She stood in front of his desk like an employee waiting for her last paycheck. But she wasn't after money. She wanted only to look him in the eyes and explain why she'd done what she'd done. She wanted them to part on good terms. For a human, yes, 7 years is a significant chunk of time, even if one lives out a full life. But for a mage like you, Nathan, 7 years is an insignificant fraction of your lifespan. Is that what you think, Ivy? I just answered your question. I don't use lifespan to measure my association with Light Source, and I can explain if you care to hear my opinion. I do. Please explain. He gestured toward a chair, but she didn't sit. The 40% share my family has in Light Source? It's 30 plus 10, Ivy, not a complete 40 as a whole distribution. The triad structure of the 3 times 30 and a 10% leverage was set up to ensure the 3 families were doing the right thing and not taking advantage of the other 2. Your family grabbed the 10% leverage because Patrick holds the top post in the Mage Society. Even if your mother is a human and Patrick can't convert you and Nina into mages, you can still represent your family's 30%. Between you and Patrick, you still hold the majority of the shares. My family and the Adamses wouldn't object. Why did you feel you had to work under a pretense? During the 7 years we worked together, have you ever heard me declare that I'm a mage? Nathan frowned. He took a second to think and looked up at her. No, I guess people just assume that because you're one of the Javernicks. I made that assumption too, and it was a false one. Huge mistake on my part. You never lied. You're right about holding the majority of the shares, but it only works if I'm a true Javernick. I'm not their blood, Nathan. I didn't even come from an orphanage. Mother picked me up from a dumpster somewhere. He stood and walked around the desk. I'm sorry, I didn't know. He stood next to her and tilted her chin up so he could look into her eyes. I'm sorry about your family, and I'm not going to treat you any differently, Ivy. You didn't cheat and lie, and that's the only quality I ask of a business partner. Do you know you've just revealed the most vulnerable weakness one can't afford to have in this line of business? If this information leaks, you'll never be let into the society again. You'll be a rogue. I know, and if you'll let go of my chin, I'll bury my head in the sand somewhere for the night and then face my adopted family tomorrow to tell them I have spectacularly failed them. My sister Nina, she's a real mage, by the way, will have to pick up the baton tomorrow and start training, whether she likes it or not. He let go of her chin. I'm in charge of Light Source management. That hasn't changed, and it won't change for a long time. The Adamses are only interested in the paychecks, not the work, and Nina hates this shit with a passion. She gestured widely with her hands. Nathan laughed and returned to his chair. He circled his index finger. Are you calling this multi-million-dollar, 100-year-old organization shit? Nina's word, not mine. A half smile crossed Nathan's face. All right, here's the deal I can make with you. I'll pretend I didn't hear and don't know anything, and I'll keep this sensitive, personal information between you and me. You continue as usual. You don't even have to tell your family that I found out. Why do that, Nathan? Several reasons. But the most important one is that Light Source still needs Killian's money, and he isn't going to invest if you're not with us. That's professional enough. He kept his gaze on her face for several seconds, then nodded. Yes, purely professional reasons. What do you say? Agreed for now, plus I do want to help Killian out. Nathan rolled his eyes. Who wouldn't? What do you mean by that? He arched an eyebrow. By investing in Light Source? Oh, that. All right, he called the day before and was interested in investing in the company. Not becoming a shareholder or anything, because he understands that those shares are not for outsiders to grab, but he wanted to have some controlling stake in management. Is there such a thing? Yes, and it's complicated, Ivy. I'm not sure you want to know. But simply speaking, it's like a government and monarch kind of relationship. He can't buy the royal shares and become a royal family member, but he wants controlling shares of the government, so to speak. Oh, that's what claiming a mate is about. What? Nothing, she said. Mages and wolves are the same. They all want to keep things inside their inner circles. You sure he doesn't want to take over what you do? Nathan laughed. His line of business is a lot more exciting than what a 100-year-old mage does. Is that how old you are? You don't look a day over 30. Nathan snorted. Seriously, Ivy, the job you're doing for him is so important that he wants to fence it left, right, and center to guarantee you are the one to get the job done. That would include taking over Light Source and doing my 100-year-old job. Whatever. Talk about being desperate. If I were a scumbag, which I'm not, I would charge him tenfold. She nodded. Nathan glanced at the monitors that surveyed the reception desk of the building. He didn't need to watch, but it was typical of him to want to keep an eye on everything. A young man who appeared to have an argument with Pete approached the desk. Ivy cleared her throat. Pete said there was a man staring at the directory board for a good 5 minutes more than a half hour ago, and then he followed some of Light Source's visitors out of the building. Who visited the office last? I didn't have any guests in the last couple of hours, but I did pay the guys who did the cleanup job for you. They wanted cash, so I gave them the money in the corridor. They didn't come in here. They exited the building after about half an hour. Nathan rewound the footage. In the last hour, only the cleanup guys had checked in at the reception desk. No one stood reading the directory for 5 minutes, as Pete had told her. Nathan switched the screen back to live footage. A young man waved his hands in the air and turned to exit the building. As he turned, the logo on the back of his shirt was revealed, 15 or free. Ivy rushed toward the screen. That's the pizza logo. Ask Pete what he said. Nathan called the front desk. What did he want, Pete? He wanted his pizza money, but I didn't get any pizza, so I'm not paying him. Holy cow! Ivy hurried to the door. Nathan followed her. What, Ivy? Vampires can manipulate minds to get what they want, right? Yes. They rushed toward the elevator. She punched the down button. Can they mask their appearance from cameras? She asked. No, but other creatures can. Ivy bolted into the elevator as soon as the door opened. I can get the car, Ivy. No, it's faster if I run. The vampire's mate must have given him info about where our safe house apartment is. Then he used mind control to take the pizza from the delivery guy and made apartment security give him entry to 1 to 8. They were on the ground floor now. Ivy stormed out of the building, calling Killian on her cell phone, but not expecting him to answer. Nathan ran right next to her. But you killed that vampire, Ivy. Yes, but I asked security to let me inside the apartment. He saw Killian. The dead vampire's partner could manipulate the security guy to let them come up and get inside. Killian can't fight them off? Not if he's in the same condition as when I left him. She ran. She thought she was a fast runner, but as fast as she could run, the 4 blocks seemed like a race across the continent. Chapter 15. Killian didn't struggle in the dark. It wasn't because his eyesight was perfect or his injury was completely healed, but because Ivy had left the light in the apartment on dim. As he put his clothes back on, he read the note she had left on the table. Next to the note were some items she'd left for him, including the apartment key and instructions on how to use the facility and electronic devices and how to open the panic room. He smiled to himself. It was quite adorable and thoughtful of her, actually. He hadn't been totally out of it when she had taken him in, But once the healing process started and he was pushing it to maximum capacity, he had been totally in the dark. What happened? What did she mean by saying she was unsure when she would return? Isn't this where she lives? Luca might be right. He was out of touch with what normal people did and how they lived. He glanced around. He liked this apartment and appreciated her invitation, but he preferred his own home. She hadn't left the apartment long ago. She had just been here. Her scent still hovered in the air, pure, as clean as spring water. She wasn't drop-dead gorgeous by common human standards of beauty, the kind endorsed by popular fiction and the media, but she was appealing. Her long, dark, wavy hair made him want to tease her. He loved the twinkle in her gorgeous amber eyes when she tried to hide her affection, curiosity, or embarrassment. She might think of those things as weaknesses, but he considered them rare traits. They made her more human than a mage, and for that, she was like an enchanted forest he'd like to explore. He'd love to get to know her athletic body. He could never get enough of watching her agile movements. He had been with many women before, both shifters and humans. He never thought much about these encounters because they were merely consensual adult sex. Nothing more, nothing less. He respected the women he had been with, as they respected him and his rules, no spiritual or emotional strings attached. He was on track to be an alpha. When he found the right match at the right time to claim his mate would be his sole focus, and nothing would interfere. He vividly remembered their night in the weapons room. They had been close, almost intimate, but that sensation had been triggered by dark magic, so he disregarded all the associated feelings. He hadn't yet had a chance, but he would get to the bottom of who or what had cast that magic. He recalled using the mating ritual to bluff their way out of danger in the car park earlier. Had he meant what he said? As much as he liked Ivy, he knew the upcoming alpha contest and the curse that prevented him from shifting were his top priorities. He had no room in his life at the moment for a romance that wouldn't lead to a mateship. There was a faint sound at the door, and the lock clicked off. He knew how security in these buildings worked. It was either Ivy or someone who had authorized access, but his instincts told him otherwise. In most cases, when he had to choose between conflicting pieces of information, he'd go with his instincts. As soon as the door sneaked open, he could tell that his instincts were correct. Better yet, he could tell that what stood in the doorway was a vampire. The security guard opened the door, invited the vampire in, then walked away like a zombie. His mind was being controlled by the vampire, so Killian couldn't blame him for his actions. Killian buttoned his cufflinks and said, "Who hired you?" "I won't reveal my client's information. You sound like you'll volunteer to go with me without force. That would be ideal. I can't go with you unless I know where I'm going and who I'm meeting with." The vampire shrugged. "If you come with me, you'll soon find out who wants to capture you. If you don't come voluntarily, I'll have to force you. My contract requires me to deliver you alive, but it says nothing about potential injury. Therefore, I can beat you, drag you out of here, and do whatever I please. As long as I don't kill you, I can get my money. So what do you say?" "I'd prefer to have a civilized conversation with your contractor, so I'll go with you. But can I leave a note for Ivy? It would be best not to worry about what she might do when she comes back and doesn't find me here." The vampire gave the go-ahead. Killian grabbed a pencil from the desk and wrote her a note, telling her not to worry and that he'd be back soon. He put an empty glass on the note. "Let's go," said the vampire and led him out of the apartment. The door automatically locked behind them. In a couple of minutes, they were outside the building. The city was buzzing. Melbourne lived up to its reputation. This city never slept. It was late, way past dining time, but some had just now started their day. Killian guessed people started their night out with a late dinner, then hung out in the city until the early hours of the morning. Human behavior was sometimes stranger than that of the supernaturals. He rarely went into the city these days unless it was for business, but he knew this area well. "You lead," he said. The vampire glanced around, seeing nothing unusual as people went about their business. He nodded. We'll get a car. I usually travel quickly by myself, but I'm sure you'll try to use the opportunity to escape." Killian smiled at the vampire. "You can read minds, then. I'm impressed." He rolled his eyes. Not only did this vampire not read minds, but he also wasn't very smart. Killian just wanted to learn who the contractor was, because it would give him a possible connection to everything that had been happening in the last couple of weeks. Be patient, he reminded himself. He said nothing further and let the vampire feel like he was in charge. They were a block away from the apartment building, heading north. On the other side of the street, Ivy and Nathan ran in the opposite direction. Killian knew the vampire couldn't read minds, but he still made sure not to react too strongly and draw attention to them. He looked away in another direction. Light source was just a few blocks away. Ivy and Nathan must have come from the office and were running toward the apartment. Why are they running? Why is Ivy in tears? He had checked his phone messages when he first woke up, and there was nothing from Ivy. Then he got an incoming text when he was talking to the vampire, and there they were, crossing paths with him. If it had been Ivy who texted, maybe she was trying to warn him about this vampire. He could check his messages, but vampire hearing was ultra-sensitive. He couldn't risk exposing what Ivy had planned. Besides, he had the situation under control. He appreciated the 2 pencils she had left in a V shape on the desk next to the note. She was smart. He liked her. The vampire stopped walking. "What's the matter?" Killian asked. Instead of responding, the vampire's lip curved and his fangs dropped. Killian wasn't sure what form the vampire wanted the humans to see him in, but he didn't seem to care. The vampire turned, and his gaze followed Ivy and Nathan, who had run past them in the opposite direction across the street. The two-way traffic between them was busy but not jammed. Cars moved fast in both directions. Even if he shouted, Ivy and Nathan wouldn't be able to hear him. He couldn't see the vampire's expression and wasn't sure what he was trying to do. Suddenly, a car broke out of the traffic and headed toward Ivy and Nathan from behind. Killian didn't think they would be able to hear the sound of a car careening toward them over the noise of the traffic and pedestrians. The vampire stood still, his focus across the street. He was controlling the driver's mind. People saw the runaway car and started to scream. They shouted, pointed, and cried out as the car bulldozed people on the street. Ivy and Nathan turned. They saw the car coming for them at a deadly speed. Killian didn't know Nathan well, but he knew Ivy would figure out a way to stop the car from causing more damage. She wouldn't jump out of the way, but would instead stand her ground. Having no other choice, Killian pulled out one of Ivy's pencils and stabbed the vampire in the back of his neck. The vampire roared. Killian pulled out the pencil and stabbed again, then finished the vampire with a stab to the heart. He collapsed to the ground. Killian knew now that the vampire hadn't been allowing humans to see him. No one seemed to pay attention to the fanged man. Killian killed the vampire and thus had ceased the control the vampire had on the driver. But the car was still in motion, and there was nothing he could do from this side of the road to stop the car from hitting Ivy. His adrenaline shot up, urging him to shift into his animal form, charge over and yank her aside. But that wouldn't help. He would be too late. He had no emotional or psychic connections with Ivy. She couldn't feel him. He had no hope she could hear him over the traffic noise. But he had to try. With everything he had, he looked at Ivy as if he could channel his message into her mind, and he shouted, "Look out, Ivy!" He then held his breath and helplessly watched the moving car, knowing he couldn't steer it with his thought. Ivy thought she heard Killian calling her name. How is that possible? Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw Killian across the street. He looked at her. His eyes screamed danger. Ivy turned around just before the car hit them from behind. The world moved in slow motion. It wasn't moving that way as the result of magic, but rather because, in her mind, she was analyzing every possibility of danger along with every potential reaction and consequence of her actions. Killian was handling the situation well. He had killed the vampire that was the cause of the car aimed at herself and Nathan. She could have easily jumped out of the way of the car. But what about Nathan? He was an experienced mage and a good warrior when he was doing field work, but he hadn't been in the field for quite a while. She figured she would turn around, give Nathan a little push, and still have enough time to jump aside. But before she could execute her double action plan, someone pushed her aside from behind. Then there was the sound of the impact. The car hit Nathan before veering into the light pole. Nathan's body launched into the air. He fell to the ground and skidded several feet on his back. He lay on the pavement, motionless. "Silly old mage," she said and raced toward him. The commotion started as humans realized what had just happened. A tragic car accident. There were other humans on the ground, but Ivy's attention was focused on one person, Nathan. Her adoptive mother had warned her about getting involved with the supernatural world and light source. It meant it would only be a matter of time before she had to make hard decisions. This was one of those times. She ignored the sounds of horror around her and focused on Nathan. He was a mage. He could heal himself if he were strong enough, and the injury was not mortally fatal. Judging by the way he had landed after the car's impact, Ivy knew he needed her help. She had her newfound healing ability. She could help one person, and it would be him. Nathan wasn't responsive, but he had a weak pulse. She couldn't bring back the dead, but a weak pulse was all she needed. She concentrated and pushed the energy into her palms. Her hands glowed, but she couldn't care less if the humans saw what she was doing. She traced her palms over the sides of Nathan's head. It was fine. She continued down to his neck. There. It had been nearly snapped. Almost. You lucky bastard. She pumped the healing energy into his injured neck, one gentle wave at a time, like fixing a fiber of his life at a time. She had no idea she had such patience. One wave, two, then three, and more, until his neck was back to how it should be. The silly, stubborn neck of a mage. His chest puffed up with a strong inhalation. He could take it from here and hasten the healing process with his natural strength. She traced her palms down his torso, a few broken ribs which would heal quickly. The other injuries, including a dislocated shoulder, were negligible. When she looked up, Killian was standing next to her. He had cleared the crowds and helped the humans call for an ambulance and the police. And he had arranged for his corporate car, which was parked right along the bend of the sidewalk where Nathan lay. "Thank you. We were just trying to check on you. I called, but—" "Yes, I know." He raised his cell phone. "I didn't have a chance to check my messages. You tried to warn me about the vampire. Can we go now?" She gestured toward his car, the very expensive car she'd almost bumped into when she first met him. She still didn't know what kind of car it was, but it was some sort of limousine. "Yes, of course. Let me help you." He helped her put Nathan in the back seat and then went to the driver to give instructions. Then he came back and stood at the door. "You're not going with us?" He smiled. "No, I have a couple of things to see to. The driver will take you where you want to go. I'll get the next ride and call you tomorrow. As for tonight, I don't think the apartment is safe. Do you have somewhere safe to stay? I'll go to my sister's." "That should do." He nodded a goodbye. "Thanks for the pencil," he said and closed the car door. He gave the car a light tap so the chauffeur knew he could start driving. It took 20 minutes to get to Nathan's place, and 15 of those to recover in the car. The supernatural ability to heal quickly made her jealous. It had been just over a couple of hours, and Killian had recovered from a magic knife that was designed to kill him. In 15 minutes, Nathan had gone from a near-fatal injury to a guy sitting upright next to her, asking her when she had time for their next meeting. Maybe it had been a bad idea to refuse to be turned into a mage when she was little. No, she wouldn't change her mind for such short-term business. The ability to heal and not have to suffer much pain from injuries was nice. But supernatural abilities came with a lot of baggage she didn't want to take on. She didn't need to live to be 100 or more. It was a meaningful life that counted. She couldn't think of anything worse than living a prolonged, useless life. "Ivy? What? Is tomorrow or the next day okay for a meeting? We need to plan for your situation and how it's going to play out in the future." I can't place you in jobs that are too dangerous because you can't heal yourself the way we do. We, says the person whose broken neck I just fixed. I didn't break my neck. No, the car in the pavement did. Is that what you're going to say, Nathan? Do you know what just happened? Of course, I'm not an idiot. Even when I was incapacitated, I knew what was going on. I could see myself from outside my body. I could see my essence and life force leaving, and I could see you pulling it back. But still, you're a human. A very special human, that is. His gaze paused on her face and stayed there for so long it was uncomfortable. His face was close to hers. She had never noticed his looks until today. This 100-year-old mage looked like a very attractive man in his late 30s. She examined his eyes, beautiful, dark, intense, and full of lust. If you kiss me, Nathan, I will break your neck exactly where I just fixed it. He snapped back to reality as if he'd been slapped in the face. He must have realized how close he was to her and jerked back. What happened? She shuddered. There was no point in explaining to him that he would be temporarily attracted to her because she had used her healing magic on him. Nothing. You're home now. I don't think I can make it tomorrow, but we can meet the day after. He stepped out of the car. I don't know what just happened. I'm sorry, Ivy. No worries. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. The car pulled away, leaving a confused Nathan standing in front of his house in the quiet suburb of Kew. Go to South Melbourne, please. As she gave the driver Nina's address, she saw the no-name goddess's shadow gliding on the street along with the car. She felt that the woman could easily appear inside the car beside her. But if she wanted to glide out there, Ivy would let her. She had no doubt she'd see this woman again when she ran tomorrow morning, and she had a question to ask about the special healing power the woman had given her. Chapter 16. Killian held up a small crystal jar containing a blue liquid. He looked through the clear liquid toward the natural sunlight. Was this liquid the base for the potion he had spent 10 years of his life searching for? Maybe. He had long abandoned the could-have-done but didn't way of thinking. Not only did it not help his situation, but regret was a weakness he couldn't afford. He was no longer in his 20s, and the journey toward being a true alpha had proven a lot more complicated than he'd thought. It took a lot more than strength, courage, strong will, and luck. Being lucky was the part he couldn't control. If this is all it takes, then why bother with the whole ordeal with Light Source? Luca asked from behind him. Killian turned to look at his demon friend. This is just a base formula. The lab might fail to produce the final results. They've already failed several times. But you've been at this for like 10 years, and if it's failed before, how will this time be any different? This is the first time I've had Kieran's formula. Killian put the jar down on the long table in the middle of the sunroom and returned to his seat at the far end of the table, facing the window. This had been his father's favorite room in this house whenever they stayed here. The sunlight danced on the polished cement floor. Large cathedral-style windows opened to a garden carpeted with lush green grass and punctuated by white daisies. Daisies were Mother's favorite. She loved them for their simplicity and purity. But that was all he had from his mother's conscious mind since he was 5. Not long after what had happened with Father, his mother's mind had started to let go of him, of the world, and of all things that had robbed her of her husband. Luca cleared his throat. So, should I take this to the lab? No, leave it with me. Thanks for the London trip. Luca snorted. Not really a trip. This demon ability is such a spoil sport. As you said, my intentions were set, and then poof, there I was in the middle of London. Would have loved to hang around and travel a bit, but I understood that this was urgent. Killian stood. Yes, 6 weeks to D-Day. Luca approached. Seriously, Killian, do you want any help with that? Like what, demon magic? I'm serious. I mean, I've seen you in wolf form. To be honest, I can't tell if it's another wolf. You're talking about the alpha contest. I can't cheat. Man, I thought you knew your priorities. You just need to win the contest. We'll figure out the rest later. The whole curse situation didn't surface until a few weeks ago. Had you known this years ago, wouldn't you have cranked up the potion development process or turned the bush upside down for the real potion? Someone sucker punched you by manipulating the information. You don't have to play clean. Why don't you get off your high horse and maneuver a bit to get over this bump? I know my priorities, Luca. My moral ground isn't the problem. So what is then? He looked at Luca but gave no answers. All right, I'll leave you here to brood. Call me when you need me. Luca. Luca stopped without turning back. Thank you for everything you've done. Luca waved his hand dismissively and strode out of the room. Killian returned his gaze to the potion. He owed no one an explanation. The only people he cared about were his family, the ones he no longer had. His only life goal was to be a true alpha, not because of the power, but because becoming a true alpha could give him access to the Trinity power and uncover the truth behind who had killed his father and robbed his mother of her sanity. Morality played no role in this. He wouldn't cheat the Trinity power because it would see through him if he didn't earn the alpha title himself. At this stage, he had secured Ivy's help to find the potion. But he still needed the potion to be developed in case Ivy couldn't find it or changed her mind. Killian grabbed the jar and was about to leave, but then he noticed a white daisy in the garden had grown a blue petal. It couldn't possibly be true. He returned to the window and looked outside. He hadn't hallucinated. A white daisy growing along the curb of the lawn had a single blue petal. He rushed out to the garden for a closer look. The last thing his mother had said to him was, "One day when a white daisy turns blue, look to the horizon and you'll see your dream come true." He had always thought it was a random phrase from a poem or lullaby, and that when his mother's mind started to drift away, it was all she remembered. He didn't have dreams. His life was fueled by vengeance, but he knew his mother would appreciate the flower. He stopped his hand an inch before it reached the flower. The daisy would die before he got it to her. Then he would have to bring her to the flower. He was out of his depth when it came to this. He had no reason, no explanation for his action, but he pulled out his cell phone and took a picture of the white daisy with a single blue petal. Nina used 1,000% of her willpower to prevent herself from gliding, galloping, or worse, tripping and falling on her face. Stay calm, behave like a lady. Ugh, she had butterflies in her stomach. Ivy had told her Killian didn't bite. Nina rolled her eyes to herself. If he wanted to bite, she'd let him. She shook her head, gave herself a mental slap, and walked into the quiet cafe a block away from campus. What was this all about? Killian wanted to meet with her privately. She had seen his picture. She knew he'd funded her lab, not her lab, but the project and her scholarship. There was nothing about the project that Damien hadn't already told her. As soon as she stepped inside the cafe, Killian stood and pulled a chair out for her. She sat cross-legged, which she didn't normally do, but she had a feeling if she didn't do so, she'd pee her pants. Killian in real life put Killian's picture to shame. So much for beauty filters, airbrushing, and famous photo editing software. All this man needed to do was show up as his usual self and smile. OMG, that smile. Nina! No, you don't bite. She wanted to bang her head on the table. Had she just said that to a werewolf? It was like going to a butcher and telling him you hoped he was vegetarian. Of course I don't. Not without a reason. I'm sorry, I'm just a little jumpy. I'm not sure why you want to see me in person. I mean, if you need anything in the lab, you just need to send a message, right? My apologies. I don't mean to come across as intimidating. Oh no, you're not scary at all. I mean, dominating, yes. You need that being an alpha and the boss and all. It's just me. I tend to be jumpy around my boss. It was lame, but she couldn't think of anything better to say. I'm not your boss, and what I need from you is personal. Nothing official. You can say no to this. What do you need? First things first. The reason I kept this meeting private is because you need me to be discreet, I understand. I'm sure you know I helped Ivy with information about you before she accepted you as a client. I know now, but that's expected. I vet my clients too. Damn it. She cleared her throat. I meant, I understand the need to be discreet, especially when we're straddling the human and the supernatural worlds. I'm sure you know my family and our association with Light Source. Of course. He put a box on the table. Inside is the base for the formula of a potion that I need to control the changing process when I shift. I need to develop the potion in full from that formula. I've attempted this for several years, but the lab has failed every time. I guess it's because we can't use lab rats for this, nor can I test it on myself. The project you won last year was the closest we have ever gotten in terms of simulations. I have a feeling this time it might work out. She smiled. I'll do my best. I'm guessing you needed the result yesterday? He chuckled and nodded. There's no point in rushing if it will negatively affect the results. She clucked her tongue. Nope. Thanks, Nina. What's the other thing? Excuse me? You have, I need another favor, written on your forehead. I didn't plan for this, but now that you've said it, I'll just ask. Do you know much about flowers? A little, but I'm not too keen on commercial flowers. I like wildflowers. That's perfect. He pulled out his cell phone and showed her a picture of a bunch of daisies. Ivy's favorite? I'm sorry, what? Those are my sister's favorite. Oh no, this is embarrassing. That's quite a coincidence. These are for my mother. I'm sorry that didn't come out right. Nina, I wanted to ask you about the blue petal. She squinted at the picture. Oh yeah, that one with a single blue petal. How strange. My mother has a special type of dementia. The last thing she remembered was a phrase about a white daisy with a blue petal. I didn't think much of it then. But today I saw this in our garden. I'd like to know if there is a way we can create this. Something I can take to her, or better yet, grow it. Because if it's the only one of its kind, I don't know what I'll do when it's gone tomorrow. If I can't keep the flower alive, then I would rather not show it to her. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard, Killian. She smiled at him and bit down slightly on her bottom lip, just in case it decided to tremble and turn her into a crybaby. She made a mental note, reminding herself to visit her mother tonight. The electronic door of the private medical center opened as Killian approached. Nina had lied. Killian knew that, but it was nice to hear a white lie once in a while. Deep down, he knew it was impossible to create such a special daisy unless magic or high-level science were involved. Nina didn't have the magic. That was a fact. She might be able to use technology to create an artificial seed for the flower, but it would take time, especially since she knew developing the potion was his top priority. But still, she had said yes to everything he had asked of her. He smiled to himself and congratulated the Mr. Lucky in Nina's life, whoever he might be. She deserved to be with a good man. He noticed how different Ivy and Nina were, but that was a matter of discussion for another day. The receptionist smiled at him. Killian, this isn't your scheduled visit. Hello, Laura. Are you saying my mother secretly goes out and about when she knows I'm not visiting? Laura chuckled. Yes, but I promised I'd keep her secrets. All right then, I'll let those secrets remain between you and her. I'm just here for a quick check-in, and maybe a little surprise. He nodded a goodbye to Laura and turned toward the private wing that led to his mother's room, but he stopped in his tracks and returned to Laura. There are always fresh flowers in my mother's room. Who makes the arrangements and decides on the variety of flowers? I buy the flowers and put them in a vase. It doesn't really qualify as an arrangement. As for which flowers to buy, I know she likes daisies, so I mix them in when I get the chance. How did you know she likes daisies? Laura shrugged. Just a hunch. Her eyes twinkle when I put daisies in the room. Twinkle? What? You don't think your mother can feel anything? You don't know my mother's medical condition. I don't have medical training, but I know she can't express emotions, and her brain can't recognize patterns, along with all the other fancy ways doctors explain her state of mind. But I have enough life experience to see the simple things like her joy when she sees the flowers and her delight when her son visits. Killian, I know science has its merits, but it doesn't explain everything, does it? Feelings are in the heart of a mother. Killian touched Laura's shoulder. Thank you. That's very considerate and kind of you." He hurried toward his mother's room. She sat on a reading chair facing the view outside the balcony. The door to the balcony was locked. This was level 39, the highest level in the medical center. It had been originally designed for an executive office, not a patient room, hence the locked balcony. Killian had requested that this room be converted for his mother. The lock on the balcony door was to prevent his mother from opening it, not that she had ever tried. He knocked on the frame of the open door. His mother turned and looked at him. She was beautiful. To Killian, she looked exactly the same as she had years ago. The doctors said her condition had been caused by a severe stroke triggered by emotional trauma, and he believed them. For years, he'd thought the smile he was now seeing was an automatic response to an external stimulus. But Laura was right. The delight in her eyes was what his mother had had for years, ever since he was little. He had taken it for granted, but he could see now that her smile was for him and for him only. He entered, squatted down in front of her chair, and held her hands. "Mom, do you want to go home? Give me a signal. A yes, a nod, a squeeze of my hands. Anything, and I'll take you home." No response. His mother had been like this for years. He stood and paced the room. He didn't ascribe to a religion. He didn't pray to any god. But if there was a god, he'd ask that god to not let it be the case that he had left his mother here when she didn't have a medical condition, but rather a condition that was the result of magic. If he'd made a mistake, he would do whatever it took to rectify it. And he'd do it right now. But what if it wasn't a mistake? Light footsteps sounded behind him. Killian turned to see Dr. Walker standing inside the door, a notebook and chart in his hands. "Killian, today isn't your usual visit." "My schedule changed. I have something to deal with at the end of the week." "Well, while I have you here, I can give you a quick report on your mother's status. She's doing quite well." His mother stood and turned to face the doctor. She nodded and gave him a smile. "She responds to you." "Of course, Killian, she always does. It's like an autopilot part of the brain." No, I meant she responded differently to me. She looked at me differently. She gave me a different smile." "That's not possible." "She did, I'm sure of it. She recognizes that we are different. She's not a traumatized, brain-dead patient, as you said." "Mr. LeBlanc, I didn't address your mother's condition in a negative way. I'm taking her home. I can't discharge her. I don't need your permission." Killian went to the cabinet to pack his mother's belongings. "I can't stop you from taking your mother home, but because you won't have my official discharge documentation, I can't give you any prescriptions, and you won't be able to get her medication from any of our associate pharmacies. The center will not take any responsibility for how she fares in your private residence." Killian dropped the bag and returned to the doctor. "Are you threatening me, Dr. Walker? I know your family has influence. I know you have the money to buy the entire medical system, but you can't buy my conscience." The last few words of his final sentence sounded slurred. The doctor shook his head as if trying to stay alert. Then he dropped his notepad to the floor. As the doctor swayed and grabbed the end of the bed for purchase, Killian saw blood at the base of the collar of his white coat. He rushed to close the door to the room. As he returned to the doctor, the man's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor. Killian pulled down his collar and saw 2 puncture wounds. These were not from werewolves. That much he knew. That meant he must have been bitten by a vampire and was turning at this very moment. There were different kinds of vampires, but those that could bite and turn humans without the victims knowing were vicious. They were a type Killian hadn't mastered, and he didn't know how to handle one should he come across it. The doctor had been good to his mother. He could do him a favor by killing him now before he was completely turned. But Killian no longer believed he was in a position to know what was or wasn't good for another person. Maybe the doctor would prefer a prolonged life as a vampire. Leaving the doctor on the floor, Killian wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulders and led her out of the room. "We're going home, Mom." She didn't object. It was like she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Killian opened the door, But before they exited, a blast of cold wind came from behind them. It was too soon, too fast. What kind of vampire was this? Killian pushed his mother aside, pivoted, and slammed a kick at the doctor who had turned into a vampire. It was a young and inexperienced, but aggressive vampire. Killian left his mother at the door and ran toward the far end of the room. The vampire scrambled up from the floor and turned toward Killian's mother. Killian grabbed the vase of fresh flowers from the nearby table and threw it at the vampire. The vampire snarled and charged at him, ignoring his mother. Killian grabbed a chair and used it to break the lock on the balcony door. It wasn't necessary because, judging by the momentum of the vampire's charge, the creature would break the door anyway. He pushed the door open and gave the oncoming vampire a nudge. The vampire stumbled out to the balcony, but he pulled Killian out with him. The vampire bared its fangs and reached for Killian. Killian had no choice but to flip the vampire over his shoulder and send him hurtling over the balcony. "Sorry," he said. Before he re-entered the room, he saw another vampire standing at the doorway with his fangs descended. He guessed this was the one who had turned the doctor. Killian didn't want it to go for his mother, so he picked up a broken piece of the chair from the floor and cut his palm with it. Blood dripped to the floor and the vampire began to sniff the air. Killian took one step into the room. "Smells delicious, doesn't it? Come on in." The vampire charged at him. He waited a moment, then swiveled and swung the creature out to the balcony. As soon as the vampire was outside, Killian pointed a finger at it and said, "You are not invited into this room." He didn't have to close the door. Dr. Walker was right. He couldn't buy the medical center, but he had paid for the private use of this room for life. It was his property. He was playing by vampire rules, and at this moment, he liked their courtesy. Last time he'd checked, vampires didn't fly. "Good luck climbing down 39 floors. Let's go, Mom." He rushed his mother outside the room, along the corridor, toward the elevator. He needed only to get out of the building and get his mother home. Then he could figure out the next step. With him, she would be 100% safe from the vampire. The door of the empty elevator opened, and they rushed in. But before the door closed completely, a hand slipped through the gap to stop the doors from sliding shut. Chapter 17. Half a dozen men were killed in West Melbourne, Ivy. I need your help going through some of the evidence. There are shifters involved, and you might know some of them. Ivy skidded to a halt on her treadmill to talk to Liam on the phone. The shifters were killers or victims? Based on the security footage, I'm guessing they were the killers, and that's what I need your help with. Also, the lab came back with some information about Clara's body, before it exploded, of course. Sure, I can help you with that, given I'm signed up for Clara's case, but you'll have to pick me up. My car is operational, but it's roofless and in a condition that the traffic police will pull me over on the way to your station. Yes, I can collect you. I'm on my way to the station now. Ivy glanced out the window and recognized Killian's company car parked in front of Nina's tiny cottage. Hold on, Liam, I think I might have a ride. So you don't need a lift then? No, I'll see you at the station, Liam. She hung up the phone and approached Killian's corporate car, where the driver stood waiting. It was the same car and driver who had taken Nathan home and dropped her here last night. Don't tell me you parked around the corner and waited all night for me, Samuel. He smiled and gave her a polite nod. No, Ivy. I went home to my wife, 2 kids, and a dog last night. Killian asked me to pick you up this morning. That's why I'm here. I know Killian has an endless fleet of corporate cars, but surely he must have a main driver and car he uses regularly. Samuel frowned. I'm taking care of Killian's security matters at the moment. This is a safety measure. I need to know how, when, and where he travels so that I can assess the risks. Given you were his first call last time, I'm guessing you're his main driver, and this is the car he usually uses. So, if you're here, who's driving Killian today? Samuel chuckled. Killian is actually quite easy with the driving schedule, and he likes to drive himself a lot of the time. I'm scheduled to drive him this afternoon. He said he didn't need the company car in the morning and asked me to pick you up and take you to your car. Oh, thank you, but I can grab a cab. Oh no, you'll get me into trouble, Ivy. You said Killian is easy. He is, when you do the right thing by him. He specifically instructed me not to let the fact that you don't have a car inconvenience you. He wants to make sure the car you use is the best and the safest. Please let me do my job, Ivy. Okay, give me 10 minutes. She wasn't sure who was in charge of whose security in this case, but she didn't want to cause Samuel any trouble, so she went into the house to get changed. Once inside, Ivy put the phone on speaker and dialed Nina. She stripped down to her underwear. How was your meeting with Killian? Did he bite? Nina giggled. No, he didn't. He's a gentle soul, actually. Told ya. No, I mean really gentle. He's a mama's boy. Oops. Uh-huh, that means you're telling me something you're not supposed to. But since you've already started, how about completing your story? No, I shouldn't. Come on, I gave you the lead about the potion. He needs that. Yeah, and I'm going to help him. I thought I was helping him. Yes, you're one lead, but it's really important, so I think I'm plan B. You know, just in case you change your mind and decide not to help him find the potion. Do you think it's at all possible to not help him? There was an audible purr from Nina's end. No, absolutely not. If you had seen his eyes when he talked about his mother and the blue daisy, and he asked for my help, I just wanted to bawl my eyes out. I mean, I did cry over blue daisies. Not all blue, only one petal. The rest of them are white. What are you talking about? Killian said his mother has dementia and doesn't remember much, but she kept mentioning something about a white daisy turning blue. So when he saw a petal of the white daisies in his garden turn blue, he asked if I could help create a seed or come up with some sort of procedure so he could grow them for his mother. How sweet is that? How does that come from a tall, dark alpha wolf? That's magic. I remember reading about it. Oh, well, if that's the case, I can't help him. But I can help with the potion. That would be best. Are you at the lab now? Yes. Killian sent a car for me, but I'm not comfortable using his corporate car to get around. How busy is your car going to be in the next couple of days? I have to get the roof of my car fixed. Shouldn't take long. Well, Killian needs the potion developed, like 2 weeks ago. Now that he has the base for me, I can make a lot of progress on it. That will make me lab-bound in the next few days. So the car's yours, with conditions. Name your price. You have to drive me if I need to go somewhere. And for the next month, I want waffles whenever you go into the city. Deal. Quick question before I let you go. When you looked up the weapons and the dagger that killed Clara, you said those items were rare. Can you trace how many items have been made and how easy it would be to make a counterfeit? Yes, but it will take some time. Killian's potion is at the top of my to-do list right now. Understood. How long do you reckon it'll take before you have some development? As early as today or tomorrow, we should have an idea whether or not the base formula works with what we had from the lab. If things are positive, then we're talking a week max till we have a complete potion. That's great. I'm sure Killian will be pleased to hear that. Nina giggled. I'm here to serve. Now feed Simba before you leave today, please. Sure, ma'am. Ivy hung up. The only way to ensure she wouldn't forget to feed the cat was to do it right now. She strode to the kitchen in her underwear. Simba hopped out of his cot and followed her before she called him. You're psychic when it comes to food, aren't you? The cat trailed behind and then walked between her legs, rubbing his tail across her bare skin. Stop that, will you? It tickles. You're strong, said a female voice behind her. She whirled around with the bowl in one hand and the box of cat food in the other. Oh, geez, In front of her was the no-name goddess, and what had twirled between her legs hadn't been Simba's tail, but a long vine of furry but smooth and silky fabric and lace that ran down the goddess's white cloak and swept across the floor. I ran 2 blocks more than I should have today, just hoping to catch a glimpse of you. You didn't appear. Now you show up when I have barely 3 minutes to spare. If you don't want to tell me your name, that's okay. I'm happy to go with no-name goddess. But we have to work out a better way to communicate if you want the conversation to continue. And if you sneak up behind me like that next time, I might inflict a wound. The no-name goddess looked her up and down. You maintain your body well. Having a strong, well-maintained body is important for people in my line of work. But is that your way of saying I'm not feminine? She chuckled. On the contrary, your mind is strong enough to will the power that you'll have. Your body is resilient enough to execute and control it. That power is magical and feminine, more feminine than you might care for. Look, I don't have the time for a 3-hour lecture about feminism. There's a driver waiting for me outside and a detective waiting for me at the police station. I put the driver to sleep. He'll wait for as long as we want him to. What are you, really? Ivy poured cat food into the bowl and placed it on the floor. Simba walked right through the image of the goddess to go for the food. You aren't real! Ivy reached her hand out and touched the goddess's arm. Her skin connected with a solid form. A light wave of energy zapped her fingertips. She jerked away and took a step backward in case the goddess followed the first zap with another. I control how I'm seen and who and what can see me. You will have that ability too once you've received your full power. I'm not human? You are now. Even after you receive your full power, you'll still possess your human form and will be able to operate like a human. That option is not available to me. Consider being a human a blessing, Ivy. Oh yes, don't get me wrong. Human is the only form I know. I'm happy with that and will stick with this form for as long as I can. If I easily caved to the temptation of having supernatural abilities, I would have let Patrick turn me into a mage long ago. If that were the case, we wouldn't be talking right now. If you had let him turn you, he would have contaminated your energy, and there would be nothing I could do to reverse that. Why help me? Why are you doing all this? And why now? I have my reasons, and I will tell you only when you're ready. At the moment, you are not. Ivy sighed. Fine. As long as you don't claim to be my mother, I'm okay with that. The goddess's eyes sparked with a flash of both amusement and cheekiness. Ivy made a mental note to soothe this out in the future. Don't worry, we've been through this before. I won't claim to be your mother. And because you looked out for me before, is there a question I can answer before we proceed with what I need to teach you today? I saw you gliding outside the car last night. Did you have anything to do with the vampire attack? I have nothing to do with the vampires. Her upper lip curved in disdain. She didn't elaborate, so Ivy didn't press. The goddess continued. You used the healing power I gave you for the first time, and then you cranked up the power on the same day to heal your mage friend. Using a new power twice a day like that is impressive. I wanted to check to see how your body is holding up. Ivy held her arms out wide. I'm at 200% capacity, as you can see. Then you're ready for the next step. Will this change me? As I've already said, you won't change from this human form for as long as this human body lives. After that, it's your decision. Ivy nodded. I appreciate the healing power. I like it a lot. It saves lives, and it's useful. I hope the next one you give me will be of the same vein. The goddess let out a light laugh. I didn't give you anything. The power is inside you. I just unlock one thing at a time. Whether it's a good or bad power depends on what you use it for. If you use your healing power on a bad person, and that person then kills someone else, then that's a poor use of good power, isn't it? Fair enough. But I need to tell you this first before unlocking the second lot. For the first lot, the energy comes from inside you, and it has a combining property. That means it joins and fixes broken things. That's how it heals wounds, as you have experienced. I have a feeling the second lot goes the reverse way. You're correct. It's reverse in terms of the process by which it's produced. It comes from elemental magic. You'll draw from the element in the environment around you, process that in your mind, and pump it out with force. Ivy withdrew slightly. It's destructive energy. If you use it to destroy your enemies, assuming your enemies are bad guys, then that's a good and positive energy. You're right, then yes, I'll take it. Not so fast. At this stage, it will only come out as heat. If executed correctly, it will be either a heat wave blast or a very hot blade. Ivy nodded, like wielding a burning sword. The goddess chuckled. You could say so, except there shouldn't be any visible fire. You'll need to practice a few times before you get it right. But once you've mastered it, it will be a lethal weapon. It kills all kinds, including the supernaturals, and it comes with a catch. Whenever you kill with this power, regardless of the reason and no matter who or what you kill, it creates an omen. The omen accumulates, and it will reach a point where the balance between good and bad omens is off. At that point, you'll have to restore the balance, or something bad will happen to those you love. Why does it have to happen to those I love instead of to me? The goddess raised an eyebrow. Ivy nodded. Right, because if something happens to me, let's say I die or I'm incapacitated, then I can't restore the balance. Plus, it would hurt a lot more to see those I love suffer than to suffer myself. But wouldn't I be better off using the knife Patrick gave me? It can kill supernatural creatures without me having to bear any baggage. The goddess laughed. I was correct not to rush you into this. You're very naive. If a weapon is used to interfere with the natural order of things, there will be an omen. Just because Patrick didn't tell you about it doesn't mean that the knife comes with no consequence for the life it takes. It's actually worse with the knife because you don't know what kind of dark magic is going on inside it. At least with your energy, you know what you're creating when you wield it. Ivy paced back and forth in the kitchen. Once I agree and you unlock the power, I assume it can't be undone. Correct. Can I think about it? No, there are many elements I need to align for the unlocking attempt to work. Timing is one of those elements, and the time is now, or in the next 12 full moons. Full moons? Does this timing have anything to do with Killian? The woman looked into Ivy's eyes. A flash of sadness washed over her face, but vanished quickly. The cold, aloof, mysterious expression that had annoyed the crap out of Ivy soon returned. Ivy wagged her finger. Don't give me your one thing at a time rationale for not giving me the full picture. Oh, you're a very long way from having any part of the picture, let alone the full one, Ivy. I can't see the future, but I know the past. Killian and the LeBlancs are complicated. They could be a good part of your life, but they could also be your undoing. How it turns out depends on your actions. Ivy looked into the red of those haunting eyes. What about you? You're already part of my life by doing what you're doing right now. Are you a good part, or are you my undoing? I'm trying to be a good part of your human life, but even if I fail, I won't be your undoing. When I met Killian for the first time, a spell I didn't know had been cast on me snapped. I thought it was from my mother. Your adoptive mother. She's the only mother I know. She didn't cast that spell. I did, and I did it only a week before that incident. I started following you a month before that. The spell was supposed to protect you from being attracted to and manipulated by shifters. Why? Because I think they're dangerous. And see, he snapped your spell. So are you accepting the power or not? She wanted to help Killian and really didn't have time to think. With the power, she had options. Without it, she might have to rely on the knife Patrick had given her. The goddess was right. The devil she knew and the power she had inside her was the better choice. She turned toward the god. Chapter 18. That's not my car. Ivy's jaw dropped when she saw the powerful Jeep in front of her. It was love at first sight. It's yours now. Samuel held out the key. Are you happy with it? You said Killian had my car fixed. This is not my car. I said Killian fixed your car problem. This is how he fixed it. The instructions I got from him were to get you the best Jeep the showroom had available and to pick you up at home and drive you here. As for why a Jeep, beats me. But it's my job to be sure you're happy with it. Ivy took the car keys. Okay, thanks. I'm happy. I'll call him. Just a quick question. When I met Killian at the car park, were you the driver? You mean when you beat the guy up at the entrance to the car park and then Killian had to go into the cafe to look for you? Yes, if you must mention the violence. He chuckled. Yes, I was driving him that day. It wasn't scheduled, but it was fun to watch, so it was worth it. You have a roster? No, I usually drive Killian. But that day, I was scheduled to drive a family member to a location for a regular monthly visit. I can't tell you when, who, or what. Understood. Yes, so I got a call to drive Killian to that shopping center instead of my regular schedule. And then we ran into you, and you know the rest of the story. It was like fate. How you and Killian met? It was. He cares a great deal about you, like this car arrangement and picking you up this morning. Security checks and all. He doesn't worry about anyone this much except for his mother. I know about his mother. You don't have to be concerned about slipping on that info. He chuckled nervously. Phew. Sorry, you get along well with him, so of course you know about his mother. I can take it from here, Samuel. You can go about your daily schedule. Thanks, Ivy. I'll see you around. Ivy waited until he drove away to hop into the Jeep. She liked the car and was pleased Killian had arranged it for her, but she couldn't stop her mood from souring by the second. The goddess was right. She was naive and easily manipulated. All that had happened in the last couple of weeks could have been because of Killian's arrangements. He was that cunning. She wouldn't be surprised to find that he had arranged everything. Was any part of what had happened real, or was it all part of his plan to get her to help him find the potion? 20 minutes later, she walked into the Central Police Station. Liam was waiting in the corridor. He pointed toward the left wing of the buzzing police station, then caught up with her, and they walked together along the corridor. We'll go straight to forensics. The lab processed the prints in the room of the Marigold Cottage and those on the hilt of the knife, and anything else they could dust for prints. As expected, we have Clara's prints, Killian's, and the household staff's. Killian had been in the room because they were friends, but Liam stopped short before entering the forensic room. Here's what I don't understand. The print on the hilt of the knife was Clara's. It was forced because she was left-handed. That's been established. There was no other print on the knife. Forensics said there was one knife wound into her heart. They ruled out a scenario where someone stabbed her, wiped their prints, then forced her hand onto the hilt. Given how stiff her hand was, they said the force would have moved the knife. Are they saying she stabbed herself? Yes, but you told me otherwise, right? You saw the body floating in the air. You said there was magic involved. So my question is, could someone have used magic to force Clara to pick up the knife and stab herself? Yes, but it wouldn't have to be magic. Hypnosis could do that as well. True. I know there was a supernatural involved, but the police have to use what they can explain with science, right? Liam shook his head and opened the lab door for Ivy. This is bugging me. Something isn't right. I know it sucks, Liam, but there isn't much we can do. What else do you have in here for me to see? He pointed at the computer screen. This is the footage of the kill. As you said, things look normal as far as a crime scene goes. It looks like a gang fight. But, and this is off the record, the dead guys are from the same group as Michael. Michael? The man who blew up Clara's body in the chapel? Yep. There are no official records that they're in the same gang, but I have my sources. That's why it's off the record at the moment. But still, that's not why I wanted to talk to you. I want to confirm something with you. When Michael said he had his men waiting outside the chapel and implied that if people left, they would get hurt, Killian said used to be half a dozen, and that's what sparked the scuffle between those two. Am I remembering that correctly? Yes, I remember it too. But it could be anything, and we can't draw the conclusion that Killian's people killed those men, and they're the same as the dead ones on the screen. No, this kill happened afterward, early in the evening. Killian could have ordered the hit in the evening in retaliation for what happened in the afternoon. Not possible. He was injured, incapacitated. You saw that. I was with him the whole afternoon into early evening, and then I saw him again in the late evening. Adding a vampire attack to this mess would make things more complicated for Liam and wouldn't yield any promising results, so Ivy decided not to mention the vampire attack in the city. I don't think Killian had anything to do with this. Liam raked his fingers through his hair. I know there's more, Ivy. I know that what the police can officially use leads nowhere. I know. I'm sorry, Liam. He opened Clara's case file folder and flicked through the photos, notes, and lab results. Ivy's instincts kicked in so hard she felt the vibration through her body. She pulled out a photo of Clara's left hand. That's the hand that was on the hilt of the knife, Liam said. On the palm of her hand there was an imprint, more like a burn mark of a triquetra symbol with a wolf head in the middle. Ivy had seen this symbol glowing on Killian's palm. It wasn't just a random tattoo, it was his alpha symbol. Liam frowned. Are you okay? She felt sick. The goddess was right. Killian could be a good part of her life, or he could be her undoing. Had he killed Clara, then arranged everything else around the kill? She must tell the truth. She didn't want to, but she had to. She pointed to the picture, but no words came out of her mouth. You don't look well, Ivy. Why don't you sit down, and I'll get you some water. She sat and released a shaky breath. Take a look at the photo, Liam, on her palm. Liam picked up the photo and examined it. Then he turned toward her. I'm sorry, what am I looking for? You don't see it? I see the hand. I'm not blind, but I don't know what you're getting at. We know she was left-handed, and that hand should have been the one on the hilt of the knife. But it didn't happen that way. There's nothing we can do about it. She stood. I have to go. I have something in mind, but before I tell you, I want to be certain I have this right, Liam. So please excuse me, but I have to go now. She rushed out of the police station. She wanted to call Killian, but she needed to speak to him face to face. She had to look into his eyes when she asked him her questions. Ivy had been sitting in the Jeep for 10 minutes. She had to do the right thing, even if it meant Light Source would lose Killian's business. She started the car engine, but before she drove off, Nina called. Yes, Nina, you've got good news already. The most outstanding, fantastic news of the decade. The base Killian gave me for the potion works. I plan to commence with potion development right away. That's excellent news. Have you told Killian? No, not yet. I'm telling you first because I want to tell him in person. What do you think? What's up? Did you have a fight? No. Why would I have a fight with him? He's just a client. Yeah, right. Okay, and the potion is just another one of your projects? Yeah, but the most important one for me personally. It's important to the lab as well because he's kind of the boss. He doesn't have to be here in an official capacity, but everyone knows who he is. What's up, Ivy? How long do you think it will take you to complete the potion, given that the base works? Same as I told you last time, about a week. What's the likelihood of success? Any guess? I'd say 90%. You're that confident? Yeah, what's going on, Ivy? It's good that you can help him with that. He and I might have a disagreement that could lead to me turning down his job, but in the end, he'll have you and the potion, so he should be good. And if the potion development is going well, then the business should be operating well. You and your colleagues should be fine. Ivy, if you have an issue with Killian, then you should do what you think is right. Don't let me and my project affect you.
You're the sensible one in the family.
You don't make rash decisions. If you have to turn down the contract, then do it. It might be nothing, but I'll let you know tonight. All right. If you're staying at my place tonight, I'll pick up Pixie at the dog school and won't call Killian today. We'll talk tonight and I'll let him know tomorrow. How does that sound? Perfect. Thanks for taking this so well, Nina. I'm your little sis. It's what I do. See you tonight. Ivy sat in the car for another 10 minutes before calling Killian's office. LeBlanc Industries, Killian LeBlanc's office. This is Nicole. How can I help you? Ivy rolled her eyes at the sweet, welcoming voice of Killian's secretary. Even if she was out of a job, this was the sort of work Ivy knew she couldn't handle. She cleared her throat. Hi there. I'm Ivy Javernick. Hi, Ivy. I'll connect you to Killian's number right away. He's not available? No, he's not in the office today. When he isn't in, your best chance is to catch him in his private office at home. But he has already given us instructions, so your call will go directly to his private cell number. I can do that for you now if you like. I'd like to speak with him in person. You reckon I can get him at his home? He has only 2 main offices, so if he isn't out and about, he'll be in one of the 2 offices. I'm sorry, Nicole. From a security standpoint, if Killian has only 2 main places where he spends most of his working time, and his timetable can be tracked and verified with a phone call to the office, then there is no point hiring security. Don't worry, he's very strict with security, Ivy. You get the information easily because Killian has arranged it. Your number was verified even before we finished our greeting. I'm the only one who knows his office availability. As for when he's out and about, his head of security, Luca, manages his movements, and he's just as strict as Killian. Right, so if I want to know where Killian is, I can call Luca? Yes, Luca Martin is his head of security in the field. Would you like me to connect you? No, I'm all right. Thanks, Nicole. I'll call him later. Ivy pulled out her deck of tarot cards. She had been pulling cards once in the morning and several times during the day over the last 2 weeks. It was a sign of too many things going on that required information and guidance from the cards. Either that or she had become more indecisive, confused and conflicted, none of which would serve her well. But maybe this was the last time she would pull a card. Today. Is Nicole trustworthy? She asked and pulled a card. It was an upright justice card. Good. She wanted to pull a card and ask about Luca, but she hadn't interacted with him, and that would make the reading inaccurate. All right, one last question before I let you go. What about Nina's general well-being? She pulled a card. In front of her, the blank card hesitated before gradually revealing the upright death card. Chapter 19. Nina hung up the call from Ivy and put her phone on the lab bench after switching off the silent mode, just in case. It was rare for Ivy to be in such a panic after a card reading. She wasn't exactly freaking out, but she was deeply concerned. But still, Nina going home and sitting tight for the entire day was something that was not going to happen. Ivy had said it herself. The death card could mean anything. It didn't necessarily mean fatal harm to a body. Instead, it could mean the end of something. That was what Nina was most worried about. Her top priority was Killian's potion. It was important to him, so it was important to her as well. The base formula worked. That was brilliant news and should be the beginning of a new development for Killian. Could it mean the end of a decade of failed experiments? In that case, the death card would have suggested positive news. It's possible. But Ivy was so caught up in her own way of thinking that she wouldn't accept a positive interpretation. Nina sighed as she looked at the crystal tube that held the blue liquid. Maybe the card meant another failed experiment? This was a good base formula, but she could really screw up the potion development process, and the failure this time would be on her. And that would mean the death of Killian's hope, wouldn't it? Nina shuddered, thinking of the consequences. He hadn't elaborated much, but she could tell the potion was really important to him. A life and death matter. How about concentrating on one step at a time? She said aloud to no one in particular. No one else was in the lab anyway, because she was in an exclusive area designated for top priority projects for LeBlanc Industries. All she needed was a positive result in the potion's actual development. One more drop, one more step. Talking to herself was a habit Nina had whenever she worked on important tasks where failure wasn't an option. She extracted a drop from the blue liquid, put that tube down, and then picked up another tube containing a pale red liquid. This was her test potion. With this first step, she needed only for the pale red to turn violet. It did. That was the first big step to glory. Perhaps the potion could be formulated today. She placed the tube of pale red liquid in its holder, secured it with a small metal strap, and then put the holder into a glass cabinet for processing. She closed the cabinet door, set the time and temperature, and started the potion program. The machine inside the cabinet hummed, and Nina waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Come on, give it to me. The world isn't going to end if you work with me. Nothing is going to explode. She stared at the blue drop sinking to the bottom of the pale red liquid without mixing with it. It was like the two colors decided they weren't going to be friends. Hey, motherfucker. Nina jumped backward, almost falling into the lab table behind her. Damian Johnson, the new project manager for LeBlanc Industries, stood next to her, his hands raised in the air. "I didn't mean to startle you. Even though I have complete access to the lab, I knocked 3 times, and the security system should have announced my arrival." She exhaled heavily. "Yes, of course you have access. You're Damian, aren't you?" She gestured at his lab coat. "You should wear a name tag around here. But I remember you. What can I do for you?" "I got an alert that the lab was being used on a public holiday, so I came here to check things out." "It's a holiday today?" "Yes. You didn't find it strange that no one else was here but you?" "I thought the lab was only for special projects." "Yes, there's that. But still, we have several of those going on simultaneously." Nina rolled her eyes. "Working on a public holiday. No wonder I don't have a boyfriend." "Oh, I don't think that's the reason." "Damn, did I say that out loud?" "You did." Damian chuckled. "I think you're too smart, and that scares ordinary dudes away despite how pretty you are." "I assume the bit about ordinary dudes means you consider yourself not an ordinary dude. If you're such an extraordinary person, then you can check for me whether LeBlanc Industries has these ingredients in stock. If not, can they get them, and how long will it take?" She went to the printer in the corner of the room and printed the list of ingredients for the base potion. Although it had cost her 5 drops of the base liquid to determine, it was worth it, because if she could replicate the base, then Killian could have total control of the sources of the potion ingredients. "What's this?" "A vanilla cake recipe." "A cake? Shh." She held a finger to her lips to stop him from speaking. "They're bonding. Be quiet." She rushed over to the lab cabinet. Inside, the blue drop had started to break apart and combine with the pale red liquid, 1 strand at a time. The pace was slow, and a frustrated rumble escaped from her throat. "What is this?" Damian came too close to the testing cabinet for her liking. He tilted his head, watching the merging of the 2 colored liquids. "Be quiet, Damian. I need this to turn violet." "I don't think my speech is going to stop your experiment from working." "What do you know about experiments?" "I'm not a scientist, but I manage enough projects to know the process. It looks like you're testing an important sample, so you're being conservative. What the hell do you know, Damian?" "What's the most important variable for speed in your test?" "At this stage, temperature. It likes heat. So crank up the heat." Easier said than done. She pointed at the blue tube. "That's all I have for the sample. If I speed things up and the mix goes south, I won't have enough to move forward. And once I start and the speed increases, if I change direction or slow the process, that means we wasted the good result of the previous steps." She paced back and forth as the liquid turned more violet by the second. "At this stage, I might not need it to speed up. But the biggest question is if it's ready for the next step. Should I proceed?" The liquid became an even deeper violet. "Oh my God," Nina muttered. Her mind raced, calculating her next possible move. Damian waved the piece of paper in front of her face to get her attention. "Is this vanilla cake recipe the list of ingredients for the blue liquid?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Yes." Damian rushed around the corner to use one of the computers in the lab. She ignored him. Her biggest concern at this stage was that if her program was working, she had just enough base potion to make 1 dose. But it hadn't been tested. No one in their right mind would consume it before the lab tested the first complete dose. No one. She wouldn't let anyone try either. Wouldn't even test it on a lab rat. She had to find a way to duplicate it, document everything, and then run lab tests on full doses until she was certain it worked. Unless... "I've got it," said Damian. "We have all the ingredients you need here in Australia, so you can use up the base now if you must." She grinned. The testing cabinet pinged, letting Nina know that it had completed the test she'd requested. The liquid inside the tube was violet. Text appeared on the electronic panel on the lab cabinet. "Your program has more steps. Would you like to continue to the next steps?" "Are you sure about the base ingredients, Damian?" "Yes." She returned to the cabinet. The text blinked at her, as impatient as she had been a minute ago. She could run the full test, but for the results to be useful and accurate, she needed to test it against Killian's sample. This was to ensure that the potion worked for Killian, and for him only. She opened her purse and pulled out a small tube of thick, dark liquid. Killian hadn't had to explain it to her. Nina knew it was his blood. It wasn't just any blood, it had a magical element in it. The whole purpose of this experiment was to create the potion for Killian. All she needed to do was test it against his blood. There was a catch, however. Killian had said if she used up this blood, it would take him half a year to get more. He couldn't afford that time. But then she couldn't afford to waste this opportunity either. It was a calculated risk, and she decided to take it. She took the tube with the blue liquid, got a fresh dose of the pale red, and went to a larger testing cabinet standing on the floor. The glass chamber was 6 feet tall with 2 compartments. She put the base and the potion tubes in one compartment and Killian's blood sample in the other, and set the program to run at full capacity. Then she stepped back and waited. Damien stood next to her. "What are we looking at? What's the sign of success?" "The base in blue will combine with the potion script I developed in pale red. If successful, which at the moment, I'm pretty sure it will be, the combined potion will be a violet liquid, and it will transfer from that compartment to this one with the blood sample. The compartment will simulate a similar process to injecting the potion into the bloodstream. If it sets the blood sample on fire, it's a success." "Wow, is this what you called space liquid before?" "Part of the formula was from a space liquid, yes, but this was a totally different process. The space liquid was completely science." She stopped herself from continuing. She didn't know Damien at all. He worked for Killian, but that wasn't a guarantee he was a supernatural sympathizer. "Understood. Oh, wow, look at that!" Damien gasped. In the second compartment, the blood ignited and sparked like fireworks. Nina was speechless. It was an outstanding success. Her chest filled with pride, and she grinned until her cheeks hurt. She rushed over to cool down the machine. "Okay, I'm confident now that I've got this potion right. I put some developing ingredients into it, so it grew a bit. Even with 10% going over to the blood sample, what's left here is the full dose, 100%, and it's a correct and tested potion." She didn't know why she was giving a report to Damien. Maybe she just had to say it out loud to calm her nerves. She carefully sealed the cap on the tube. "This is consumable by Killian, and it's definitely safe because it has been tested against his blood." Damien scratched his head. Why did he need a potion tested against his blood anyway? "Oh, crap. Don't worry, Nina. It's just that this is kind of spooky stuff." "It's not spooky. It's just that it's supernatural and not mainstream science. But I guess you're not..." He raised his hands again. "I'm not a supernatural sympathizer, not yet anyway, because I've never experienced something that made me feel I had to define my beliefs. But don't worry, Nina. I'm open-minded, very. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working for the LeBlancs. I work on the human-facing aspects of the business, and I know it will take a bit for Killian to let me into the less-than-worldly parts. But I'm willing to try if you'll let me. So explain to me what I can do to help." "Well, fetch me all the ingredients for the base, if you could. I'll preserve the blood for testing. We'll do one more round of this simulation, and then I'll take the potion to Killian to try." "Okay, I can order most of the ingredients right away." "Most? You said they were available." "I didn't say all of them were. Some I don't quite know." "Which ones?" He pointed at one item on the list. "That's a Native American herb." "That's why we don't have it available right here and now. Can we work without it?" "No, no, no." "Understood. That's a no. So what's next then?" Nina paced. "That means we can't retest. This is it." She rushed over to the second compartment, took the blood sample out, and secured the lid. There was a sudden, loud bang in the front area of the lab. The building shook with the impact. Glass windows shattered. "What was that?" Nina grabbed at the lab table to maintain her balance. "Someone wants the potion?" Have you told anyone about this experiment? Yes, I talked to Ivy on the phone. She wouldn't leak the information. No, she wouldn't, but she could be overheard. Another loud bang echoed through the corridor. Nina grabbed her purse, which had the completed potion in it. She gave the tube of blood to Damien. Can you keep this safe? I'll take care of the potion. Damien grabbed the tube. Of course, let's go out the back door. I know the way. He took her hand and they raced down the long corridor toward the back of the building. Damien kicked open the door to the docking entrance of the building. My car is parked in front, said Nina. Mine too. Whatever entered the building came from the front, so I think we'll have to go on foot from here. Let's climb over that fence to the yard next door and then try to get to the main road. Let's go. They had gone only several steps before shadows charged out of the building in their direction. Damien pulled her aside, took the impact of the first one, and was sent crashing to the ground. These weren't just shadows, they were supernaturals in human form. 6 of them, built like human bodybuilders. Nina couldn't tell what kind of creatures they were, but she knew they didn't stand a chance against them. She ran toward Damien and helped him to stand. The cap to the tube of blood in his hand had broken on impact. Some of the fluid had spilled onto his hand, but he held the tube upright to prevent the loss of any more. The men advanced on them. Damien and Nina backed up against a wall. We only want the lady. You can go now, one of the men said. Not a chance, you fuckers. I hope you know you're trespassing on LeBlanc Industries' property. This won't go down well with your boss. My boss? One asked. The gang of men laughed. Nina's heel brushed against the base of a staircase that led to the roof of the building. She wasn't a fan of heights, but it would be a safe haven for now. Like he'd read her mind, Damien glanced at her and gestured up with his chin. You go up, I'll hold them down here. Oh, he's gonna hold the fort like a hero, one of them joked. Their laughter didn't sound as confident as it had before. Nina frowned at the way the men were acting and glanced at the vial of blood in Damien's hand. The man in the back looked like he might not follow them. He slowed down as others advanced. They're scared of the blood, Damien. He thrust his hand forward. The men holding up the rear literally jumped back farther. The others didn't retreat, but they didn't advance either. Okay, I can hold them here. You go get the car. No, Damien, this isn't enough to fight them and keep our advantage. One of us can get away. That's good enough for me. But not for me. She started up the stairs. I'll run up first. You sprinkle the blood on the steps and the railing to make sure they have no leverage to climb. The roof is 6 levels up. They won't be able to get up there. Agreed. She hurried up the stairs, trusting Damien to do what they had discussed. Once on the roof, Nina sat down, puffing. She checked her purse. The potion was still intact. Several seconds after she got there, Damien joined her on the roof. You were right. They're scared shitless of the blood. They didn't want to go anywhere near the stairs. None of them have wings, as far as I can tell, so we'll be safe here for a bit. I'm a little tired, though. I may need just a little rest. He dropped to his knees and then fell face first on the cold cement. Damien! Nina rushed to him and turned him over so he lay on his back. She felt his forehead. He had a slight fever. There was no flesh wound she could see, except she opened his right palm. The tube was no longer in his hand. He must have discarded it after sprinkling all the blood on the staircase. There was a cut on his fingertip from the broken glass. Killian's blood had gotten inside him. Chapter 20. There were many ways Ivy could read a death card. Nina was right. It could be seen as a positive card if it ended something bad or meant the death of a bad guy. In general, Ivy wasn't negative about things. She thought of herself as practical, and when she could hold her sarcastic beast at bay, she could even make her negative views come across as pleasant. But there was nothing pleasant about the card she had pulled for Nina. Ivy never asked random questions about general well-being. And yet she had asked the question about Nina, and when the answer she got was the death card, Ivy's internal alarm bells went gangbusters. The fact that Nina refused to go home right away and hadn't returned her calls made Ivy uneasy at best, testy, and pissed off at worst. She'd even called Nina's place just in case her cat, Simba, decided to answer. She parked the shiny black Jeep right at the front door of Killian's place. She was sure her parking was illegal, and his security surveillance cameras were likely waving red flags and ringing alarm bells inside the house by now. At least that would bring him to the door, because the last time she was here, she noticed there was no doorbell. She stood at the iron gate. As she expected, the gate slid open. But the man walking toward her on the manicured front garden path wasn't Killian. He was in his late 30s with a tall, strong frame, a masculine face, and gray eyes that had a light reddish hue in the middle. He was supernatural, but not a shifter. Ivy mentally patted herself on the back at how quickly she was able to judge this after the short time she'd known Killian. He smiled. "Ivy, isn't it?" "Yeah, I'm looking for Killian." "I'm Luca. I manage Killian's security. His secretary, Nicole, just called me. She mentioned you might come here. Killian isn't here, though. He's tending to some private matters at the moment. I'll come back some other time then. Would you like to come in and wait? I can give him a call." "No, don't worry about it," Ivy said and turned back toward the car. "Seriously, Ivy, it won't take much effort. You have direct access to Killian, so your call will go straight through." A bit of annoyance laced his voice. She turned back. "Luca Martin, is it?" "Yes. You're in charge of Killian's security in general?" "I focus more on the non-human facing aspects of things, but I'm sure you already know that." "So you arranged Killian's transportation to Clara's funeral?" "No, he sent me overseas. The driver reported back to me that Killian drove himself that day. He shouldn't have, but I wasn't here, and nobody stopped him from being careless about his security. Thank you for helping out during that unfortunate event." "No worries. I signed up for the job. You know what? I changed my mind. I think I'll come in and wait for Killian." He nodded and stepped aside to let her come through the gate. They walked along the footpath, heading toward the front door of the villa. "Have you worked for Killian long?" "About 5 years. Whether or not that's a long time depends on who you talk to." She remembered Killian making that same statement. Time was relative to the lifespan of the individual. "You're not a shifter. It surprises me that Killian would use a non-shifter as head of security." He chuckled. "Well, he's using a mage to hunt for his shifter potion." "Fair enough. He uses those who are best suited for the job at hand. Look, Luca, Killian hired me to help look for the potion. I don't plan any more involvement in his business than that job. Let me assure you I won't be stepping on your toes." He let out a light laugh, showing his shiny teeth. "No fangs. At least, not yet." "Thank you. That's good to know. By the way, I'm the kind that has horns and fangs." He made a gesture with his hands to mimic horns in his head. "Demon? Yes, my people didn't like me much. They cast me out. Killian saved my life. To make a long story short, this job is important to me because Killian is the closest thing to family that I have right now. I have nowhere else to go without getting killed. When you came along to help him, I felt..." "Threatened?" "Yes, sorry. I don't blame you, and I have no intention of taking your job or your adoptive family." They approached the front porch, passing several rows of colorful native flowers. Some she didn't recognize. A sensation washed over her as she caught a familiar scent. The scent wasn't strong, but the feeling was potent. She felt lightheaded. "Are you okay?" "I'm not sure. I think so." "What are these flowers?" She pointed at a reddish-pink bunch of flowers growing among the grevillea. Luca arched an eyebrow. "The only thing I can tell you is that they aren't plastic. My sister would love these." Ivy reached out her hand, but Luca grabbed her wrist. His grasp was firm, and his fingers were like a pair of pliers digging into her flesh. "Don't pick the flowers." "I wasn't going to. I just wanted a closer look." He let go of her hand. The skin on her wrist was swollen and red, and some spots had started sizzling from the heat and energy he'd transmitted through his touch. A mage would heal instantly. She wasn't a mage, however. Was this his way of testing her? While she couldn't pump out the mage energy she would need to heal the wound, she had her tricks. She briefly hovered her left hand over her right wrist and brushed the healing magic on the wound. The mark on her skin vanished. The healing magic glowed a bit and would look like mage light to Luca. Luca's pinched expression eased a bit and he slightly exhaled. He had wanted confirmation that she was a mage. But why? His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. I need to take this. He stepped away to pick up the call, speaking in a language she didn't know. Her phone buzzed. It had better be Nina. She looked at the screen and didn't recognize the number. She didn't normally pick up calls from numbers she didn't know. She especially didn't want to pick up now because the last thing she wanted was to be on this call when Nina returned her messages. The sound of a garage door rolling up echoed from somewhere inside the villa. It was expected that a house of this size would have multiple entrances. Someone had just entered the house via the back. A light came on inside. Without even seeing him or hearing his voice, Ivy could tell it was Killian who had just come home. And maybe he sensed her as well. He walked through the front foyer, his shadow reflecting on the glass panel of the tall cathedral-style window. He came into view as he opened the front door. Ivy! There was no surprise or emotion in his tone. His expression was cold and distant. No, it wasn't his face looking at her right now. It was a mask hiding any possible signs she could read. Killian, I'm here to return your car. I appreciate the gesture, but I can't accept it. You're working on a job for me. Can't you use it as a company car? That will spare me hiring a driver and give me a corporate car I can use for other purposes when you're finished with it. Here, come inside and we can talk this through. He reached out his right arm to guide her in. On the inside of his sleeve, in a spot where there was a missing cufflink, a blood stain spotted the fabric. When he realized what she was looking at, Ivy took a step back, out of his reach. I was in an accident today. I'm okay, though. He rolled up his sleeve. Really? Yes. What's wrong, Ivy? If you have questions, just ask. I don't have time for mind games. Mind games? She snorted. I'm not sure who's playing mind games here. What are you getting at? He growled. You say you don't want to play mind games, so here it is, my straight question. Did you have anything to do with the deaths of Michael's men outside the chapel? I would like a direct yes or no answer in return. He approached her slowly, his striking blue eyes locked with hers. If you're asking on behalf of your police friend, I will not answer that question. If you want to look through my home for anything regarding the indecency you're accusing me of, then you will have to get a warrant. He stood right in front of her now, so close he could reach out and strangle her if he wanted to. She took a step back. Seeing her reaction, he lowered his voice. I don't hurt women. If your detective friend wants to arrest me, he will have to come here and do it himself. If he stooped so low as to send you to do his job, and you gave in to his wishes, I will be very disappointed in you, Ivy. She shoved at his chest to push him away. He didn't budge an inch. You do more than hurt women, Killian. His eyes darkened. What do you mean? She had no evidence other than the image only she could see on Clara's palm. She couldn't accuse him of murder with only that piece of information. Hell, she didn't want to accuse him at all. She hated herself for feeling weak around him. Can you answer my question, Killian? Did you order those men killed? No? She gestured widely. Why didn't you just say so? You didn't ask the same question. She paced from left to right and then back. She needed to ask him to his face. Show me your alpha sign. I saw it the other day when you tried to scare a shifter in your pack. He gazed into her eyes. She stared back and waited in silence. Then he nodded and turned up his left palm. Seconds later, a glowing triquetra symbol with a wolf head in the middle appeared. She reached out for his hand. As soon as she touched it, a wave of energy zapped her. She staggered back several steps. A low roar came from her side, and the impact of something sent her flying several feet and then crashing to the ground. Her bones rattled. Still dazed, she tried to scramble to her feet. Luca stood several feet away in his demon form. His shape had not changed much compared to his human form, except he was much taller. What had changed was his head. He had grown 2 horns, and his face was scary with its pointy cheekbones and 2 huge, glowing red eyes. You are not drawing energy from his alpha sign. Luca's voice was hoarse and low in his demon form. Ivy hauled herself to her feet. "I'm not," Luca charged again. Her human body couldn't take another hit. Having no choice, she conjured the new destructive energy the no-name goddess had given her and blasted it. As the goddess had predicted, the energy came out wrong. A wave of fire shot out wildly from her palms, going sideways and hitting the water fountain nearby. The fire died when it hit the water. Luca continued his charging momentum. Before he reached her, Killian rushed at him from the side and pushed Luca to the ground. Killian's shirt was burned at the shoulder where it had contacted Luca's side. His skin sizzled and blistered. Ivy hurried toward him. "I didn't want to draw your energy, I just wanted to see the symbol." Luca stood up. His face gradually returned to its human appearance, but his demon eyes still sparked with anger. "You're lying, mage!" "Luca, stop that. I trust her." "You shouldn't. She's trouble. What she used wasn't mage magic." "It's none of your business what magic I used." She stepped toward Luca, but Killian held her back. "Enough, you two. I've had enough of this nonsense today." Killian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and then answered. "Damien?" After a brief pause, he put the phone on speaker. "It's Nina, Killian. Damien is in trouble. I have your potion. We were attacked. We're on the roof." I tried to call Ivy. "I'm here with Killian," Ivy cried out, remembering the death card she pulled before. She swallowed a lump in her throat and waited patiently for Nina's response. Saying anything further to Nina now would show that she was worried. Her nervousness plus Nina's compulsiveness equaled disastrous consequences. "Slow down, Nina," Killian said. "Which lab are you in?" Ivy pointed toward the jeep parked at the front and rushed toward it. Killian followed. "The lab in Q." "That's only 10 minutes away. We'll be right there." Ivy jumped into the driver's seat. Killian went to the passenger seat. When Luca approached the back of the car, Ivy said, "You're not getting into this car, Luca." There was no way she wanted that demon sitting behind her. "Get your men and meet us at the lab in Q, Luca," said Killian. Luca stepped back and let Ivy drive away. "Your phone, please," Killian asked and programmed the address into her map as soon as she gave it to him. As she drove, he returned to Nina. "What's the situation, Nina?" "I completed your potion, Killian. It's a good dose, but you need to take it now. We can't retest. Damien was there with me when we completed the experiment. Then a bunch of guys stormed through the front door. They wanted to grab me. More likely, they wanted the potion, and me only because I know how to make it." We retreated to the back stairs. I figured out that the guys who followed us were scared of your blood, so I asked Damien to sprinkle it on the staircase. Some of your blood got into him through a cut on his finger, and when he got to the roof, he went down. "Thanks, Nina, we're nearly there. How's Damien?" "Breathing, but not conscious. He'll turn. We'll need to get him off the roof while he's disoriented before he starts to walk. Can you see the attackers?" "Yes, they're trying to get up here. The blood is drying. It's still burning them, so they're testing one step at a time, but they'll be here soon." "We're near." 2 minutes, Ivy said. "Oh no, Damien is sitting up. Try to calm him. Ask him to stay with you. If he feels safe with you, he'll stay. He probably won't recognize you because he'll be very disoriented. Newly shifted wolves in my pack tend to run aimlessly because they're scared. Just don't raise your voice. Show him you're friendly. His instincts will make him stay with you because you're safe." Okay. But what about the shifters downstairs? They're coming. They're not shifters. If they were, they wouldn't be scared of my blood. We're not sure what they are. But if they're coming for the potion, you can use it to hold them off. Use it like a weapon. Threaten to drop it from the roof. "Are you sure, Killian?" "Yes, Nina." Ivy stopped the car, the tires squealing. "We're here." She couldn't park right next to the building. They had to enter the yard via a small gate and then cross to the metal spiral staircase. From across the yard, they could see that the 6 men had climbed the side of the building and were close to the roof. They charged toward the staircase and went up. "How many can you take?" Killian asked. 5. "Okay, let's each take 3. How does that sound?" "Deal." They reached the rooftop and saw Nina standing at the far end, holding the tube with the potion in her hand over the edge to fend off the assailants. Damien sat on the ground next to her like a puppy, eyes dazed, panting. Killian gestured to Ivy to attack on the count of 3. Ivy didn't like the fact that he was taking charge, but he was used to his alpha position. She would need to address it later, but not now. Now was the time to follow his command. On 3, he stepped onto the rooftop. She followed. They came up behind the 6 attackers. As agreed, they each took 3. This was what Ivy did for a living. She fought and she protected her clients. She was amazed at how good Killian was, given this wasn't part of his daily routine. They brought down their targets easily. As Ivy swung the last man's body down onto the hard cement, she saw Damien startle at the sound and the impact. He stood up, bumping Nina with his back. She toppled backward off the rooftop. As she swung her arms up, trying to regain her balance, the vial of potion slipped from her hand and spun in the air. Ivy's world shattered with the vision of Nina's body sprawling on the ground 6 levels below. This was the first time in her life she regretted not letting Patrick turn her into a supernatural. In a human body, she couldn't possibly save Nina from falling to her death. From her right-hand side, Killian charged toward the edge of the rooftop in a supernatural speed. Nina's body had fallen off the rooftop, her arms flailed up in the air. Killian had 2 choices, grab Nina's hand or the vial of potion. Everything seemed to happen as if in slow motion. Ivy didn't know Killian well. Not long ago, she had gone to his house to confront him about the possible murder of a woman who loved him. Even now, she couldn't draw a conclusion about whether or not he was capable of killing innocents, but she was sure if he had to decide between Nina and his life and death potion, he would choose Nina. He did. He grabbed Nina's hand, holding her as she dangled over the pavement 6 floors below. The potion spun in the air, and then it fell. Chapter 21. Ivy exited Nina's cottage. The crescent moon was magnificent. Killian stood, leaning against the jeep. He gave her a smile that made her stomach quiver. Under the moonlight, he looked like a prince of darkness. How is she? Settled and happy with her cat on the bed and my dog in the cat's cot. She asked about Damien. Tell her Damien is in good care. My Uncle Finn is the most senior member in the pack with a lot of experience. Damien will be up in no time. Ivy nodded. It was quite a scare, you know, seeing Damien reeling at the edge of the roof and Nina hanging so many floors above the ground. How are you holding up? He asked. Me? I wasn't the one hanging from the roof. He held her gaze. I'm sure you've seen worse in your line of work. But watching your loved one in danger, when there's nothing you can do about it, is something totally different. Sometimes you would rather be the one in that situation because you're certain you can handle yourself. You'd pay anything to not have to go through that experience again. It'll haunt you for a lifetime. He had seen this before. There was a haunted look in his eyes, but he didn't elaborate further, so she didn't press. So, you're a psychic now. You haven't answered my question. I'm doing okay, and you're right. I don't want to see that happen again, ever. She looked into his deep blue eyes and saw a flash of recognition in them, but it was gone as quickly as it had come. He likely sensed a storm of care and affection coming his way, and that was a cyclone he didn't want to experience. This man was wounded. He didn't trust anyone and didn't want to accept that anyone would care for him beyond carrying out their normal duties, because he considered that acceptance a weakness and a point of vulnerability. She made a mental note that after this project was finished, she would make him fix this problem, make him realize that he could afford to have weaknesses if he opened up and let people help him. I'll do whatever it takes to keep this type of incident from happening to Nina or to anyone I care about, and I care about you, Killian. He looked away from her and at the light pole across the street. I trust you care about all of your clients like this? No, just you. Then she grinned at him. Because you gave me the Jeep. He exhaled a sigh of relief. She smiled to herself. I'll let it slide for today, Killian. Next time, she'd push her way into the dark space of his life and switch on the light. I'm sorry about what happened, he said. It wasn't your fault. I dragged Nina into this. You know what Nina would say? What? Too bad, now you're stuck with her. Killian chuckled and shook his head. Yes, and watch out because she will start making demands. You know, like having her own lab, working on your weird projects and things like that. She already has those, but she can have more if she likes. See, you've spoiled her already. Look, Killian, I know the potion is very important to you. I'll help you find it, whether its light sources work or not. He nodded. It means a lot that you would help me regardless of the contract. Thank you, she snorted. Money can't buy everything. It's not just the money, it's power that people would kill for. But money is an important part of the equation. She shrugged. Well, you pay, and we do the job. Simple, huh? Ivy, he said, you stood in front of me in the chapel when Michael attacked, and now your sister almost lost her life trying to make the potion for me. Obviously, money and power didn't motivate you. At least they weren't the most important drivers. So what did motivate you? Surely there has to be a way to explain why you did what you did. Something that I can manage. Ivy did a quick mental check. Nope. She hadn't used her healing power on him today. She used some on Nina to heal a couple of scratches. But it wouldn't be enough to rub onto Killian. That meant whatever he was saying now wasn't because of any magical influence. She cleared her throat. So if I tell you what I need now, you'll try to accommodate that? If I can, yes. One thing at a time. She had just used the technique the no-name goddess used on her, a technique she despised. At the moment, if you could clear up one thing for me, that should help clear my head. And if I'm clear, then Nina should be fine. All right. Just tell me the truth, no sugarcoating. I can take anything if it's the truth, and I won't judge you. Okay, Ivy, just ask your question. Did you kill Clara? She lifted her chin and looked at him. Just a yes or a no, Killian. I promise this is only between you and me, no games. He nodded. I don't know what a nod means. Is that a yes? I might have killed her heart. Did you pierce her heart with that knife, or did you mean that metaphorically? She told me she loved me and I rejected her. That broke her heart and made her do things I told her not to do, and that involvement got her killed. Are you happy now, Ivy? He turned and braced his hands on the Jeep, keeping his back to her. I know you wouldn't kill innocents. I wouldn't go that far. Innocence is subjective. I'm the alpha. I protect my pack, and if it requires killing, so be it. But I didn't kill Clara because she wasn't a threat to anyone. She must be. What do you think got her killed? He swung around to look at her. His eyes were like fire. She assumed I rejected her because she's a human. She asked me to turn her. When I refused, she must have asked another pack to turn her. I told her not to get involved with pack politics. They aren't going to turn her for nothing. And that was what got her killed. Are you sure her death has nothing to do with your alpha position? What do you mean? When I looked at the police photos of the crime scene, I saw your alpha symbol on her left palm, but no one else saw it. If that's the same kind of signal my tarot cards use to speak to me, then she must have tried to give me a message that had something to do with your alpha. He shoved his hands into his pants pockets and paced from the back of the car to the front of the car and then back again. That must be why Michael destroyed her body at the funeral. It was an open casket funeral. If I had gone up to see her, I would have seen it. But I'm the only one in the pack who bears the symbol, so how did it get onto her palm? How did you get yours? My father burned the seal into my hand using his alpha energy. Is that the only way to do it? In theory, yes, but I'll have to speak to Uncle Finn. He reached for the handle of the car's door. Can't you just call him? He's not the sort you can just pick up the phone and call. It was the same with Patrick. Ivy understood the constraints when it came to communicating with high-ranking authorities in the supernatural community. I thought you were the alpha, the boss. I can gain a lot more from his knowledge if we speak face to face. Plus, I sent Damien to him earlier. I'll take this opportunity to check on the new wolf. You're not going anywhere without me. If this will help clear up some things about Clara's death and give me a better picture of what we're dealing with when you and I are on the road hunting for the potion, then you have to let me in. He yanked open the car door and slid into the driver's seat. The less you know about the pack, the better it is for you. It's too late for that now. I'm in this up to my neck. We can't leave Nina by herself. She's not alone. Mom is inside with her. Didn't you wonder why we were rude and didn't invite you in? My mom isn't a fan of shifters, and she knows of your family. He chuckled. Quite an impression we made then. So? He nodded. Ivy rushed to the other side and hopped in. Remember, Ivy, you can't disown your knowledge. The only thing I ask of you is to help me locate the potion. Nothing else. Understood. I'm responsible for my troubles, okay? Holy smokes. An hour later, they entered a dirt road to a private estate. Just a 45-minute drive from the city, and here she was, in a wilderness she didn't know existed. What is this place? We call it the sanctuary. Humans call it the bush. There's no phone service in here, so if you need to make a call, it will have to wait. That's why you didn't want to call your uncle earlier. Why didn't you just say so? It's more than just the lack of service. I want to see Uncle Finn. If we wanted phone service, we would have had it installed. I guess so. You could have a private network run here. He chuckled. That's right. But one perk of being a wolf or a shifter is that we can send signals and communicate using our animal instincts rather than relying on technology. I prefer technology, but Uncle Finn doesn't. He said technology deteriorates our primal instincts. I think technology would be more reliable if it could somehow replicate our animal instincts. It isn't quite there yet, but when it's ready, I'll opt for technology. Ivy rolled her eyes. Boys and their technological toys. Killian parked in front of a gigantic cabin in the woods. The light was on in a couple of front rooms and on the porch. She opened the car door, and the sounds of nature greeted her. A gentle breeze weaved through the tree branches and leaves, creating a pleasing background hum, which was punctuated by the singing sounds of insects and the cooing of nocturnal animals. It was nature's nighttime orchestra. She inhaled, savoring every breath of the fresh air the city couldn't offer. She almost forgot the trouble they had at hand. That's why we call this the sanctuary. Killian's voice was smooth and warm. He didn't want to disturb her experience. Wow, it's quite a place, she said. Finally, good lad. I thought you married the city. A man spoke from the front porch. Ivy guessed this was Uncle Finn. He was well into his 70s. Long white hair, bright eyes, a warm smile, and agile movements. He approached and hugged Killian. How's Mom? Your mother is good. I put her to bed an hour ago. Your puppy is well, considering. Ivy arched an eyebrow. You have a puppy? Killian chuckled. He meant Damien. Uncle Finn looked her up and down. This is your mage friend, Killian. Handsome, isn't she? Ivy, she said, and reached out for a handshake. She wasn't quite comfortable with a hug yet. Nobody refers to a beautiful lady as handsome these days. You should get out more, Uncle Finn. Didn't I come into the city to receive your mother today? That's not what I meant by getting out. I meant you should get out into the society of this century. Nonsense, this is my home. I speak how I like. I still call your mama handsome. He gestured an invitation to the front door. Killian smiled and wrapped his arm around Ivy's lower back as if escorting her to a posh event. She was 1,000% sure he did it to stir Uncle Finn. The kind old man rolled his eyes. The living room was inviting, warm, and surprisingly homey. Ivy thought she was going to see a hunting lodge with weapons hanging everywhere and mummified trophy animals on display. Instead, the wood cabin was filled with the smell of a roaring wood fire. 2 large sofas were situated in the middle of the room in front of the fireplace. A long table ran across the right-hand side of the room next to an open-plan kitchen that was well used but squeaky clean. Next to the fireplace was a single reading chair with an open book lying on the seat. Killian led Ivy to a sofa and then moved the book and took a seat in the chair. Uncle Finn went to a wall-to-ceiling glass and wood cabinet. "Would you like a glass of something, Ivy? I know Killian's favorite." "I'll have the same." "Are you sure?" "Yes." A half smile crossed Killian's lips, but he said nothing. He leaned back in his chair as Finn walked over with a beautiful crystal decanter, shaped like a teardrop and 3 crystal glasses. He poured the rich amber liquid and then handed a glass to both Killian and Ivy. Ivy picked up her glass. She didn't gulp, but the liquid went down her throat faster than she expected. Finn chuckled, seeing Ivy's reaction. "Is it good?" "Yes, it's great. Thank you." Her face and ears burned with the strength of the drink. Finn and Killian raised their glasses. She did the same, but she didn't have much liquor left in hers. Gordon and MacPhail single malt, their oldest. I would venture to say it's the world's oldest Killian. Killian sipped, savored, and then nodded. "Perfect. Thanks, Uncle Finn. I haven't had anything this good in a long time. It's the company that counts, lad. If you drink by yourself, nothing tastes good. This is the first time you've brought a lady friend to visit me. Everything will taste better than it really is." Killian smiled but didn't return a comment. "I cornered him into this. I'm in charge of Killian's security, so I—" Finn's jaw dropped. Killian put his empty glass back on the table. "I hired her to help locate the potion I need." "Oh, that potion. Okay, for a moment, I was confused. I thought you were in so much shit you couldn't protect yourself and needed a bodyguard. Never mind. So, are you on track with everything then, except for leaving your mother in my care in the morning and dumping your puppy off with me in the afternoon? Not that I'm complaining. I love taking care of your mother." "We can ask a quick question and then get out of your hair," Ivy said. "Stay here as long as you like, Ivy. I hardly have any visitors these days." She nodded. "Killian mentioned that you might know different ways the alpha symbol can be burned into a palm. Apart from using the alpha energy to stamp that symbol onto someone's palm, are there other ways to do so?" "Any supernatural power can be used to stamp that symbol onto a palm, but only the alpha can give it spiritual meaning. Without being stamped by an alpha, the symbol means nothing." Ivy turned, looked at Killian, and saw that he was looking at her. They were on the same page. He gestured for her to speak first. "This is a wild theory, so please keep your mind open. We know Clara is left-handed. We thought her right hand was forced onto the knife, but now I think she held the knife herself because her left hand was holding something more important." "The seal," Killian said, his voice hollow. "She wanted to be turned into something suitable for her to be my mate. Except there is no such ritual. She was conned into doing it." Ivy frowned. "She was conned by someone who was able to get hold of your seal?" "No one can access my seal." "Nah, that doesn't have to be the case." Uncle Finn waved his hand dismissively. "If it was a con job, then it's Bullock all the way through. Someone gave a fake seal to the poor girl. How would she know if she had never seen the real thing?" Ivy looked at her left palm, then back at Killian and Finn. "She showed the symbol only to me and not to anyone else. It feels more like a message about what happened rather than who killed her. It's like she knows now who killed her, but she's more concerned about the reason." Before she could elaborate further, a shadow crossed the front yard. "Hey!" she cried. She got to her feet and pointed at the window that looked out to the garden. Killian charged toward the door, but then came to a halt. "Ivy, stay here. My mother and Damien are in the house," he said before giving chase. "And am I an invalid, lad?" Finn shouted, but Killian was already out of sight. Stealthy footsteps ran into the bush, predators' footsteps. Ivy didn't know what type they were, but if they were shifters and could shift, then Killian was at a disadvantage. She looked at Finn. This man was like Killian's second father, judging by how they interacted. It could be just pack behavior, but Ivy thought the bond between these two was built on complete trust. "I should help him. If they shift, he'll be in trouble." "Agreed, lady. Go. I can protect his mother and the baby wolf. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them here in the first place. He didn't want you to follow him out because he's worried about you. You're not a shifter, and you don't know this neck of the woods. Plus, he needs you to find the potion. I don't think I can talk you out of it. So go ahead and help him, but be careful." She ran out of the house, her fighting instincts fired up. She scanned the bushland and was surprised she could see so well in the dark. Primal energy surged inside her, a sort of energy she didn't realize she had. The lust for a hunt. What she was hunting, however, she didn't know. A short distance away, she saw Killian's silhouette fighting a trio of creatures. He broke the neck of one and pulled his gun to finish the other two. A few feet away, a group of 5 men shifted into wolves. Ivy knew they would attack him at once. And with 5 supernatural creatures against 1 gun, she knew how it would end up. Ivy charged at them from the side. "Fire coming!" she shouted, and as she intended, her cry distracted them. 3 of them turned in her direction, and Killian gunned down the other 2. As for the 3 looking at her, she knew that they were staring at her glowing hands. The force came out of her palms, flying at them like hot iron blades. The moment the blades hit them, they hissed and roared, staggered back, then exploded. The night returned to its former quietness. The bush regained its tranquility. The insects started chirping again. She looked at her hands. Holy smokes, my new powers work. Killian approached. A large part of his face was cloaked in shadows, but she could still see his striking blue eyes. They were bluer than usual, almost glowing. A strange aura and scent hovered around him. The scent was so thick and potent that she could taste it. Sweet, rich, and thick, like her favorite dark chocolate with a bite of cinnamon and chili pepper. Maybe she missed her hot chocolate tonight, or maybe his scent was that delicious. "Finn said I could help you." "I'm sure he did, and you did help." His voice was low. He hadn't shifted, she was sure of it, but she swore she felt his wolf, or at least the formidable essence of it. Killian walked away. That's it? No scolding or resenting her for leaving people in the house to go after him? No questioning what source of energy she was using? She followed, but before she could say anything, he swung around. He slid one hand around her lower back and the other behind her neck, then lifted her up and pushed her back against a tree. His power washed over her, the power of the alpha, dominant, possessive, and demanding. He ravished her lips. No priming or teasing with the tongue, no sweet talk, no finesse. It was an explosion of primal, needful energy, an assault of pleasure. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her entire life. She wanted more. She tilted her head, giving him more access. Sure, they had kissed and had almost done the unthinkable in his weapons room before, but that had been under the influence of magic. But nothing was forcing this kiss. It was driven purely by passion from both sides. Then, as suddenly as he had started, he stopped and eased away from her, letting her regain her footing. She stood, panting. "My wolf wants you, and that's not a good sign." His voice was husky, and his eyes were once again distant with a dash of angry fire left in them. "Let's get back to the house." He turned and walked away. She had read about this. Oh shit, she had been a hair away from being taken by an alpha. If he didn't have good control, his wolf would have taken her. Mating a non-shifter would end his road to become alpha of this pack. She followed, wanting to respond but waiting a bit because her lips were swollen and still tingling with the sensation of what had just happened. If she said something now, it might come out wrong. Uncle Finn waited for them on the front porch. How many did they send? 8. Killian walked into the living room. He stood in the middle of the room, thumbs in his pants pockets, looking at Finn and Ivy. They challenged me, and I accepted. I killed 8 of them tonight, so they'll send another 8 for a fight to the death. Chapter 22 had arrived. The first drop of light landed at the top of the bushland tree line. From the front porch, the scenery was magnificent. Ivy inhaled the fresh air and took in the view of the sanctuary. There were plants around the house, not manicured gardens like Killian's in Toorak, but homey enough to spare the property from the bushland just outside the fence. A wooden post and wire fence surrounded the house to keep the rabbits and wild animals out. Along the fence line were patches of overgrown grass and wild white daisies. A small group of kangaroos balanced on their back legs and tails and leaned down to enjoy a breakfast of whatever was in the grass. She tried not to disturb them with her presence, but some of them stood straight up and looked at her with their huge, innocent eyes. Then, just a short moment later, as if they'd communicated with one another in kangaroo language, the whole group turned around and hopped away into the bush. She had never seen the bush as peaceful as this. It seemed so tranquil, a little slice of heaven, something she would never have living in the city. Whenever she had a chance to be in the outback or bushland, she was on the job. Ivy was a good tracker in the woods and highland areas, but she doubted she would be able to find her way back here in the future. Not because it was remote or the location was tricky, but because of the barriers set by Killian's pack. This was one of their home grounds, and they set up the barriers to protect their territories at all costs. At least that was her understanding from her research of pack behavior. The break-in and challenge last night suggested there were weaknesses in the barriers. She had no doubt Killian would crank up the security, making it impossible for her to track her way back here. Killian stepped outside to stand next to her and pulled out something that looked like a larger-than-normal cell phone. "You said we can't call from here." "This is our private satellite network." She nodded. Of course, a private network. She left him and stepped back into the house as he engaged in conversation with someone on the phone. The smell of breakfast cooking made her stomach rumble. Uncle Finn smiled at her from the kitchen. "You had only a couple hours of sleep last night. I reckon you'll need a big breakfast to deal with today's activities." She smiled. That really depended on whether Killian let her in on whatever happened today. The other pack had challenged him to a fight that, in her opinion, was impossible for him to win without shifting. Those jackasses were from Michael's pack, retaliating for Michael's death and the deaths of the men outside the chapel. Ivy had killed Michael with the knife Patrick had given her. And based on what Uncle Finn had said, Killian's men had only detained those outside the chapel. They hadn't killed them. Someone else had killed those 6 afterward and attributed the deaths to Killian's pack. Killian could have explained this to those messengers last night if they had given him a chance. The other pack's messengers crossed the boundary and attacked Killian in his territory. It didn't matter who killed whom or how the kill happened. Those wolves died in his territory, hence the challenge. Uncle Finn said no real alpha would reject this challenge and not be called a coward. And being a coward wasn't even a concept in Killian's world. But he wasn't a douchebag who knew nothing but fighting. He had responsibilities, people who relied on him, and people who loved him. He wouldn't charge into a losing battle without a plan. But how the heck would he get out of this unscathed? "Morning, Quinn. You're up bright and early." Uncle Finn left the kitchen and approached a woman who stood at the doorway that led to the bedroom wing. He didn't need to introduce her. Ivy knew who she was looking at. Quinn was Killian's mother. She was beautiful. Probably in her 60s, the angles of her face were still sharp. Her skin was flawless, with only very fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She was tall, lean, and elegant. Her dark hair was swept back, revealing striking light blue eyes. Now Ivy knew where Killian got his good looks. Quinn looked back at Ivy. There was something familiar about her that Ivy couldn't put a finger on. Her instincts were telling her that the familiarity was significant. She made a mental note to dig deeper into it. Quinn smiled at Uncle Finn and Ivy with the same gentle smile. Uncle Finn led her to the long table. "Let's fix you some breakfast. I know how you like your eggs cooked. Come here, Ivy, eat something." Finn smiled. "Would you like some coffee?" "Coffee would be great. Any caffeine, actually. Just tell me where it is, and I'll get it." "Ah, I have only instant coffee. No fancy machines. It's in the cabinet at the far right-hand side of the counter." Finn pointed to a long wooden cabinet standing next to the wine cabinet on the left-hand side of the room. "I'm not much of a coffee drinker." As Killian entered the room, a wave of warm energy washed over her. Ivy turned and saw him move from the doorway to the kitchen table in 2 long strides. "Mom, how are you this morning?" Killian, the formidable alpha, brutally handsome and powerful, turned into a 5-year-old in front of his mother. Quinn smiled at her son, and it caught Ivy's attention. This smile was different from the one she'd given Ivy and Finn. Nina had told her the doctor said that Quinn couldn't express emotions or recognize patterns, which would mean she couldn't tell the difference between people. But she definitely recognized Killian. She looked comfortable and at home here. Uncle Finn didn't have to help her much to get to the table for breakfast. She knew what to do. She could function in a familiar environment around people she trusted. Trust. Quinn could cognitively process information and let that information guide her judgment and actions. She'd been here before. She'd had this life before, and her subconscious mind clearly remembered it. Ivy took a deep breath. The doctors were wrong about Quinn's condition. Killian hadn't explained to Ivy what happened at the medical center and why he'd sent his mother here. But surely it had to be more than a coincidence that his mother's condition had now changed. A faint clucking and growling sounded in the distance. Ivy looked out the window to the far fence where the kangaroos had been enjoying their breakfast earlier. Then beyond the fence line, deep into the bush, kangaroo heads bobbed up and down in the tall grass. The only animal she could communicate well with was her puppy, Pixie. But she could tell these kangaroos wanted something. She could very well use her phone to search kangaroo behavior. Maybe there was even a kangaroo translator she could use. But damn it, she didn't have access to Killian's private network. What did she know about pack behavior? Could she deduce something about the kangaroos from that? Yes, she could. She narrowed her eyes, trying to get a glimpse of their faces. Their huge eyes all looked toward this sanctuary, a wolf territory that had been here for a long time. Those wild animals had just been eating at the fence line. They seemed to know the shifters wouldn't harm them. They weren't scared of the shifters here. But then they ran away. And now they stood at a distance and just observed. Yes, she understood. They were gathering information to alert their pack. They sensed a new danger in this place. The only new addition to their environment was Quinn. Quinn might have been here before, but she had been kept away for decades. For these young animals, she was a new arrival. Once Quinn was up and about in the house this morning, the animals had run away. Quinn scared the wild animals away. Why? How? Don't even think about it. Ivy scolded herself. One day, when Ivy was 7, she had finished her training early and returned to the grotto before Patrick. She managed to open and search through his cabinet, the one he thought he had locked with magic. She found a script for binding spells. She thirsted for knowledge, and he never taught her any spells. The script was long and complicated. She couldn't steal it because first, stealing was wrong. She was naughty and curious, but she still had her codes of right and wrong. And second, Patrick would track the script and take it back anyway, and the punishment for stealing would be much more severe than having a little peek. So she read as much as she could on the spot. As powerful a mage as he was, Patrick couldn't undo her knowledge. She didn't have time to go through the complete script, but the front end covered techniques to detect if binding spells were being used. She supposed one needed to know if there were existing spells before casting new ones. Then Patrick caught her. She was banned from going to the grotto by herself for as long as she lived. And as ludicrous as it might sound, Patrick cast a binding spell on her ability to cast binding spells, and that included her ability to track the spells. She had tried the spell once when she was 14 and was sick as a dog as a result. Since then, she had never tried again. But now, she was fully grown, fully trained, and physically and mentally strong, much more so than Patrick was at her age, minus his natural mage strength. She could do this. Heck, she would do this. She concentrated and searched for a binding spell. There it was. Quinn was wrapped in the thick, dark blanket of a binding spell, the most wicked kind. It was a magical prison made out of black dust and particles from hell. Inside that prison was Quinn, as a human. Not a shifter? Impossible. A shifter can't reverse into a human. Ivy expanded her mind's vision. And there it was. Quinn's animal, if Ivy was not mistaken, was a Tasmanian tiger. The magnificent tiger glowed in a halo, lurking, hovering, and walking in circles in the air. But it was disembodied, locked out of Quinn's body, along with her mind. The tiger carried her strength and her powers. It was the animal of a shapeshifter. But it was nothing, and could do nothing unless connected to its human body. Ivy turned off her vision. "Are you okay?" asked Killian, his hand on her shoulder. "You looked like you were going to pass out." "It's okay. I'm okay. I just need some fresh air." She scurried outside and went out to the side gardens. She had something in mind but wasn't sure it would work. However, she had to try. When she came back inside, Killian was sitting next to his mother. Quinn had finished her breakfast, and Uncle Finn was examining the coffee Ivy had made to see if it was drinkable. Ivy approached Killian and his mother. She gave them as friendly a smile as possible. "Mrs. LeBlanc." "Call her Quinn. She won't recognize anything else," Killian said. "Quinn, I have something for you. I think you'll like it. I got it from the garden." There was no reaction from Quinn. Ivy removed her hand from inside the front flap of her jacket, revealing a white daisy she had just picked from the bunch near the fence. One petal was blue. She got a glass, filled it with some tap water, and placed the daisy in it. Quinn's eyes welled up. "One day, when a white daisy turns blue, look to the horizon, and you'll see your dream come true." Her voice was smooth and calm, and the words floated in the air like a melodic lullaby. Killian turned and looked at Ivy. Emotion sparked in his eyes. His mother obviously hadn't spoken a word for years. She bet the tiger was paying attention now and trying to find a way to connect. But she couldn't risk another round of visions because it would make her sick. She needed to communicate with Quinn. Once communication was established, then either the tiger would find a way in, or Quinn might be able to reach out to the animal. Ivy just needed to break her out of her spell prison. She sat down on a chair and locked eyes with Quinn. She felt the woman's energy now. It had been suppressed for years, and if she were to help Quinn unlock it, she would need to read the signs and do it one step at a time. She pulled out her stack of tarot cards and shuffled them. "My name is Ivy. I'm Killian's friend. I'm trying to help your son. I'm sure you want the same." Quinn nodded. Killian inhaled, and the birds outside the house stopped chirping. "Quinn, the white daisy has turned blue. We can look to the horizon, but what do we see? What are we looking for? What do you want to tell Killian? Give me a sign, please." She spread the cards on the table. Quinn cast a glance at the stack of evenly spread cards, then pointed at the second to the last one on the left. Ivy turned the card over. Quinn's eyes sparked with a shade of unspeakable emotion. She gazed at the card for a long moment, then looked up at Ivy. Ivy saw her version of the card, but she didn't know what Quinn was seeing, or if she saw anything at all on the chosen card. Quinn reached across the table and held Ivy's hand. "You're the blue petal. You're the savior." A tear rolled down the woman's face, and her breath quickened before growing shallow. She started to cry. "Stop whatever it is that you're doing, Ivy," growled Killian. Finn walked over and helped Quinn out of her chair. Okay, you're tired. Let me take you to your room to get some rest." As soon as Finn took Killian's mother out of the living room, Killian walked over and pulled the daisy out of the glass, rubbing his thumb over the blue petal. He looked at the blue dust left on his skin. "Eyeshadow?" Ivy shrugged. "It was in Nina's purse. It's not the best version of the daisy, but it served the purpose." He gestured widely. "What purpose, Ivy? I know you have incredible skills. You're hired and you have my word on that. I don't break my promises. It doesn't matter if we have a contract or not. You don't have to prove anything to secure the money. Your mother was spellbound. You can't bind a shapeshifter. I don't think we have time for the long version of this story, but I'm telling you that the magic involved took away her ability to connect with her animal, and that's all it takes for this spell to work. The connection between you and your animal is spiritual and magical. Killian froze. Without the animal, the person is just an object, a being without a soul, and a human without a mind. But her animal wouldn't just leave her. The animal and the human body are one. I suspect it's the work of dark magic. She pointed to an empty space in the air. I had a vision, and I saw her animal. I don't know how, but I think magic was used to tear her animal away from her body. That's impossible. The disembodied animal of a shapeshifter is useless to anyone else. Why didn't they just kill her? Maybe they just wanted to torment... The words escaped before her brain processed them. Poor judgment, poor timing, and poor execution. Killian sat down on the sofa, elbows on his knees, hands clasped in front of him. He sat there for several seconds before looking up at her. His eyes made her stomach sink. I let them imprison my mother for 30 years. They tried to break her spirit, and I helped them. You didn't know. He stood abruptly. Do you know a way to help her reconnect with her animal? He was angry at himself, but he was in control, and he understood priorities. This was the alpha she had always seen in him. I'll need to consult with someone who has more knowledge and experience than I do to confirm my theory before I can say for sure what kind of magic was at work and how we can fix it. But for now, we need to get back to the city and prepare for your challenge, don't we? He nodded. You're not going with me to the challenge, but yes, we're going back to the city. He headed out of the house. Half a dozen cars had arrived. Please wait for me in the Jeep. Ivy nodded. Killian gave instructions to the newly arrived shifters to stay to guard the sanctuary. These shifters were high-ranked in the pack. They were strong and agile, and that was in their human form. If they shifted, they would be incredibly strong. Now she understood why Killian couldn't show a single sign of weakness in front of his pack. They'd eat him alive. Chapter 23. Ivy hung up the phone after checking in to make sure everything was fine on Nina's end. She looked out the windshield of the car and marveled at the art sculpture of a city landscape at the entrance to Melbourne. The sculpture was painted bright yellow and arched over the highway like open arms. She loved the city entrance. She never tired of the views, but this was the first time she got to see them as a passenger in a car. Do you have a plan in mind for this afternoon, Killian? I'll get Luca to go with me as backup. So you're letting Luca, and not me, go with you to a fight with shifters? You're doing a far more important job for me than a little scuffle at the Grampians. A scuffle in which you are at a great disadvantage. I can't shift, but Luca can. Between the two of us, we can manage the challenge. Killian drove to the LeBlanc Industries car park. Ivy, you can take the Jeep from here. I'll grab a corporate car. He got out of the car and waited for her to come over to the driver's seat. I'm sorry about what I said at the sanctuary about the contract and the money. I know you mean well. I understand. She pulled out a tarot card and gave it to him. Given you won't take me with you this afternoon, can you promise to take this card with you? It's the card your mother pulled this morning. I'm sure she'd like you to keep it. Are you going to tell me what the card is and what it means, or shall we talk about this tonight? He slid the card into his wallet. Is tonight a promise? He contemplated for a second, then nodded. It didn't make her feel better because she knew her instincts, and her instincts, along with what the card said, told her she wasn't going to be seeing him tonight. It's the Tower card. It means chaos and destruction, Killian. What your mother saw might not happen immediately, but whatever happens this afternoon will somehow lead to chaos and destruction. How certain are you about what you just said? The cards don't tell me the future. They only provide answers for individuals based on how those individuals interact with their universe and the questions they ask. So chaos and destruction might be the answers to the questions your mother asked about your future. But you might not get the same answers even if you ask the same questions, because your answers will depend on your own interactions with the universe. All I'm asking is that you keep the card with you. Can you do that? He nodded and waved a goodbye, then tapped lightly on the body of the car, signaling her to drive off. Even if she groveled, he wouldn't take her with him. She needed to apply her usual workaround solution, an approach she often used when things didn't go her way. She had given him the chariot card, not the tower card. As long as he kept his promise of having the card on him, he granted her freedom and empowered her, and she could use that to track his movement. She had a few things to clear up before she drove to the Grampians to assist Killian with his little scuffle. It didn't take her long to get to the police station. Liam was waiting for her at the door as she had requested. As she got out of the car, he approached with his usual gentle smile. "Handsome Jeep. Looks brand new. So you want me to swipe it for bugs?" "Yes, please." He pulled out a wallet and held it in his hand. "Someone got lucky today. New car and money." "That's my wallet. Remember the thief you caught and let go at Mount Macedon?" "Hell yeah. I promised myself I would return the number of bruises that son of a bitch gave me for doing him a favor, plus give him some extra for hurting my ego." "Well, he turned in your wallet, with the money inside." "You're joking." She took the wallet from Liam's hand. "Thanks." She looked inside. The thief had kept his promise. He'd returned all of her money, and maybe a little more. When did he drop this off? 10 minutes ago, 15 max. You didn't tell me he took your wallet. Should I have advertised in the newspaper that a person in charge of operations in one of the largest security agencies in the region let a thief snatch her wallet? Liam chuckled. In the wallet was a loose strand of woven pink and purple thread. It looked familiar. She had seen it before. She knew this material. She showed the thread to Liam. "I've seen this before, in Clara's journal, I think. This is from the fabric ribbons she used as a bookmark. But the thief took my wallet before I went to Marigold Cottage and had access to Clara's journal. That means he was there before we were. I have to have a chat with him. I'll take the left and you take the right, Liam. He can't be too far away." Then she ran to the left, the direction her instincts told her the thief had gone. Once again, her instincts were right. She saw the young man half a block away. He had just exited Noodle World with a small box in one hand and a soft drink in the other. She approached quietly, and when she was within reach, she called out to him and grabbed him before he could dart away. She pushed him against the wall, her forearm against his neck. A couple of pedestrians stopped. "Move along, please. This is police business." She must have looked authoritative enough because the couple walked away as instructed. "I returned your wallet." He frowned in annoyance. "You were at Marigold Cottage before me. Did you murder Clara?" "Oh, no, I didn't do it." "Absolutely not, ma'am. I might be a thief, but I'm no murderer. The police found traces of you at the crime scene. If you come clean with me now, I'll help you. Or would you rather me escort you to the police station and you can work with the detective there?" "I didn't kill her. I wasn't hired to kill her." "Who hired you and what did they want?" "You won't believe me. And I don't think I can make the police believe me either. Try me. You work for vampires, werewolves, witches, mages?" He exhaled a sigh of relief. "Okay, so you understand this stuff. Makes it easy. Look, a wolf pack at Hall Gap hired me to stalk Clara. They wanted to catch her with a rich guy." "What rich guy?" "They didn't give a name. They just wanted dirt on Clara, I guess. So I followed her for days, and I caught her having a few dinners out with a filthy, rich LeBlanc guy, Killian. I asked the Hall Gap pack for confirmation, and they said they'd pay me more if I got pictures of the two of them being intimate. But all they did was meet for dinner, until the night before I ran into you. I followed them to the cottage. I thought I hit the jackpot, but turned out the guy that night was a different person. It wasn't Killian. Did you take pictures? Well, yes, but I figured they might not pay me if it wasn't Killian, so I tried to get an angle that didn't show his face, and then it looked like he was performing some sort of ritual. She lay down and he bit her neck. Then others joined them. I thought it was some kind of costume party orgy, so I took more pictures. You still have the pictures? She pressed her forearm harder into his throat. He started choking. Okay, yes, on my phone. She pulled his phone out of his pants pocket and made him unlock it and show her where he kept the pictures. All that, and you took only one picture? I got more, But they said the pictures weren't enough, and they couldn't tell if Killian was in them. They wanted me to get something from her room to prove their relationship. When I came back the next day, her body was floating in the air. I broke into her drawers and stole one of the 2 journals in there. 2 journals? Yes, but I took only one. They didn't ask for more, so why take more? Then I left and I ran into you. You know the rest of the story. When I gave the Hall Gap Pack the journal, they made me delete the pictures on my phone in front of them. I managed to keep that one. Ivy texted herself the picture and let go of the man. How many were in the pack when you met with them? About 30, I think. There are more, though, because I heard them say some of them went out to do surveillance in the Grampians. Come again? Well, Hall Gap is only 5 minutes from the Grampians. I'd be surprised if they didn't perform any rituals there. She let go of the thief and galloped back to her car. She tried to call Killian, but his phone must have been out of range. She wanted to leave a message for him, but she thought it was too risky. She didn't know who might have access to his phone. She stopped calling altogether because she didn't want to distract him at this critical time. She pulled out her card deck and concentrated. Come on, Ivy, really? She talked aloud, criticizing herself for relying on the tarot cards for guidance at a time like this, but she pulled a card anyway. What stared back at her was the Devil card. What does this mean? I don't need this right now, she said to the steering wheel. The Devil card often suggested a need to overcome the darker side of oneself. It appeared when people had to make moral choices, deciding which side of the moral compass to choose, the bright side or the dark side. Naturally, ordinary people would say they'd choose the bright side in a heartbeat, but the darker side had much more attractive rewards. However, if one gave in to the dark side for those attractive prizes, it meant they would sell their soul to the devil. And why the heck is this the answer to my question about Killian's immediate situation? She brushed the latest card out of her mind and drove. She needed to be where Killian was, and fast. She wouldn't have been surprised if it were the death card she drew. But no, it was the Devil card. Tarot cards could be wrong, even her cards. They had never wronged her before, but you never knew. She stopped talking to herself and focused her energy on tracking the tarot card she had given to Killian, trusting he would keep his promise and have the card on him. Then she slammed her foot down hard on the accelerator. Chapter 24. Killian checked the gun before holstering it. He had plenty of guns in his weapons room to choose from, but this was the only silver bullet gun in the collection. It should do for now. After today, he'd increase the number of silver bullet guns he owned. He tucked 2 silver-bladed knives into his ankle holsters and slid a dagger into a sheath before slipping it into a hidden pocket inside his jacket. Then he stuffed a semi-automatic gun into a small duffel bag. He needed to set aside what he'd found out about his mother this morning so he could concentrate on what was ahead of him. If he died, his pack would be in disarray, and he wouldn't be able to help his mother. His father's death would be in vain. He was a good fighter in his human form. He used weapons well, and he was trained in all sorts of combat techniques. In both human and wolf forms, he never lost a fight. Failure wasn't an option for him, especially today. Killing 8 shifters wouldn't be a problem if the Hall Gap Pack honored the deal and only sent 8, but he didn't think they would. These motherfuckers were known for cheating, manipulating, bullying the weaker packs, and sucking up to stronger ones. Killian's pack was a stronger pack, so they used to suck up to him. But since the rumor about his shifting ability had started to spread, they'd tried their best to gain additional information. He knew they would test him at this fight. They'd try to force him to shift, and if he didn't, that would confirm the rumor. Things would spiral downhill fast from there. When he got to the car, Luca was waiting patiently in the passenger seat. Luca knew Killian preferred to drive at times like this. "You didn't bring many weapons, Luca." His demon friend chuckled. "I'll fight in my demon form. Have you ever seen a demon holding a gun?" "Thank you for helping out." "No, thank you for letting me in. I thought you preferred Ivy." "Still testy about what happened yesterday." "I've known you for a long time." "You've known her for what? 5 minutes?" Ivy's role is important and irreplaceable where my potion is concerned. I understand that. I didn't complain yesterday, did I? I did what you asked. I went home and sat on my ass when you fought those crooks at the lab, and then I went to clean up their bodies when you were done. And I appreciate that. But then you took Ivy to the sanctuary. I've never been there. I have my reasons. I'll tell you when all of this is done. I don't really care about Ivy, as long as she isn't a security risk. I know the sanctuary is your pack's territory, and you know best who you can take there. But does your wolf approve of her? What does that have to do with anything? Well, if your wolf likes her, maybe it's a good chance to claim a mate. She'll help you find the potion, and she can be your mate. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is not a game, Luca. Even if my wolf likes her, I won't pursue a relationship if she doesn't fit with the pack. And as much as I like her as a person, she's not a shifter, and that means there is 0 chance I'll claim her as my mate. He was lying to Luca. He shuddered, remembering what had happened in the woods the night before. His wolf more than approved of Ivy. She unleashed his desire and stirred his loins. His wolf had never been drawn toward anyone so strongly, and if it kept up, he wasn't sure he could control the wolf the next time its lust demanded attention. In early afternoon, they entered the national park area. It was only a 5-minute drive from Hall Gap, but the Grampians Rock Mountain ranges were independent of all packs. Shifters of all kinds use this area to communicate, exchange information, and settle differences with the common knowledge that no supernatural authority ruled here. Killian looked up at the peak, the particular spot in which he'd meet with the Hall Gap wolves. The 1,000-year-old rock mountain looked down at him, smiling with a daring challenge. He usually liked challenges, but today was not a good day for one, given what he had found out this morning, plus the fact that he needed all the hours he could spare to prepare for his alpha contest. Any time he spent doing anything else put him a world away from the potion, and without it, his chance to be the alpha was 0. To honor the agreement with the Hall Gap pack, he had dropped off Luca before he entered the park boundary and had entered the peak by himself. It would be a fight to the death between him and 8 other wolves. They'd fight with their teeth. He would fight with his weapons. And when they cheated by sending more than 8 shifters, he would no longer have to honor the agreement. He'd use the semi-automatic on them. It was an ordinary weapon and couldn't kill them, but it would slow them down, and Luca would finish them off. That was the plan. It was called the Peak, but it wasn't too far above the ground. It took only 20 minutes on foot to get to the highest platform. On the way, there were several lower patches of rocks and boulders. The rock at the top was flat, the size of a tennis court. At the top, the 360-degree view of the mountain range was magnificent. But this was no place for a picnic. Over the edge of the rock was the deadfall cliff. Falling to the bedrock below was certain death for humans. Whether a shifter could survive such a fall, he didn't know. He'd never tried it, and didn't intend to. Within a couple of minutes of his arrival, the 8 wolves from the Hall Gap pack arrived, already shifted. It appeared as if they were honoring what they had said by sending only 8, but Killian knew them too well. He didn't have time to verify whether they were the Hall Gap pack or hired rogues, or worse, shifter mercenaries. He needed to see them fight to tell. And if they had sent these 8 as a means to wear him out before sending in the real pack members, then that would be considered cheating, and he would respond accordingly. The first wolf lunged at him. He took 1 step back, swiveled, and grabbed its fur at the neck with the exact Aikido move he'd seen Ivy use the first time he met her. He swung the wolf to the ground and then into the air. The wolf's own momentum sent its body flying through the air and over the cliff. Judging by the look in their eyes, these wolves hadn't seen this elegant but lethal technique before. Judging by the way the wolf moved, he knew these weren't from the Hall Gap pack. He now had the info he needed. They had cheated. Killian pulled out his semi-automatic. The other 7 charged at the same time. His gun wiped them off the cliff. As they fell, something roared in the distance. It was Luca's demon roar. He had gotten the signal. When Killian fired his semi-automatic, Luca shifted and killed any wolves or shifters that dropped from the cliff. It was much too easy. Killian expected more. This introductory encounter hadn't required much effort on his part, but it had still gotten his adrenaline pumping. Killian smiled at the rumbling, demonic sound echoing through the rock valley below the peak. Luca was enjoying killing the injured opponents down on the bedrock. More wolves were coming his way. Killian went to the other side of the cliff. A line of wolves ran stealthily up the path leading up to the rock platform. Their footsteps, their aura, and their movements told him they were from the Hall Gap Pack. He did a quick count and sighed. There were 30 of them. Not only had they cheated, but their alpha was a coward. They had 31 fighters in their pack. Their directionless movements and their numbers at the moment told Killian that the only one not here was their alpha. As soon as the first lot came at him, he shot at them with the semi-automatic. They fell off the cliff and Luca cleared them out. After 4 rounds and 12 wolves flying through the air and off the peak, the rest figured that continuing their attack wouldn't work out well for them. They tucked their tails between their legs and headed back to their alpha. Soon, the imposing tranquility of the peak and the Grampians' mountain range returned. Killian took in the scenery, registering this moment in his memory. The mountains didn't seem much different from the time his parents had brought him here for a picnic. The innocent mind of Killian, the toddler, had registered it as a family moment. He'd enjoyed every second of it. Turned out that was the only time he had come here with his parents. But now he understood that the occasion wasn't a family picnic. This was not a place for leisure, not for humans and not for the supernatural. This was a place you came to fight, to settle grudges, to make your mark. His parents had brought him here so he would have some first-hand experience of the energy of the supernatural battleground at an early age. He pulled out his cell phone and switched it on. It was now time to return to his reality. There were missing calls and a text from Ivy. She was anxious. He understood that. He checked the text first. The text read, "Look out for the devil." An attached photo showed Clara's body hovering in the air in the room where she was killed. A shifter from the Western Pack stood next to her body, his fangs still down. Killian recognized his face. He was one of those Clara had asked to help turn her into a wolf. This must have been when he performed the ritual. A tall man's back was to the camera, blocking part of the room. Killian zoomed in on the picture. On the back of the man's head were the unmistakable roots of 2 horns. As soon as Killian saw the picture, and before his brain had a chance to completely process the information he'd received, he pulled his silver-bladed dagger out, swiveled, and pierced Luca's chest with the weapon. Luca, who had just approached him from behind, was still in his demon form. His red eyes glowed as he looked down at Killian, who still gripped the hilt of the dagger in his hand. Killian could slide the blade up to open the chest of the demon and cut out his heart. That was how you killed a demon. But he waited. Why Clara? What did she do to you? Luca stood still, looked down at the dagger, then back at Killian. Despite the fact that you're an arrogant, overconfident son of a bitch, I like you, and I wanted to be your friend. You have a good heart, one that would seem to belong to a human. But as an alpha, such a heart will get you. Luca puffed his chest out. The dagger shot out of his chest and slipped from Killian's hand. The demon swung his claws at Killian, who blocked him. Their forearms clashed, and the impact traveled through Killian's body, rattling his bones. Luca was mighty strong. With one light push, he tossed Killian's body into the air. Killian crashed to the ground and slid toward the edge of the cliff, but he dug his feet into the earth to stop himself from falling over. I was hired to kill you. I took a blood oath. I should have just gotten on with it. But I got curious. I wanted to know how shapeshifters like you are different from magical creatures like me when dealing with mortal emotions. Have you heard of the saying, curiosity kills the cat? Killian got to his feet and took an internal inventory to be sure his bones were still intact. Well, I ain't a cat, and you didn't let me die. You took me in like an injured puppy." Luca shrugged. "Maybe it's the alpha thing in you. I think it's more of a curse than the curse you're trying to undo. I saved your life, gave you shelter, and offered you friendship, but you have to kill me because you took a blood oath. So why didn't you just do it? Why kill Clara?" The contract said to kill the alpha of the Kinneton pack. Killian tried to control his facial expression. He didn't want to give away any information. The Kinneton pack was the original name of his pack, but his father had expanded their pack so much that the pack no longer used that name and hadn't for more than 30 years. Luca continued, "I figured if you liked Clara enough to mate with her, you'd be disqualified as alpha. Then I wouldn't have to kill you but the next guy in line. But your will to become alpha is so strong you turned Clara down. If she had walked away, she would have lived. But no, she asked the stupid wolf to turn her, which was still okay. You wouldn't accept her anyway. Then she cut a deal with a necromancer, called up your father, and asked him for his blessing. He stamped the bloody Kinneton Pack Alpha symbol on her left palm. That meant that after she was turned, she would be destined to be your mate, with the seal of approval. Now, that wasn't okay because it ruined my plans. Mating with her at that point would make you too strong of an alpha for me to kill, so she needed to die." Killian shook his head. "Killing her wasn't enough? You had to blow up her body and kill the men from Michael's pack?" Luca shrugged. "What would you suggest I do? Send them a thank you card? I couldn't let you see the seal on her hand." "Did you send the vampires? Did you order Nina killed?" "Do you want me to send you a fucking report, Killian? Why would you even bother asking?" said Luca. "And you should have appreciated that little bit of lust magic I cast on you the night you had dinner with Ivy. You almost got into her pants, didn't you? Lust magic is what demons like me do best. But I have to hand it to you. Your resistance was strong." Luca looked toward the horizon, over the mountain range, and sighed. "It has been fun toying with your potion hunting activities in your desperate journey to become alpha." "I am an alpha." "Whatever. I'm running out of time. You're the hottest bounty on the market at the moment." "If you're referring to the supernatural freelance market, then you're a fool. You don't have what it takes to be in that market. And I'm not a commodity." "Depends on who you talk to. Part of me wanted to help you succeed and become alpha so I could kill you as an alpha. The other part wanted to prevent you from being an alpha. Then I'd get to be your friend and kill whoever the other alpha was. I preferred the second because I could kill two birds with one stone. But that's not happening now, is it?" "There is a third option." Luca chuckled. "Entertain me." Killian pulled out his silver bullet gun, pointed it at Luca's heart, and fired. The bullet pierced through Luca's body, creating a gaping hole that immediately healed. He aimed at Luca's head and pulled the trigger. The same thing happened. A corner of Luca's mouth quirked up. "If you think your pathetic weapons can kill a demon like me, you are sadly mistaken." Chapter 25. Ivy was within one step of reaching the peak. She had tracked Killian's tarot card here. She saw the remains of the Hall Gap pack on the bedrock. "There's also a fourth option." Killian's voice echoed from the top of the rock. She didn't want to call out to distract him. "Oh yeah?" Luca said in his demonic voice. "Put on your last show, Killian." There was the sound of footsteps, a swiping and swiveling move. It was Killian. She could feel his movement trying to offset the size and strength differences of a powerful opponent. She hoped he knew ordinary weapons wouldn't do. If he knew that, then he would try to flip the demon off the cliff. Ivy didn't recall Luca having wings. The fall might not kill him, but it would cause some damage and bide them some time. Every fiber in her body urged her to fight alongside Killian. She popped her head up just enough to see the surface of the rock. Killian had flipped Luca on his stomach and was slamming hard kicks at Luca's head, pushing him closer to the edge of the cliff. As he toppled over and down, his hand grabbed Killian's foot, pulling him toward the edge. Ivy jumped up on the rock, braced her feet on the ground, and grabbed Killian's right arm. She slid a bit, then got her foot firmly planted against a small rock. His foot was right at the edge, and Luca dangled with one hand on Killian's foot. Soon, Luca would get hold of the rock edge and swing his body back up. Ivy guided Killian's arm sideways toward a nearby rock. He reached up with his left arm and grabbed onto the rock. He looked up at her and said, "Grab my ankle knife." She let go of his right arm, rushed toward the edge of the cliff, pulled Killian's ankle knife, and stabbed Luca's hand as many times as she could, so fast the wounds didn't have enough time to heal. Luca roared and let go of Killian's foot. Killian withdrew his foot from the edge and sat up on his knees. Something struck Ivy's back, pushing her off balance and sending her toppling over the edge. As her feet left the rock surface and her body fell, a sensation of weightlessness washed over her. The sound and the presence of the world around her vanished. It was hard to breathe. She was in the air, but it felt as if she was drowning. She was departing from this world, and death was waiting for her at the bottom of the cliff. Then reality rushed back into her vision when Killian's hand grabbed at her right arm. Killian had broken her fall, but she was now dangling without purchase. The demon tail that had hit her from behind and pushed her over the edge of the rock now wrapped around her ankle. She looked down and saw Luca wriggled his body, trying to create a swinging momentum. She kicked her leg but couldn't get rid of the demon's tail. She was too heavy for Killian, especially with Luca pulling her down. "Let go of me, Killian." Ivy saw the determination in his striking blue eyes. There was no way in a million years he was going to let go of her arm. She knew that. She conjured up her destructive power and sent it down in Luca's direction. He roared in pain as her magic blade slid into his body, but she didn't hit anything vital. Luca flexed and his tail stiffened a bit. He was bracing for one last swing. He let go of her foot and jumped to one side to latch onto a boulder. The rough rock edge was enough to give him a good grip, and he was back up to the peak in seconds. Because Killian wouldn't let go of her, Ivy had no choice but to grab his hand and start climbing up his arm. Luca stood over Killian. She hung from Killian's left arm, and he was using his right hand to maintain his balance and keep a strong hold on the ground. Luca bent down and opened his mouth full of crooked, sharp teeth and fangs. Ivy climbed faster, using her muscle memory now as her brain fogged up and her heart filled with fear. She needed to use both hands to climb. She couldn't blast any more magic at the demon standing behind Killian without hitting him in the process. It didn't matter how hard she tried. She wasn't fast enough to stop the demon. She held back a scream. Her heart exploded with terror as she helplessly watched Luca sink his poisonous teeth into Killian's right shoulder. Luca wouldn't stop until he killed Killian. The next bite would be on his jugular. Her body fueled with adrenaline. She kept climbing. As soon as she reached the top, she grabbed Luca's horns and pumped her destructive power into them. He jerked back, roared, and withdrew from the edge of the cliff, pulling her body up with him. Ivy let her rage drive her action. Every cell in her body vibrated. Her heart pounded so loudly she could hear it. She let go of the horns to free her hands. She desperately needed to destroy the demon. It didn't matter she was human, and he was supernatural. She didn't care whether or not she had enough power. She had to end this creature for eternity. She slammed her hands into Luca's chest and dug in with her fingers, summoning all the powers she had and those she might need to sell her soul, later to pay for. She screamed out her fury. The force pumping into Luca's chest was like a bomb. He exploded into nothingness. No healing, no crawling back from hell, nothing. She scrambled toward Killian, who was lying on the ground. The blood from the demon bite had turned black and pooled on the rock. He was barely breathing. His lips were black. Demon bites were poisonous and unhealable for shifters. She was sure Killian knew that. That's why he had sent Luca to kill the Hall Gap Pack. But he had refused to let go of her to protect himself from a bite. He's an alpha, Dumbo. Of course he wouldn't let go of her. At Clara's funeral, he had told her she was under his protection. He meant it, and he kept his promises. But he didn't have to heal himself now, because she would do that for him. She summoned her healing powers. It wasn't the first time she had done it. She had experience now. He should be fine. Her palms glowed as they had when she used this power before. The energy was gentle, warm, and soothing. In a few moments, some normal color returned to his lips. His breathing grew slightly stronger, his eyes fluttered. "Here you are?" She smiled at him and brushed a stray hair from his angelic face. His eyes were still dazed, but he seemed to recognize her. "Ivy, can you promise me one thing?" "Anything. Please help my mother out of the spell." "I will. Tell her I'm sorry I left her by herself for such a long time." "I'm not sure why you're asking this, but okay, I promise." His breathing slowed and weakened quickly, and the blackness was returning to his lips. "Stop talking. Let me try the healing process again, Killian." "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Ivy. I like you very much. I don't want to see you cry. If that's the last thing I see, we could have." He closed his eyes, and then he was gone. She didn't know she was crying. Why would she be crying? She could fix this. She hovered her hands above him and was about to use the power again. No, if it was going to work, it would have healed him. There was no time for trial and error. "No-name goddess, I summon you. I know you can hear me. I need to see you now." "I'm here," said a gentle voice from the rocks below. "I need you up here. I can't go near the LeBlancs." Ivy checked to make sure Killian still had a pulse. He did. She left him and climbed down to the rock below. "I need to help Killian. The healing power doesn't work on him, so I guess you will give me something else and tell me it's the next level, and it comes with a price. And the answer to the price is yes. Now please give it to me. You're falling for him. I need what you are going to give me, and I need it now." "There is no specific power to heal the demon poison. You don't have that inside you, so I can't trigger it like the other powers. Then I need a solution." The goddess sighed. "Why does it always come to a desperate sacrifice from our end when dealing with the LeBlancs? Do you have a solution or not?" "Yes. The next level of power you have is the ability to communicate with the dead, like a necromancer. But no, you will not be a necromancer, in case you were going to ask. Similar to the destructive power, when dealing with the dead, you open yourself up to endless possibilities in the underworld. There will be omens that you have to watch out for to maintain the balance. Okay, hurry." She closed her eyes and stood straight with her shoulders back to receive the power. A glow of energy washed over her. She waited for a moment, letting it sink in. She didn't feel much different. She opened her eyes and saw the no-name goddess waiting. "How can I use this to heal Killian?" "You can only summon the dead with this power, and when you're new to it, you can only do it once a month. I suggest summoning Aidan LeBlanc, Killian's father. He'll have useful information about the demons you're dealing with." "I'm after a way to heal Killian, not a way to deal with the demons." "The demons are what you need to look out for. Their dark magic is returning to the city, and it will cause significant harm to you and Killian. Humans and minor magical creatures will be the collateral damage. The healing power you have can heal demon poison, but it requires a lot more energy and will take longer than other wounds." "Why didn't you say so in the first place?" She clenched her jaw. "You didn't ask, and I wanted you to see the bigger picture." She clenched her jaw to control the surging anger in her mind. She didn't want to say anything further. She didn't want to argue. She needed to get back to Killian. "Thanks." She turned around and climbed back up to the peak. How come the Supernaturals never got their priorities straight? Why did the goddess assume she would do anything earth-shatteringly important if she couldn't help Killian? If she couldn't protect those she loved, nothing else mattered. Wait, did I just use the L word? She shook her head, annoyed at herself. The cold breeze blasted at her face. Something wasn't right. She couldn't hear or feel Killian anymore. When she stepped on the peak, she saw nothing but Killian's blood on the rock. And just like that, Killian vanished, leaving nothing but questions, a shattered protection spell, and words Ivy never got to say. If there's one thing a mage knows, it's that some bonds can't be broken by distance, demons, or even different realms. And Ivy, she's about to prove that. Thank you for joining us for Wolf Cursed, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. Yes, I know, that ending. But don't worry, all your questions will be answered in Demon's Gate, where Ivy's search for Killian leads her into realms she never thought she'd dare to enter. If you enjoyed this supernatural romance where duty meets desire and magic meets mystery, hit that like button and subscribe for more steamy paranormal audiobooks. Turn on notifications because you won't want to miss what happens when a protective mage decides to break every rule to find her cursed wolf. Until next time, keep loving, keep dreaming, and thank you for listening.